victory goes to the Thunder, 123-108.
I just thought we showed great poise to understand the 48-minute nature of the game.
It's just two teams that are challenging each other at the highest level of basketball.
I love what my life is right now, and being able to play and contribute at this level, I never want to take it for granted.
Pass to McCain. His lefty three is good. Left side triple in for Jared McCain.
Alex, Kaysen, Jay Will, Jared, those guys give us a huge lift all night, obviously. Great poise by the team.
Pivotal game number 4 tonight. Thunder Spurs. Coverage starts 7:30 p.m. Eastern right here on ESPN Radio. This is Game Day. ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. He's David Dennis Jr. I'm Gabe Neitzel. And the big story so far of this series, other than the Spurs turnovers, have been the injuries to both sides in this series. Now, De'Aaron Fox was able to come back for Game 3. Didn't matter in terms of the win-loss. Dylan Harper dealing with a hamstring injury. And both those guys are still expected to play tonight in Game 4. The Thunder, though, a little more beat up with A.J. Mitchell, who has a right soleus strains, calf injury. He's already been ruled out. Jalen Williams, he's been dealing with the hamstring. He's listed as questionable for tonight's game. I mean, how important are both of those players that could potentially, again, we already know one is out. How important is it for OKC to be able to close out the series and get those guys back if they want to close out the series and win and go on to their second straight NBA Finals?
Yeah, they're going to absolutely need that. I mean, because you're playing a Knicks team that's going to come off of, 6-7 days rest. Like, I mean, they're going to be
more than likely.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're talking the 26th and the playoffs start on the 7th, I think. The final start on the 3rd, I think. So that's 7-8 days, something like that. Like you are going to need that. But the problem is you're going to need those guys to beat San Antonio. And the thing that you have on your side is the fact that De'Aaron Fox doesn't look like himself. Dylan Harper doesn't look like himself. Stephon Castle, he's playing. He looks like himself, but they had to take the ball out of his hands because of the turnovers. This is a war of attrition. This is a war of attrition, and when you have that, it becomes the other guys having to step up. And right now, the Thunder have more of those guys who can step up than anybody else in the league. And you got to remember, they were 24-1. J-Dub hadn't even suited up yet on the season. So they're used to playing without him.
I mean, that's the crazy part about this Thunder team is just how incredibly deep they are. I think we saw that on display last year in what ended up being a classic NBA Finals against the Pacers, where, SGA's not having a great night. Somebody else is going to step up. Alex Caruso, not really known for your shooting. He's just going to hit 3 threes. That's all. Come in off the bench, score 15 points in 24 minutes, help you win Game 3. It's just, that's like, not only having all this great talent, but being as deep as they are is the unbelievable part for OKC, where they just, we can absorb Jalen Williams, A.J. Mitchell. We can absorb that in a short period of time. Now, the Spurs, and especially if Williams is out again tonight, the Spurs have to make them pay for not having those two, and they've got to come up with some solution. And they have to stop turning the ball over. Yes, they took the ball out of Stephon Castle's hands after he had 20 turnovers in the first 2 games. They still had 15 turnovers as a team in Game 3. Like, they are just turning it over way too much for a Western Conference Finals. And if they continue at that rate, then they're just not going to win the series.
You know what's crazy with all of that said? If I told you Isaiah Joe is going to play 25 minutes and Aaron Wiggins is going to play 20 minutes for the Thunder, would you even bat an eye?
No.
They played a total of 11 minutes in the last game. Like, these guys are not even playing right now. Like, these guys are good enough. If you slotted one of them into the starting lineup, would you be like, man, the Thunder are in trouble? They got to figure out a way to do something with Aaron Wiggins out there. No, like, these guys are interchangeable in that way. And where the Spurs are not. The Spurs are a very deep team. They have a lot of options. They don't have this kind of options, which is why this is about Wemby. This is just about Wemby just having to be Game 1 Wemby. He saw the blueprint of what it takes to beat this Thunder team, which is 40-20. And that's what you got to do. And I think the problem with it is that he's a little gassed. He can't play every 2 games like that. He hasn't been conditioned to play every 48 hours of this level of basketball. Nobody is, from what we saw from Game 1, which I think is why there are all these soft tissue injuries. These dudes are not been conditioned to play this kind of basketball. And when it comes to playoff level intensity, they're not ready for it, and people are dropping like flies.
Yeah, and then they have to play with regularity.
Yeah.
Right? Especially when you get to the Western Conference Finals, the Eastern Conference Finals. It's every other day. Stephon Castle, Spurs guard, talked about Wemby trying to carry the load and be the leader for the Spurs in this series.
I think he has a conscious effort of trying to do that every day. He's obviously super hard on himself, so he probably feels like he needs to get us more involved, or I don't know what he meant by that, but I think him being on the court and what he does for us defensively and offensively, I think him just making the game as simple as possible for himself, it's going to help him, but it's going to help everybody else. I don't think he has to, force that just with how good he is.
Now, it helps that he played 49 minutes and they played 2 overtimes in game 1. But he took 25 shots.
Yeah.
Game 2, 16 shots. Game 3 Friday night, he took 15. What number do you want to see from him in terms of shot attempts? Because it's got to be higher, right? He's got to get into the 20s. If you're going to get to the 40 points and doing the 40-20 that you're talking about, David, he just has to straight up take more shots.
The number is actually not the shot attempts for me. It's the shot distance. So he shot 4 feet from the basket on average in game 1, which if you've seen Wemby, that's basically him putting his hand in the basket from inside the paint, right?
Yep.
Game 2, I think, was about 13 feet. Game 4 is about 15 feet. Those are mid-range jumpers. And it doesn't take a genius to know that those shots are not going in at the frequency of him dunking or laying in the ball, right? So he needs to get closer to the basket more frequently. And what we know about Wemby, when he's tired, he starts settling for more of those jumpers. He's got to figure out how to be able to rest, and the team's got to let him be able to rest. They're like a minus 30 when he's not playing over these 3 games. He's got to be able to be confident in his rest and come back, rested enough that he can dominate and get in the paint, because right now they're keeping him from the basket, and that's the problem.
So that's the funny part that you mentioned. With 25 shots that he took in game 1, only 2 were threes.
Yeah.
Took 7 threes in game 2, 5 threes in game 3. He's still hitting them. He hit 3 threes and then hit 2, was 2 of 5, 3 of 7 in those 2 games. So it's about mixing and matching, right? Okay, you just have to be selective when you're taking those threes, because you can obviously knock them down. The 1 3 that he hit in game 1 ended up being just the giant 3 that tied the game. Right. And so you can hit them out there, but it's about finding that balance, right? You can take those. Don't want to discourage you from taking those, because you can knock them down. You can do so at a high clip, but I'm 100% with you. It's getting to that paint. It's about being a little bit more efficient with where you end up taking those shots that are not 3-pointers.
Yeah, he started the game, nailed a couple threes at the beginning of the game. But again, sparingly, like you said, really where you damage this team is you get Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren in foul trouble, and you start making shots, and it opens up for the rest of your team. Like, that is the Wemby that we need, and it's going to take him a lot of energy. It's going to gas him, but he's got to figure it out.
And honestly, this could be part of the Spurs' learning curve. Every team has had to go through this. David, I thought maybe the Spurs could be the team, because Wemby's so special that they could avoid this. But very rarely do you go from not making the playoffs all the way to an NBA Finals.
Yeah.
There's got to be a learning curve around the way. And for some of that, I think, yes, it's playing this level of basketball, but also, and Draymond Green had pointed this out on Twitter, the Thunder are just being really physical with him.
Yeah.
And the officials are going to let you get away with it because it's the postseason. I'm not saying that this is an underhanded tactic. No. Wemby's a little slight. You try to be physical with him. See if you can tire him out. Keep him away from the basket. The Thunder are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and it's up to Wemby to figure out how to play through that.
Yeah, he's going to have to play through, because the Thunder going to foul. They're not going to not foul. They're going to foul, and they're going to dare the refs to call 5 fouls in the first quarter on Hartenstein, right? They're not going to do that. They may call 1 or 2. They're just not you. But what you're going to do is go out there and foul them every time and expect something different. So Wemby's got to play through that. And like Draymond said, Stephen Curry had to learn how to play through it. Now it's Wemby's turn.
Yeah, and that's part of the learning process. And maybe Wemby's good enough that he'll figure it out tonight. And hopefully, again, as somebody who's not rooting, I'm hoping they even this thing up. I'm hoping it's 2-2.
Yeah,
I'm hoping this thing goes 6 or 7 games, because these 2 teams are certainly fun to watch. The show goes on for one sport. Still trying week, though. We dive into that next on Game Day, ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, and me, Evan Cohen, we'll continue to react to the NBA Conference Finals. Plus, has Joe Burrow put added pressure on himself this season? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
garbage out.
No, I'm talking about all the work we need to get done around here.
I know. We need a new roof and we need replacement windows.
How about a new bathroom and some overdue remodeling?
And how are we supposed to pay for all that?
My sister said she called Remodeling Loans and they were able to find her certified contractors.
That's great. But how'd she get the money to pay for all that?
Remodeling Loans offered 0 interest for 60 months. They even have payment plans with 0 down and 0 deposit.
Looks like we're getting a home makeover.
Great. Now, if I only knew someone to call for a husband makeover.
Really?
Remodeling Loans is the #1 leader in home improvement financing. Call 800-921-1403 today for a no credit check, no risk approval. Get approved today and we'll match you with the best contractors in your area. And remember, no deposit financing is now available. Call 800-921-1403. 800-921.
Support for this podcast comes from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. We've all made mistakes on the water, but there's one mistake you shouldn't make: being uninsured. With Progressive Boat Insurance, you can choose coverage for most mistakes you or other boaters could make, helping you float carefree all season long. Quote today: Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on 2024 filings with state departments of insurance.
At Galen College of Nursing, a rewarding career is closer than you think. Join us at our Orlando open house on May 28th at 5 p.m. to learn more. Visit galencollege.edu/Orlando to RSVP. See you there.
Put $300 in your pocket when you sign up for a new free business checking account with Mid-Florida Credit Union. No big bank bulk. 0.00% annual percentage yield. Terms and conditions apply and must be met within 6 months. Insured by NCUA.
SLT 4x4 at employee pricing with up to $15,000 off MSRP today at America's #1 retail.
Ever notice how life's best stories don't happen in your living room? They happen on the open road, out on the water, or parked under the stars. At Progressive, they get that you want to focus on the experience, not worry about the what-ifs. That's why they offer quality insurance designed for your ride, whether that's a boat, RV, or motorcycle. Adventure with confidence. Visit Progressive.com and see how easy it is to protect your favorite way to get away. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in D.C. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hello, Lake Nona. Meet HomeSense, where your high standards aren't just met, they're exceeded. Because your taste is too good to be making exceptions when you deserve exceptional. Now you'll score top quality furniture and decor at prices that feel too good to be true, but aren't. Like that marble lamp. It looks expensive, but isn't. Welcome to HomeSense, the home of no compromise. Part of the Home Goods family. Now open in Lake Nona.
.com. Roofing done by roofers, not salesmen.
Because winning back-to-back MVPs is still a massive deal. It puts you in the likes of true greatness.
Amber Indian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. This is the home of the Braves, WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM. This is SportsCenter.
Commanding 3-1 lead in tonight's Western Conference Finals. Thunder and Spurs will play Game 4 tonight in San Antonio. This after the defending champs took Game 3. Now, San Antonio will try to send the series back to OKC, and even after dropping Game 3, the Spurs' Victor Wembanyama talked about bouncing back in Game 4.
Of course. I mean, it's my first playoffs. It's the first playoffs for many of us. Of course, there was going to be hard trials, It's to be expected. But now we're going to see what we're made of.
You can hear tonight's game right here on ESPN Radio with our coverage tipping off at 7:30 Eastern. The Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks hold a 3-0 lead over the Cavaliers. They'll play Game 4 tomorrow night on ESPN Radio. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight with Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals. The Golden Knights will look to take a commanding 3-0 lead over the Avalanche. They will face off on ESPN just after 8 Eastern. We've also got Major League Baseball tonight on ESPN Radio with the Rangers taking on the Angels. Coverage getting underway at 6:30 Eastern. Baseball today, the Blue Jays are trying to make it 5 wins in a row. They are hosting the Pirates, trailing 2-1 as they play the 6th inning. Tigers trying to snap a 7-game losing streak, first of 2 in Baltimore. They lead the Orioles 2-0 in the 6th, and the Twins are on top of the Red Sox shortly by a count of 1-0. The Rays have put right fielder Johnny DeLuca on the 10-day injured list. He is dealing with a right hamstring strain. Right now on ESPN, the women's lacrosse final, North Carolina leading Northwestern 11-10 in the 4th.
Hey, Rich Eisen here. I'll be out of the chair this week, but you're in good hands on the Rich Eisen Show with Susie Schuster and O'Shea Jackson Jr. guest hosting in my place. That's the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
Braves fans, don't miss Jeff Francoeur's only radio visit in Atlanta. Join the locker room every Monday morning at 9 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
It's another busy weekend around the world of sports, and this is Game Day.
NBA playoffs, baseball starting to turn that corner with Memorial Day, and then a big NASCAR event later tonight. So it is a busy day in sports. It's Game Day, ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80, along with David Dennis Jr. on Gabe Neitzel. And that big event is usually a celebration at the Charlotte Motor Speedway and the Coca-Cola 600, one of the bigger events on the NASCAR schedule. But of course, heavy hearts there after the passing of Kyle Busch Thursday at the age of 41. And down there at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, our guy, Marty Smith, host of Marty and McGee right here on ESPN Radio, is there covering the event. And he's had an opportunity to obviously talk with a lot of different guys. And Marty, well, thank you so much for the time. What's it been like around the track as NASCAR is trying to get ready for that first race? And it's a big race today without Kyle Busch.
Good afternoon, guys. I appreciate you having me. Somber, still a lot of shock at Kyle's passing. He was a guy that his tenacity and passion for this was polarizing. He was one of those athletes that you loved or hated, but you damn sure paid attention. And since he died on Thursday, a lot of these race drivers, I spoke this morning on Sports Center with Denny Hamlin, his former teammate at Joe Gibbs Racing, with Brad Keselowski, probably his greatest rival, with Chase Elliott, the most popular driver in the sport, and with Bubba Wallace, who really got his career started because Kyle Busch believed in him and gave him an opportunity. And each one of those guys is still working to try to process this. It was so sudden and so shocking. And there will be tributes throughout the day here. NASCAR has some tributes planned for KB, and it'll be an incredibly emotional evening. Bubba Wallace was telling me that when they got in the car yesterday for practice, it was a little bit different. It felt different, emotional, but he expects to be overwhelmed with emotion this evening at the prospect of strapping into that race car for the first time in his Cup career without Kyle Busch in the field with him. And it's incredibly heavy, guys. It's been hard to try to unpack and truly properly articulate Kyle's impact on the sport, because not only was he a champion and somebody that lived it every day, the passion that's required for greatness to get into a 3,400-pound race car and drive 200 mile an hour into turn one with no guarantee you're coming out the other side. But I look forward to seeing all the tributes this evening. I'm sure it will be a beautiful evening in remembrance of a great champion and a great icon in the world of motorsport, regardless of genre.
listening to you for, this last week as you've been talking about this, and listening to you now. I know as journalists, we're supposed to just be objective and be there and to not be part of the story. But I'm listening to you, and I just kind of want to, as people, Gabe and I have been in different places and covered different things like this. Wanted to sort of check in, like, how are you doing? How are you processing all of this? And what is these last few days been like for you?
One of the things that's interesting about NASCAR specifically, and I can only speak to this because I lived in the garage for 17 years. It's funny. There's a little thing that we call each other. It's the NASCAR family. That's what it's called. And it's very, these guys come out here and they're, cheating death to chase checkered flags. And that's for our entertainment and to open up that fearlessness within us as viewers and fans. And they get in fights and they trash talk each other and they race really hard. But when somebody goes through a difficult moment, it is incredible to watch every single person involved in the sport rally around those that are hurting so deeply. And while all of us are hurting in this moment, very shocking moment, I was reminded this morning just what a small, tight-knit community it truly is and how people will go out of their way to make sure that each other are okay. And in speaking with the race drivers this morning, listening to them discuss what Kyle meant to him away from all this, the guy that we never saw. And I experienced that guy in a lot of ways too. I mean, I've known him since he was 16 years old and watched him grow up from this hot head, hot shoe into this guy that became a father and became a husband. And he and his wife, Samantha, had a really difficult time getting pregnant. And they desperately wanted children. And when they got pregnant with their son, Brexton, they realized that they had an opportunity to help couples who were also struggling to get pregnant. So they became global advocates in the IVF world and raised millions of dollars and donated millions of dollars for couples who needed assistance in that arena, in that area. And then you watch him really pass down his expertise and his passion and his knowledge and his grit to Brexton, who'd begun his racing career. And you start to see him soften just a little bit. You see the vulnerability that comes with fatherhood and wanting desperately for your kids to do well and to achieve and to be fulfilled and have joy in their souls because they love your passion. And so the fact that we've now lost that, my heart and my thoughts and prayers are solely focused on Samantha and Brexton and Lennox, Kyle's parents, his brother Kurt, because it's just an immeasurable loss of a man that was becoming. And yeah, it's hard, man. We are supposed to be disassociated from it and all of those things, but when you're out here in the field all the time, whether that's NASCAR, my work in college football.
The Ford Leadoff Show is on deck. But first, it's 680 Game Day, presented by Georgia's own credit union.
Pitch all the way to Drake Baldwin, and Baldwin hits a towering fly ball. Deep right field, that's gonna fly away.
Now live from the Battery Atlanta at Truist Park, it's 680 Game Day.
And welcome into the 680 The Fan studios here in the Battery Atlanta. Barrett Salee and Chris Domino with you. We're getting you ready for Game 3, the rubber match between the Braves and the Nationals. 4:10 first pitch across the street at Truist Park. Ben and Darren will be on the call as the Braves look to win yet another series. Braves, of course, 14-1-1 in series this year. Hopefully make that 15 this afternoon. Chris, it was not the best day yesterday. In fact, it was, in terms of games this year, it was probably one of the more depressing ones.
So,
you had a rain delay and one hit.
Blank happens. It's stenchy.
No doubt about it. You get a chance to wash off the stench in baseball. You don't have to wait a week like in the NFL. You just get a chance to go do it again, and that's what the Braves will do. I'll tip of the cap to everybody who took them out for them yesterday, because that was more than good, especially coming from a guy who started. We were like, okay, that's a 5.8 ERA. What's he going to do today? And he shoved. It was 11 strikeouts for them, 15 for us. Just wasn't enough.
Yeah. And, I think for the Braves, you wasted a good outing from Grant Holmes, giving up the 2 home runs. He looked great before the rain delay, 5 strikeouts in 6 batters.
He talked about what we talked about. Don't nibble. Don't get beat. Don't get bonked by the walk.
Mm-hmm.
And he was shoving. And look, here's the thing. Once guys know that you're going to the strike zone, you're throwing strikes, you might get into attack mode. You guess right, you swing right, whatever it might be. 2 solo home runs. But the Braves, well, I'm shocked it ended up being an 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position, because it didn't feel like they had 3 opportunities with runners in scoring position. The 7th inning was the only chance, obviously, that you had to do something in that game. But they were 0 for 5. So, again, it was really feast and famine compared to the other night when it was 28 opportunities with runners in scoring position. This was a total of 8. And it didn't feel like 8. When you combine those numbers, like 8 is not a lot for one team, let alone 2 teams. But that's exactly the way that game was pitched and offensed yesterday.
Yeah, it was. We got to get the bats going again, because you're not supposed to struggle that much against that kind of pitching staff. It's weird because both of these games so far on the pregame show and the local show, we've talked about how the starting pitcher is struggling. The starting pitcher probably is trying to fight for a job, whether it be Miles Michaelis was the bulk guy, or yesterday with Jake Irvin, and both of those guys pitched very well. It goes to show just how unpredictable this game is. And, we're talking about the 2 most prolific offenses in the league, and neither of them are scoring.
Yeah, they don't pitch against each other. Patrick Corbin beat Paul Skeens yesterday.
Yes, he did.
And Skeens had 2 bad outings, relatively really bad for him, back-to-back starts. But Patrick Corbin winning a game that Paul Skeens is pitching in will just tell you that that's what's going to happen over the course of 162. You had a guy with a 5.8 just aside. Now, look, it was a lot of pitches. It was only 5 innings. I'm not going to go crazy, but it's 5 no-hit innings. Mm-hmm. That's a really good outing for a guy who probably, to some degree, needed a really good outing. I have no idea what Washington has behind him. I don't know who they have hurt, but it's really hard to justify at a certain point. Are you a guy, not the guy, but are you a guy going forward for a team that's trying to be better than 500? Going into that game yesterday, he was not. Leaving that game, he's going to get on a plane today and feel really good about himself.
As long as he's healthy, too, because the way he was dealing, I don't think the Braves had much of a shot had he stayed in that game, and they didn't really after he left either. But, that's yesterday. Let's move on to today, because, again, the Braves have consistently found a way in these situations to come through big. 7-1 in rubber games this year. That's not by accident. That to me tells me that they know what they are. They know how to operate in this situation, and they've been successful with it. No pressure at all. And we talk about the difference between last year and this year. When we were going into a rubber game last year, it almost felt like a sense of impending doom. And for this particular team now, it's more a sense of, okay, it's going to happen. How's it going to happen?
Well, 13-3 after a loss on top of everything else, too. So Sunday afternoon, hopefully the weather holds up. Everybody who's here in a rare 410. And, I'll raise my hand. I'll throw myself on the idiot sword. I thought it was a 135 start, and I was here. And, I was here really early this morning. I was like, and I told my daughter who's coming to the game, 135 start, because I just thought regular Sunday. Sure. And I realized, no, it's not. So I got a little walk in around the Battery. I had a chance to say hello to some people. And, I wanted to hang my head in shame. But had I had a sandwich board that would have said, I thought the game was 135, I would have worn it. I'm telling you now, I have no idea. I don't even think about looking at Sunday starts.
No, I don't either.
Start time. So, it feels like they've already played a game. It's that whole idea when you wake up at 5 a.m, you go, what time is lunch?
Yeah.
I don't know, 10 a.m. Depends what time you're up. This feels like a baseball game in my head has already been played today. And it hasn't even begun.
It happens. No, it happens. Yeah. I did too. I had to double check because I have the downloadable schedule. Like I downloaded the ICS file for Apple, whatever. And it's in my phone. And when I saw 4:15 this morning, I was like, wait a minute, that can't be right.
No idea.
I had to go to the actual website. I had to go to the app. Like, is that real? Sure enough, it is. And we're not playing tomorrow either on Memorial Day, which I feel like everybody plays on Memorial Day.
Yeah, I already have spiders crawling on me thinking about having an entire day off tomorrow. I told some guy on Twitter by 9 a.m. I'm just not going to know what to do with myself. So we'll see. Yeah, it is a strange off from work, off from baseball type day. Hope again, everybody, if it sort of corresponds to something in your family's life, in your family's history, Memorial Day, hope you have a moment of reflection. Thank you for their service, and anybody else who's thinking about, thank you for your service. If you currently or somebody in your family is serving in the military. So, I don't want to go crazy and just say, oh, it's Memorial Day, no work, because that seems a little bit hollow.
Yeah.
But it is a no work, no baseball day on a holiday, which does seem a little bit strange.
That's not normal.
Well, 13 games in a row, too. I will say, in terms of an off day coming at a good time, it was about time for an off day.
It was. There's no doubt. And the finish line is right in front of us. All right, yesterday's in the rearview mirror. Let's look toward the finish line with today's lineups.
Time for your starting lineups.
All right, for the Nats, leading off in left field is James Wood. Batting second, the third baseman, Curtis Mead. Batting third, the first baseman, Andres Chaparro. Batting fourth, the shortstop, C.J. Abrams. Dylan Cruz homered yesterday, his first of the season. He'll bat fifth and play right field. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, Dalen Lyle. Batting seventh in center field is Jacob Young. Batting eighth at second base is Nasim Nunez. And batting ninth doing the catching is Kiber Ruiz. And, of course, they will be behind Foster Griffin. For the Braves, leading off as the designated hitter is Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting second, the left fielder, Mauricio Dubon. Batting third at first base is Matt Olson. Ozzie Albies will hit cleanup, and he'll play second base, and he'll be followed by third baseman Austin Riley. Batting sixth in center field is Michael Harris II. Batting seventh in right field is Eli White. Batting eighth at shortstop is Ha-Sung Kim, and batting ninth doing the catching is Sandy Leone, and they will be behind Martin Perez. So we talked about specific times where the Braves might try to get Ronald Acuna Jr. off his feet, give him what Walt Weiss calls half days. Turns out this is one of them, going into an off day, then going into a night game on Tuesday. So I think there's a concerted effort looking at how this is set up to get Ronald some extended time off of his feet and let him just focus on hitting today, and then whatever, not saying anything's ailing him, but continuing to recharge those batteries tomorrow and for the most part all day Tuesday in Boston.
Well, it was a golden sombrero. I mean, let's not leave out the headline. That was a bad day. Him and Ozzie had, there were not a lot of opportunities to do a little bit of damage, but it was not a good day offensively, and Ronald with a 4 strikeout day. Ozzie had maybe an opportunity or two. That did not happen. I think it was first pitch swinging and an out. Might have been a pop-up at that point. Sure. If you feel the need or the want with the day off tomorrow to try to take, double up on the ability to get a guy off his feet, just have him swing a bat, or whatever it is you might do with a pinch hitter coming up today, they will have a day off tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see. Yesterday, the bullpen was really strange because you were chasing that win. You were just looking by the 7th inning, okay, we just need a couple.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like you were going to throw in a towel on that game. With a day off tomorrow, we'll see what the bullpen has available today.
And yesterday was a lot like what we talked about it before the game. Throughout the course of innings 7, 8, and 9, my thought was, okay, we know what's going to happen. We just don't know how it's going to happen. The Braves are going to put together a rally. They're going to make this close. If they win, great. If they lose, whatever. But they're going to make this interesting no matter what happens. And they just didn't. And, I think for the Braves and Braves fans and whatever, at certain times, you just have to tip your cap, move on to the next day. And, we haven't done that very often this year.
Well, Washington, they weren't good enough yesterday to pile on 3 more where you said, okay, this is not going to be. When you see guys throwing a no-hitter after 5 get taken out of the game, you go, good. Mm-hmm. Now let's see what happens. They're a bad bullpen. I gave you the numbers. Their bullpen is one of the worst in baseball, but they weren't yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't overly confident. It just felt like, again, 5 no-hit innings is a little bit different. Good news is you're still in that baseball game because you have an ability to hit a 2-run homer or a 3-run homer. You just didn't. And when a guy who's got a 5.8, kicks your teeth in a little bit, when a bullpen that's one of the worst in baseball kicks your teeth in, you just, again, not only tip the cap, but you go, okay, wasn't your day. You didn't create enough opportunities.
Yeah. And, those happen. Not very often, but they do. They do happen. For the Nationals, on the mound is Foster Griffin. He's 30 years old, first-round pick in 2014. 5-2, a 4.02 ERA, 18 walks, 54 strikeouts, a 118 whip, and a 225 opponent batting average. Look, and when you're talking about Nationals starters, he's one of the best and most consistent starters they have. Now, granted, that's a little bit of a sliding scale for Nationals pitchers, but this is a guy who can get you outs. And if they're going to score like they typically do, not this series, but if they do score the way they have consistently this year, he's perfectly fine. He's good enough to keep you in games and win games.
Yeah, he's got an interesting story. I'll give you that. And I think the Nationals might have not have given themselves an opportunity to take advantage of something I think they could have. Details on that when we do the pitching matchup coming up in a little bit.
That is what you call a tease. Cutter, four-seamer, sweeper, sinker, changeup, curveball. Got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, the other thing about the lineup today, I do think you wanted to give Eli White at bats.
Yes.
That was the other part of this as well.
Yes, I agree. Martin Perez for the Braves, 2-2, a 2.85 ERA, 13 walks, 38 strikeouts, a 1 flat whip, and a 193 opponent batting average. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get our keys to the game. We'll also find out the pop quiz question. Thanks to our friends at Racetrack, your commercial break just got shorter. Stop into your local Racetrack today. Racetrack, whatever gets you going. This is 680 Game Day, presented by Georgia's own credit union.
Baseball is on the way, but first a Subaru of Gwinnett break in the action on 6.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance, intelligent all-wheel drive standard, ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
Staples Business presents Facility Heroes. Thanks to you, the 5-second rule in the break room is applied liberally. Staples Business. Reliable solutions for facility heroes. That was easy. Visit staplesbusiness.com today.
Engineered Solutions of Georgia. They're a locally owned and operated foundation repair company with structural engineering expertise.
I'm attorney Bill Winters of Winters & Yonker. If you've been injured in an accident, you might think you don't have the money to retain an aggressive law firm. You don't need money to retain us. If we don't get money for you, you owe us nothing. Zero. Zip. Nada. If you've been involved in a car accident or looking for a cash settlement, call the aggressive attorneys, Winters & Yonker, and let our aggressive and experienced team protect your rights. Call Winters & Yonker toll-free at 888-373-7770 or visit us at wintersandyonker.com. Principal Office, Tampa.
Overwhelmed with weight loss advice? Cut through the noise and keep weight off with hers. Access an affordable range of FDA-approved GLP-1 medications, including the Wegovy pill and the Wegovy pen, designed to work with your life and your budget. With Wegovy at Hers, lose up to 20% of your body weight when combined with diet and exercise. Plus, Wegovy is the first ever GLP-1 pill for weight loss. No needles needed. Connect with a licensed provider through Hers 100% online, no insurance necessary. Even better, if prescribed, you'll get access to 24/7 provider support plus lifestyle and nutrition tips. Ready to reach your goals with weight loss on your terms? Visit forhers.com. That's FORHERS.com. forhers.com. Weight loss by Hers is not available in all 50 states. Wegovy is the registered trademark of Novo Nordisk A/S. To get started and learn more, including important safety information, Wegovy clinical study information, and restrictions, visit forhers.com.
Frozen yogurt with endless toppings. A freeze blast to cool off. All your faves whenever you need them.
Zach means business about his bike shop business, so he opened a free business checking account with Mid-Florida, who gave him $300. Guess his financial worries have rolled on out. Mid-Florida Credit Union, insured by NCUA, 0.00% annual percentage yield. Terms and conditions apply and must be met within 6 months.
Overwhelmed with weight loss advice? Cut through the noise and keep weight off with Hers. Access an affordable range of FDA-approved GLP-1 medications, including the Wegovy pill and the Wegovy pen, designed to work with your life and your budget. With Wegovy at Hers, lose up to 20% of your body weight when combined with diet and exercise. Plus, Wegovy is the first ever GLP-1 pill for weight loss. No needles needed. Connect with a licensed provider through Hers 100% online, no insurance necessary. Even better, if prescribed, you'll get access to 24/7 provider support plus lifestyle and nutrition tips. Ready to reach your goals with weight loss on your terms? Visit forhers.com. That's FORHERS.com. Forhers.com. Weight Loss by Hers is not available in all 50 states. Wegovy is the registered trademark of Novo Nordisk A/S. To get started and learn more, including important safety information, Wegovy clinical study information, and restrictions, visit forhers.com.
High quality work, exceptional customer service, and fair, honest pricing. When trust matters, trust us.
Welcome back. Barrett Salee and Chris Domino with you. Ben Ingram and Darren O'Day will be on the call. 4:10 as the Braves look to win yet another series. Rain holding off for now. The tarp is not on the field. Players, grounds crew out there milling about. They just dragged the field. So they are getting the infield ready. Hopefully that continues. The rain stays away and we finish this game off without any rain delays. Although yesterday, Chris, it was kind of a fun rain delay show. A 42-minute rain delay show is, it's almost not enough time to get all the callers in.
Yeah, good. Listen, I hope it was thoroughly entertaining, and I hope, I don't know, was there a prevailing thought? Because a lot of times, and I've done that show a few times when things haven't been going well, I'm assuming it was mostly upbeat, or did anybody decide to, ready, fire, aim on anybody?
It was mostly upbeat. There was some obvious questions. When is JP going to be eligible to come back off the suspended list? And kind of laughed at that one. A lot of appreciation for Sandy Leone and Chadwick Tromp and Mauricio Dubon. Not a lot of anger. Not a lot of anger. It was good. It was good. Of the rain delay shows we've had. Now, granted, last year was my first year doing this, so there were a lot of really angry callers.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. If you're angry this year, you just got an issue.
You do have issues.
I got a guy. You can get a pill for that.
You can get a lot of things for that.
Just telling you can get a pill for it. I promise you can.
Oh, man. Don't forget, I'll break down the action and take your calls after the game. 680 Wrap-Up is driven by Jim Ellis Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Find your next car, truck, or SUV at JimEllisChevrolet.com. Let's get the keys to the game.
Time for tonight's Keys to the Game, driven by the Honest Car Guy, the new honest and transparent way to buy your next car. Save thousands at honestcarguy.com.
All right, Chris, mine is something we talk about quite a bit, and that is runners in scoring position. It does feel with this team this year like it is feast or famine, just getting in scoring position. They've been fine hitting with runners in scoring position. It just feels like feast or famine in terms of players actually getting there. 0 for 3 yesterday. It feels like we've had a ton of 0 for 3s, 1 for 4s, 1 for 5s, and then bam, 5 for 15, right? Just get in scoring position. Trust that your guys, your lineup is going to get you in, and don't try to do too much, because we are at or near the top of a lot of these runners in scoring position categories for a reason. It just seems like when we have bad days, they're really bad.
Well, on a day where, you had 11 strikeouts, you go, well, it wasn't that because they struck out 15 times. That's eliminating 5 innings worth of baseball. 5 innings, 27 outs. 15 of them just went away with a strikeout, and they still won the game. And that's been mine for a while now. Watch the home run numbers. They beat us 2-1. That didn't go very well. And the runners in scoring position, 3 opportunities. I've been using that feast or famine thing. I'm going to have to find something different now, because it feels like it's an Austin Riley thing. It feels like it's a runner in scoring position thing. And I don't want to get repetitive about this stuff, but creating opportunities, that's one to go and go with. They were 0 for 5. Okay, how'd we do? Well, they only got 2 solo home runs. That feels good with this team. And it ended up being a loss.
Right.
And you were really, and with all due respect, it was an uncontested loss. Because while you certainly had an opportunity with one swing of the bat to get in it, even win it, you just didn't produce it. So that was a them game. That wasn't an us game.
Yeah.
They shoved on us is what they did.
Yeah. And in a variety of different ways. And you, like you said earlier, if you're a guy who's throwing a no-hitter through 6, gets pulled out of the game before the 7th inning with arm injuries, you think, all right, now it's go time. Now we're going to get back into this thing. And it just didn't happen. So, get those opportunities, create those opportunities. If you have to, like we just saw on Friday, bunt, get guys over, situational hitting, situational awareness, steal bases, all of that stuff. We haven't seen a lot of stolen bases this year, and we thought that would be a big part of this. So, just get in scoring position and do your damage. Let your bats, do their work. All right, let's hear the pop quiz question.
Pop quiz, hot shot.
Domino's Pop Quiz, presented by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Visit allfourseasonsgarages.com.
I'll give you the number. It's 134. That's runs scored in a season since the year 2000. I'm looking for the guys who led Major League Baseball in runs scored.
Okay.
So it's just a total number. It doesn't matter what year. Two guys could have done it in the same year, but it's just start at 134 and up, and give me the guys who led Major League Baseball in runs scored so far this decade.
Okay.
It's the 12 or 13 most.
This decade?
No, 2000.
It's 2000, okay.
This century.
Gotcha.
Well, you're just going to look for guys who scored a minimum of 134 runs this century. Who would they be?
Okay. We will do that after the break. We'll also have diamond notes and a Wellstar Well stat of the day, from managing chronic conditions to staying on top of screenings. The experts at Wellstar will partner with you to help you feel your best. Together, we'll create a personalized game plan to help keep you healthy. Visit wellstar.org today. Wellstar, more than healthcare, people care. This is 680 Game Day, presented by Georgia's own credit union.
Baseball is on the way, but first a Subaru of Gwinnett break in the action on 680 Game Day.
Brian Finneran here, and buying a pre-owned vehicle is a big decision. It should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why at Beaver Toyota and Beaver Mazda, only the best vehicles are in a place.
Clorox Toilet Wand, it's all in one. Clorox Toilet Wand, it's all in one.
Hey, what does all in one mean?
The caddy, the wand, the preloaded pad. There's a cleaner in there, inside the pad.
So Clorox Toilet Wand is all I need to clean a toilet?
You don't need a bottle of solution to get into the toilet revolution. Clorox, clean feels good.
Use as directed.
Expertise you'd expect from a big bank, and the local decision-making and commitment to community from your neighborhood bank.
Hey, it's Lisa Leslie. How did I get here? I prepared for every game and for the years after.
Invest in your future with SPY, the original S&P 500 ETF from State Street, the official ETF partner of the WNBA. Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Visit statestreet.com/IM for prospectus containing this and other information. Read it carefully. SPY is subject to risks similar to those of stocks. All ETFs are subject to risk, including possible loss of principal. Alps Distributors, Inc. Distributor.
Put $300 in your pocket when you sign up for a new free business checking account with Mid-Florida Credit Union. No big bank bull. 0.00% annual percentage yield. Terms and conditions apply and must be met within 6 months. Insured by NCUA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Offices Tampa, St. Petersburg.
What we pay, what's an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honest.
Put $300 in your pocket when you sign up for a new free business checking account with Mid-Florida Credit Union. No big bank bull. 0.00% annual percentage yield. Terms and conditions apply and must be met within 6 months. Insured by NCUA.
Chris Domino with you. Of course, you can hear this game and every game on the 680 The Fan app. Just go ahead and download that. It's free. Apple Store, Google Play. There's CarPlay. There's Google Play. You can do everything with this app. Not only can you listen to every single game, plenty of interviews not only Braves, but every single sport. We get a lot of interesting interviews and interesting folks rolling through here, so you can hear all of that on the 680 The Fan app. Foster Griffin going for the Nats, Martin Perez going for the Braves, so it should be a very good matchup today. All right, let's hear that pop quiz question yet again.
Run scored. I'm really big on it. I believe it's a thing as other people throw new numbers out, throw old numbers out and old equations and what makes you a good ball player. I believe runs scored along with RBI determines how productive you are. Since the year 2001, we're looking at this century now. How many guys have scored, or give me the names of the guys who've scored at least 134 runs in any given season.
In any given season. We will do that a little bit later this segment, but first, let's get some Diamond Notes.
It's time for Domino's Diamond Notes.
All right, I'm going to start it right off with the Wellstar stat of the day. There is a guy named Aaron Ashby, who I talked about not too long ago. He is now 8-0. He is 8-0, pitching 31 innings this year. No relief pitcher has ever won 20 games. Leroy Elroy Face won 18, but he won 18 in 93. So this is really simple math. If you extrapolate Aaron Ashby's numbers out, maybe the greatest ratio of all time, 8 wins and only 31 innings. Get it to 93 innings, that's 24 wins. I'm not telling you he's going to do it, but if somebody asks you, hey, have you heard about this guy, Aaron Ashby? Yeah, just say he pitched for Milwaukee. He's 8-0, only throwing 31 innings. And by the way, it's a 2.61 ERA, which is fine, but it's not a .68.
Yeah.
It's a 1.4 change whip. It's not a .97 whip. It is incredible, the benefactor. And if you really look at their 3 best starters, I got a number on them. Do you know that they went 15 straight games and went 13-2 with guys on the mound who were not on the opening day 2025 roster?
Okay, say that again.
They went 15 games without a pitcher who had been on the opening day 2025 roster.
Really?
Going 13-2 this year.
Wow.
Yeah, starting pitchers that were not on the opening day roster in 2025.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, they're winning a lot, but they're starting pitching. There's a threesome there that's really, really good. Mazeroski, Harrison, Henderson, and it's good. That's 24 starts. Now, I'm not telling you Sal, Elder, Perez. I'm not going to try to do a comparison, but it is interesting. They have 3 guys that they're calling a big 3 already. Now, it's a 3rd week in May, big 3, but they've certainly done good work. Foster Griffin, I'm just going to do this now. Here's where I think the Nationals might have made a mistake. He spent 3 years in Japan.
Yes,
they gave him $5.5 million to come back this year. They only signed him to a 1-year deal. I always believe that if you... He's still arbitration. They brought him back for $5.5, which is still a pretty good chunk of money. I might have figured out a way, because you set the arbitration number a little bit higher, to just work out a 2 or 3 year deal.
Yeah.
Maybe get him through arbitration at a number where you go, I'm willing to bet him. Now, they're going to have him in arbitration, but at $5.5, having the year he's had so far, the number's going to go up.
Yeah.
I might have just said, hey, to come back from Japan, 3 for 15. And he might have just said, hell yeah, I'll take the 3 for 15.
Sure.
You never know how it's going to work, but they thought well enough of him to give a $5.5 million coming back from Japan. And we'll talk about him in a little bit. He has certainly been well worth it at that point. Today's the day, 1935. Cincinnati plays the Phillies. Why would that be a big deal? Well, Crosley Field in Cincinnati flipped the lights on for the first time ever. The first night game in baseball history happens on this date in 1935.
All right, there we go.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt, by the way, pushed a button at the White House. Now, my guess is he didn't really have a long wire.
I was going to say, some electrician come in and do that?
It's a brilliantly well-played marketing play. America's pastime, the President of the United States. Mr. President, will you hit the button and the lights in Crosley Field will turn on? My guess is there was another button someplace else in Crosley Field.
I would imagine so, yes.
But well played. Do you know
it's
there's
like Christmas Vacation in the basement.
Yeah, there's a quote from Bob Dylan, by the way. It's his 85th birthday. And I found this one because somebody put it up on Twitter. I don't know who it was, but I would like to say thank you. I'd like to be able to hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but you have to know your place. That's a quote from Bob Dylan.
I like that.
Yeah, I didn't know Bob Dylan had maybe an affinity towards the greatest game in American history.
I did not know that either. But learn something new.
Hit another home run. That's 248 from the 2-hole. That means now he's got the most ever from the 2-hole. As a matter of fact, it's 248. Aaron Judge at 206 is the guy behind him, and Ryan Sandberg hit 186. So that's your 1, 2, 3 home runs out of the 2-hole. Oh, and last one. Jacob deGrom. I started talking about this 4 years ago. He had 2 Cy Youngs and only 77 wins. Ladies and gentlemen, our great American nightmare is almost over. He now finally has 99 wins. He's 99-68. He is on the verge, Jacob deGrom, of winning that 100th game. And when I said it a few years ago, how old he was, and by the way, he's 38. I think I said at 34, he had 77 wins and 2 Cy Youngs, and everybody was telling me Hall of Fame. I said, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if he stays healthy enough to get to 100. Well, he's really good when he's healthy. He's finally at 99 wins.
It doesn't feel like that he's that old either. It just doesn't feel like he's been around that long.
Yeah, he ain't a child. He is not a child.
No, he's not.
Oh, I got one more for you because it seems impossible. You know what Mookie Betts did yesterday?
What did he do?
I swear to you. He made the last out in both. Oh, I shouldn't say both. He made the last out in the game in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. He made the last out in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning of a Dodgers win yesterday. Ground ball double play, fly ball to center field, ground ball, third to first.
Ooh.
7th, 8th, and 9th inning, the last out in 3 innings in a row to end. Not end a baseball game because, again, they were winning the game. But at the end of the day, it seems pretty tough to do.
That seems very difficult.
Yep. We can leave it at that.
All right.
Grant Holmes, by the way, had 18 whiffs. That was as much as Nathan Eovaldi and Grant Holmes both had 18 whiffs yesterday. That was the number one number in baseball.
Did you see Grant Holmes? His velo was down about 2.5. And he was asked about that. I mean, and look, it didn't hurt him. I mean, actually, he pitched very, very well, but that's a pretty significant drop. And he just said, hey, look, I just wasn't feeling it today. So,
okay. Well, I'm also going to tell you, the Craig Kimbrell of the Hall of Fame thing is going to get interesting. Maybe I'll do it in the next show. But John Franco was one and done on the Hall of Fame ballot.
Mm-hmm.
John Franco had 424 saves with a better WAR than now Kimbrell. Kimbrell is 440, but he's got less WAR and not much in the way of postseason. John Franco was done with 4.7% of the votes on his first ballot. This idea that we put Craig Kimbrell in and it was just a lock.
Right.
Now, I will also tell you, somebody else wrote an article saying these 4 teams could use Craig Kimbrell. And about a month ago, I said, we got a problem with closers in baseball. If Craig Kimbrell's in a bullpen after everything that's happened for the last couple of years, it might not just be closers. It might be guys in bullpen, because if he's an answer for anybody who's a contender, you might have a problem.
Yeah, we saw him that one game last year where it was 3 up, 3 down, but it was not a normal 3 up, 3 down. I mean, that velo was down, the movement was down, and I hope he's not one of those guys that gets dinged a little bit for bouncing around and maybe hanging on a little too long. He will. I mean, it's just not fair to him, I don't think. But whatever.
Well, again, 440 saves, that's a lot. Got to 100 and 200 and 300 really, really quickly. No WAR, no postseason.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that if John Franco, who played in New York, gets popped at a 4.7, one and done on a Hall of Fame ballot, this idea that Craig Kimbrell is going to walk in, that is not true anymore.
Yeah, it's not true. It's not true. I hope he does. I hope he wears a Braves hat after what we did to him last year. Maybe that's in doubt, but in my mind, for 5-6 seasons, he was the most dominant closer in baseball, and it wasn't even really close.
But he got to numbers like 100, 200, and 300 saves in record fashion.
Yep.
Just when it hit a wall, it hit a wall.
Yeah,
that wall was not getting knocked over.
You're right. I think he's done. After getting cut by the Mets, he has to be done.
I read an article where 4 teams were listed, 4, not 1, that could use, their word, not mine, Craig Kimbrell. And I was like, okay.
All right.
I'll back off.
Have fun.
Let's see what happens. All right, you ready to play?
Yes, I've got a lot of names written down. So we're going to go through a bunch of them. Remind everybody, what is this question?
All right, runs scored. I'm a really big believer in runs scored. Mm-hmm. So I looked at, from the year 2000, this century, how many guys, or give me the names of the guys who scored at least 134 runs. Yeah, it's kind of simple. Do you want to know what the number goes up to, or do you want to know at the end?
I want to know what it goes up to now.
Okay. 152.
Okay.
Is the most runs scored in this century in a season.
Okay. We will do that.
So it's 134 to 152, all the names involved.
Okay, let's start with the guy that I think is a lock, Shohei Ohtani. How about Aaron Judge?
By the way, he just made it at 134.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, no.
No Aaron Judge.
No Aaron Judge. Vlad Jr.
No Vlad Jr.
He got hurt. He just got taken out of the game, by the way, with an elbow contusion. So keep an eye on that. How about Vlad Sr.?
Oh, no.
That's 1 inning, 3 strikes, or 1 out.
Frederick Freeman.
Oh, no.
Wow, really?
Freddie had a 131 season. Did not make it to 134.
How about Mike Trout?
Oh, no.
Wow. A-Rod. Mookie Betts. How about Bryce Harper?
Oh, no.
Ronald Acuna Jr. 2003.
Ronald, by the way, 149 is the second stoutest number of the century.
Really?
Behind 152 from somebody else.
152 from somebody else. Okay. Albert Pujols. How about Sammy Sosa? How about Mark McGwire?
Oh, no.
How about Chase Utley?
Oh, no.
How about Jimmy Rollins? How about Matt Holliday?
Oh, no.
No, I'm going with the Rockies. How about Charlie Blackmon? How about Nolan Arenado? Just rolling through Rockies.
No.
Charlie, by the way, was one of the reasons I looked at this was I was trying to think about it. I hope Charlie's enjoying whatever it is he's doing, probably living in a tent down by the river.
Sure.
Maybe. I don't know if Charlie's ever going to shave the beard. I don't know if he's going to come back to us or not. But I really enjoyed him, and he had a couple of really good years.
Do you think that was a bit, or do you think he actually would be like one of those guys that lives in a van down by the river?
No, I think not a van. I think a tent. I just wanted to take it away from the easiest, lowest hanging fruit. But I think Charlie really enjoyed himself. Look, I saw the picture of the old ass truck he was driving around, and I don't know if that was work either because I know the contract he signed too. But I think his decency, and I'd had the chance to meet him a couple of times, and I know people who know him who've been with him socially. Really decent guy. Good. It's an incredible side by side. Joe, have you ever looked at his picture when he played at Georgia Tech?
Oh, yeah.
And then the Charlie Blackmon in Colorado?
It's a different person.
It looked like the guy who was on the run. The guy who committed 3 bank robberies and said, I got to disappear. Well, I better change my look because that's absolutely what it looks like.
It really does. Derek Jeter.
No.
These are the guys that have scored at least 134 runs in a season since 2000.
That is correct.
How about, but where am I? Mike John. How about Ryan Howard?
No.
Okay, this is out of left field. How about Chris Bryant?
No.
Grady Sizemore. Well, I was reaching for that one. How about Jeff Bagwell? There we go.
Jeff Bagwell is the guy at 152. He scored more runs than anybody.
152. Wow.
Yeah, Grady Sizemore was in. We'll give him that because there were a couple of repeats. But yes, Grady Sizemore did do 134.
Okay. How about Johnny Damon?
Yes. Johnny Damon had 136, but it was not in Boston or New York. It was in Kansas City.
Really?
That's the crazy part about the Johnny Damon.
I would have thought definitely Boston. I honestly don't even remember the Kansas City era of Johnny Damon. How about Christian Yelich?
No.
I know this guy had a couple of really good seasons with the Yankees. Curtis Granderson. Nice. How about Ryan Braun?
There's only one left.
Evan Longoria.
No.
How about Francisco?
That's an even 5 innings of outs.
So exactly what the Nationals gave us yesterday.
You have one left.
Francisco Lindor.
At least you were not no hit.
That is true.
No.
But there are a lot of names being thrown around today. This might be the pop quiz all time. Most names just thrown around.
Well, I'm out.
I know we had a little bit of time, and it was. Let me go to the guys. Now look, there are ways to look at this. There are guys like Albert Pujols.
Mm-hmm.
And there are guys like Jimmy Rollins.
Sure.
That you just go, okay, not created equally, but the ability to get on base.
Mm-hmm.
And remember this, when you hit a home run, you drove yourself in.
Yeah.
So you can go with classic leadoff hitters or the guys who get on base enough with enough home runs, or you just go with guys who, quite honestly, are just guys who get on base and do things. See Johnny Damon.
I have 2 more that I did not scratch off.
Look at how many home runs Curtis Granderson hit. Curtis Granderson might be that guy. Look at Curtis Granderson and Tony Gwynn's home run totals if you can, Joe. Because Curtis Granderson has more home runs than people think.
He does.
Tony Gwynn hit more home runs. Tony Gwynn with 300 stolen bases is the...
Curtis Granderson has 344 home runs.
I mean, that's a lot of home runs. How many did Tony Gwynn have? Because Tony's 300 stolen bases is the number that nobody knows existed.
He had 344 home runs.
Yep.
Tony Gwynn only had 135.
So I don't even think people thought he had 135. How many did Boggs have? Look at Wade Boggs.
Wade Boggs.
Oh, I don't even think people thought Tony could have hit. Tony might have hit 30 in a year, but when he went away from it,
Yeah, Boggs had 118.
Okay. Yeah.
Only 2 seasons with double digits.
Yeah.
What's Gwynn's biggest number, Joe, in a year?
Like 17, probably.
17.
Oh, there we go.
He had 5 in double digits.
Yeah.
They said he could have hit 30 if he just wanted to. Like Ohtani.
Yeah.
He could have just hit bombs if he
wanted.
And
Ichiro was kind of like that, too.
That's what I meant, Ichiro.
Yeah. I still have 2 that I did not scratch out. Trey Turner.
No.
And Luis Gonzalez.
No.
No.
You actually named all the guys in Colorado except one guy.
Andres Galarraga?
No.
Dante Bichette?
No.
Larry Walker?
No.
Todd Helton?
Yeah, boy, it took you 4 more guesses to get to the Hall of Famer.
I did.
Todd Helton had 135.
You know what? I was going through the Blake Street Bombers first. I didn't get to Vinny Castilla, so there.
I'll give you what's interesting about this. Bagwell the most in 2000. Only Ronald in 2023 and Ohtani in 2024 have been in this decade.
Really?
We're looking at the year 2000, 2001, 2007, 2007, 2000, 17, 03, 2000, 11, 19, 03. Yeah, so only 2 guys have actually entered in this decade, and a lot of it was done in the early 2000s.
Yeah, that kind of surprises me. That was a good question. That was a real good question.
You know who had in 2003? You know who for the Braves had 130?
2003. Was that the J.D. Drew year?
No.
That was not the Mark Teixeira year. That was Gary Sheffield.
Think of the opposite of the home run hitter. This is not the home run hitter version of scoring 130 runs. This is not hit 45 and drive yourself in.
Rafael Furcal?
Rafael Furcal scored 130 runs.
Really?
2003. That is correct. And what's really interesting, the Bonds, he finally has a guy who he played with.
Mm-hmm.
Barry Bonds has one teammate who's a Hall of Famer, and it took Jeff Kent. The other way to get in. But Bonds at 129, those are his big years. Even with the home runs, nobody was driving him in. Even with the walks, nobody was driving him in. It's crazy.
That was a one-man show.
It's crazy that Barry Bonds, when you look at names like Todd Helton, Chase Utley,
Jimmy Rollins,
Mookie Betts, and I'm not telling you they're not good players, but Bonds never had 130 season, and those guys did. So that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, that's surprising. That's surprising that Bonds never, because they were kind of a one-man show. they had
they got. Listen, when he was done, they found grinder scrappers, guys like Bumgarner in a year, Wilson the closer in a year. They had guys just do things. But the fact that Barry Bonds in those years never scored 130 runs is really sort of incredible.
It was basically Bonds and Jeff Kent. Those were the 2 guys on that team. Basically, everybody else was just kind of there, taking up space. And, maybe that's why they didn't win a World Series. But getting back to this year, Braves need to get this thing done. 7-1 in rubber games this year. So this is not new territory for the Braves. The whole winning series thing is something we take a lot of pride in. Hopefully that continues. And good news, the rain has held off for now. No tarp on the field, which is even better because we don't want to have a rain delay like we did yesterday. All right, for Lucas Kochevar and Joe Virgin behind the glass, he's Chris Domino. I'm Barrett Sully. Ford Leadoff Show coming your way right after this.
This is 680 Game Day.
Strike 3. Good calls. They're great in baseball games, and they're even better when you need a law firm. If you've been in an auto accident and need legal representation, do yourself a favor and get the best call there is. I'm attorney Ken Nugent. My team will fight for you.
Zach means business about his bike shop business, so he opened a free business checking account with Mid-Florida, who gave him $300. Guess his financial worries have rolled on out. Mid-Florida Credit Union, insured by NCUA, 0.00% annual percentage yield. Terms and conditions apply and must be met within 6 months.
Staples Business presents Facility Heroes. Thanks to you, the 5-second rule in the break room is applied liberally. Staples Business, reliable solutions for facility heroes. That was easy. Visit staplesbusiness.com today.
It's time for modern design to feel more like home. With the Bracken Collection by Ashley Lux, you can create an effortlessly inviting space without the splurge. Saying yes to plush boucle dining chairs to keep everyone around the dining table, and bringing the drama with a grand 4-poster canopy bed made with wood bathed in a French oak finish. It's warm, welcoming, and made for the spaces you live in most. Shop the Bracken Collection by Ashley Lux, available now in stores and online at ashley.com/lux.
That's a home run every time. Before the game, after the game, or any day you're at the Battery, make it a Blue Moon baseball.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance, intelligent all-wheel drive standard, ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
No matter how you listen, there's only one station to remember when it comes to Braves baseball.
680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Braves baseball. And the Ford Leadoff Show is setting the table for today's game.
1-2, and Riley charges one up, soaring high into the heavens and disappearing into the seats. And the Braves take the lead on the two-run homer by Austin Riley.
Braves baseball is on deck, and it starts every night on the Ford Leadoff Show. Presented by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Pitch swung on, hook to right field. Stay fair ball into the corner. Everybody touch the bags. Everybody get waved home. Here's a throw to the plate. Save! A 3-run double for Olsen.
We'll have the latest from the Braves clubhouse, a full breakdown of today's game, and an exclusive chat with manager Walt Weiss before the Braves take the field. Now, live from Truist Park, it's the Ford Leadoff Show on the Braves Radio Network.
And welcome into the Truist Studios here in the Battery, Atlanta. Barrett Salee and Chris Domino with you. We're getting you ready for Game 3, the rubber match between the Nationals and the Braves across the street at Truist Park. 4:10 first pitch. Ben Ingram and Darren O'Day will be on the call. Foster Griffin gets the ball for the Nats. Martin Perez for the Braves. And it was, I think it's fair to say, Chris, that yesterday was one of the most disappointing, frustrating games we've seen this season, because you have Grant Holmes. He's dealing. The rain delay comes in. He gives up 2 home runs, one of which he felt was just a matter of a good swing. The other was a mistake. The velo was down, but he had no problem with that. The bats couldn't get going. Jake Irvin leaves. You think you're going to have a chance after the guy who's been no-hitting you gets out of the game. Doesn't happen. Just a frustrating day all around.
Yeah, 3 runners in scoring position opportunities that didn't even feel like that. The 7th inning was your chance. Michael Harris breaks up the no-hitter at that point. Tip your cap to a guy who had a 5.8 ERA, and we were like, okay, time to sing for your supper, Irvin. And then a bullpen, which is arguably one of the worst ERA-wise in all of baseball, did everything they were supposed to do. When that guy goes away, you go, okay, now we have a better chance. But you didn't do anything with it except pick up a hit. You struck out 11 times, but hell, they struck out 15 times. They were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. That was one of those where you go, who wants it? I'll take it. And 2 solo home runs is a great way to take it on a day when the other team's just not going to swing a bat well.
Yeah, and Grant Holmes with 10 strikeouts, you asked him to do everything that he did. I mean, look, you make 2 mistakes, you give up 2 solo home runs, you strike out 10. That's a good day. That's a really good day, especially when you mix in a rain delay in the middle of that, a 42-minute rain delay, which if you're a pitching coach, that's kind of nearing the limit in terms of keeping a guy out there or removing him. No problems with Grant. It was not working. The bats didn't click. And again, you have those days. There haven't been many for the Braves this year, but you do have those days. And unfortunately, it was yesterday.
Yeah, we'll give you the pitching matchups coming up in a little bit. Martin Perez, the guy who could have been gone, but he's not. Now you look at it and you go, okay, let's rely on him because he looks reliable in either role coming out of the bullpen or as a starter. But you're 13-3 after losses. So you've made up for and you've made sure, as you have now still the second best record in baseball behind Tampa by a little bit, you've made sure and ensured that you really haven't had the streak. Mm-hmm. And how do you avoid the streak? Well, after you lose a game, win the next one. Can't have a losing streak if you win right after you lost one.
Yeah. Braves have only had 1 3-game losing streak. That was the last 2 to the Diamondbacks and the first one against the Angels. So trying to, this is a Braves team that, okay, look, they did win Friday, but you don't want to get into a point where you might be in jeopardy of that. The Braves typically have come back from these very, very well. Like you said, win after a loss. That's been sort of their MO this year. So, I think for the Braves, having that in your back pocket, knowing that you're able to rebound from games like that is definitely helpful. And you got the guy on the hill in Martin Perez, who, again, you didn't expect him to be as trustworthy as he is, but he is. Well, and so go feast on him. Go let him do his thing, and then take advantage of another lefty pitcher, because we've seen a lot of those this year.
One other thing about yesterday, boy, that must have been a tempting over in the runs line, and it had no shot. I mean, that's a crazy part. I got a guy with a 5.8 ERA. Mm-hmm. I got a really bad bullpen. I got 2 of the best offenses in baseball. One of them is a terrible defensive team. And by the way, Washington's a bad defensive team. And our ERA from the bullpen point, that had to be, and I don't know what the number was, but let me tell you something. The bookies, let's take that out of it. It sounds so cheap. Let's just say the places where there might have been a lot of plays in and over yesterday, absolutely we're dancing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have to wait till the end of the game because both offenses could explode, especially the Braves against that bullpen, but it did not. And that was the easiest under that maybe baseball has seen this year.
Yes.
Maybe the most unexpected under that baseball has seen on a nice-ish Saturday afternoon where you go, oh, wait, let's see how the fireworks actually explode in this one.
Yeah. And, this series, you expected two really high-scoring affairs with two really explosive offenses. You've had neither. So hopefully that changes, at least on the Braves side today. Before we hear from Walt Weiss, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Never miss a pitch of the Braves.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan, and streaming free on the Fan app.
Walt Weiss, he sat down with Ben Ingram earlier today. Let's hear that conversation. It is the Walt Weiss Report.
Before the Braves take the field, we chat with Braves manager Walt Weiss for the latest on today's game. Driven by Akins and Winder. See all their great deals at AkinsFord.com.
It is time once again for the Walt Weiss Report here on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network. Rubber game of this series, Braves and the Nationals. And Walt, you get shut out yesterday. That's going to happen time to time. But maybe one of the best things about your team is their ability to bounce back. They hadn't stayed down long this season, have they?
No, they haven't. That's what we're hoping for today. Just a strange day all around yesterday. Look at 4 o'clock. Once that sun peaks out, it's always a little tougher to see. I think maybe it has something to do with the 26 strikeouts between two teams. But it wasn't characteristic of our offense. We got completely shut down yesterday. But like you said, we tend to bounce back, and that's what I'm expecting today.
Yeah, definitely. You've split the first two games in this series. Has the series, the way that this thing has played out so far, has it surprised you, given that both of these teams score a lot of runs, and yet runs have been hard to come by?
Yeah, it's not. It hasn't lived up to the billing for sure. I mean, there's been good games, but pitchers' duels, against the two best offenses in baseball. So yeah, it's not how we thought it would go. But look, we can say that a lot in this game. It's sometimes the things just don't add up.
Yeah, I want to ask you about one of your relievers from yesterday. Dylan Dodd did a really nice job for you yesterday. Are you encouraged that he could be a really solid, consistent lefty for you moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. We always knew all along that Dylan would be a part of this thing this year. And the fact that he can give you multiple innings, he can pitch in some leverage if you need him to do that. It's a really nice piece to have out there. So, yeah, Dylan has certainly been a bright spot.
Speaking of pitching, Martin Perez goes for you today. He had 10 strikeouts, a career best for him in his last start. What did you notice that he did best in that last start?
It's more of the same with Martin. He clips the corners, and if you get teams that aren't aggressive swinging the bat, you get a lot of called third strikes with Martin because it's the last couple feet that ball's, turning toward the outside corner of the plate and clipping the corner. So he's been doing that his whole career, changes speeds, got a really good changeup. The cutter changeup combo is really effective. So, yeah, he knows what he's doing out there, and he's been great for us.
All right, one final question. I want to ask you about one of their players. James Wood is a pretty impressive player, no doubt. He's just 23. Would you go as far as saying he's one of the top young stars in our game?
Absolutely. Yeah, dangerous because the power is big time power to all fields. If he catches it a little late, he's gonna go to left field, probably 30 rows deep. So it's big time power, and it's just a really dangerous hitter, a really talented player, and you could tell he's on cruise control, and he reminds me of a little bit of Andrew Jones in that way, where it never looked like there was a lot of effort in their game. And I think that the really good players, they tend to look that way. It's not a max effort, every time they're out there. So James Wood is like that. And he looks very calm, very relaxed, and plays at the highest level.
Yeah, absolutely. Walt, as always, enjoyed the visit. Best of luck today, and we'll catch up with you after the game.
All right. Thank you, Ben.
You got it. This has been the Walt Weiss Report on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Thanks, Skip. We've got even more Braves coverage on the way as the Ford Leadoff Show continues next on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Thanks to you, Akins Ford & Winder was America's #1 retail volume Ford dealer last year, and we're not letting up. Hi, this is Brad Akins, and we appreciate everyone who helped get us to the top. So at Akins Ford, we'll continue to bring you the best prices on the largest selection of Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs. No games, no gimmicks. So the next time you're ready to buy, come see us at Akins Ford & Winder or visit us at AkinsFord.com. Claim based off Ford's 2025 retail sales report. Akins, we're closer, bigger, and sell more Fords than you think.
Attention, Braves Braves fans, we have a major announcement. Tire Discounters is back as the tire retailer partner of the Braves. Here's their snazzy jingle.
Sorry to interrupt, but all of us at Tire Discounters are really excited because if the Braves hit a home run, we're giving all the fans a great deal. Cash off on select tires and free alignment. And a free oil change. Okay, roll it. See store for details.
Cancer. One small cell can change everything. Beating it takes something big. Northside Hospital Cancer Institute is built for it. Built for breakthroughs, pioneering clinical research, treatment, and surgical innovation with the most cancer centers and board-certified oncologists in Georgia. We're built around you with personalized care from screening through survival. Northside Hospital Cancer Institute, built to beat cancer.
Braves Country Fest, presented by Truist, is June 13th, featuring Cody Johnson, Ella Langley, and more. Get tickets at braves.com/BCF.
When you need a lawyer after an auto accident, make the right call. I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm based right here in Georgia. Other big-name legal teams aren't even from this area.
Right one.
We'll get you your money quick, while other legal teams waste your time.
Right two.
And our team is with you from start to finish. Other legal teams pass you off to a secondary team.
Right three.
Make the right call. Call Ken.com. One call, that's all. Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Kenneth S. Nugent, PC, attorneys at law. 1355 Peachtree Street, Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309.
As the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves, the original Louisiana hot sauce is here to make sure all your favorite ballpark eats can't be beat. It's like a beautifully balanced 5-tool power hitter made with peppers, vinegar, and salt, bringing the right kind of heat for whatever's going on the grill. Hot dogs, burgers, and all those fully loaded brats. Grab the original Louisiana hot sauce for a taste that always hits. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
Hey Braves fans, spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Get your morning baseball fix with Atlanta Braves today, weekday mornings at 7:45, and listen for your chance to win a pair of Braves tickets before 8 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
We are covering all the bases on the Ford Leadoff Show, brought to you by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Welcome back. Barrett Salee and Chris Domino with you. Braves and Nats coming your way for 10 first pitch. Don't forget, your local expert for foundation repair is AquaGuard. Book your free inspection now at aquaguard.net. When things get going this afternoon, you'll get these lineups. For the Nats, leading off in left field is James Wood. For batting second and playing third base is Curtis Mead. Batting third, the first baseman, Andres Chaparro. Batting fourth, the shortstop, C.J. Abrams. Batting fifth, playing right field, is Dylan Cruz. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, Dalen Lyle. Batting seventh, the center fielder, Jacob Young. Batting eighth and playing second base is Nasim Nunez. And batting ninth, doing the catching, is Kiber Ruiz, and they will be behind Foster Griffin. For the Braves, leading off as the designated hitter, I should say, is Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting second, the left fielder, Mauricio Dubon. Batting third and playing first base is Matt Olson. Batting fourth, playing second base is Ozzie Albies. Austin Riley will bat fifth, and he'll man third base. Batting sixth in center field is Michael Harris II. Eli White gets the start in right, and he'll bat seventh. Batting eighth at shortstop is Ha-Sung Kim, and batting ninth, the catcher Sandy Leone, and they will be behind Martin Perez. So we knew we were going to get Ronald Acuna Jr. as the designated hitter at some point. You're going to have half days. Walt said that even before the season even started, that you're going to have half days. You're going to give guys a chance to get off their feet. And for Ronald Acuna Jr., still coming back from an injury, not even a week in to his return, you probably want to give him a day or two off. You get a half day today. You get an off day tomorrow. You get all day on Tuesday in Boston. Good chance to keep him off his feet for the next couple of days and let him focus solely on hitting, because it has not been great so far this season, especially yesterday.
Well, yeah, not a good day for him. Ozzie had an at-bat. It didn't go very well for him. But, yeah, let's go down to the next one. But it's also getting Eli White some at-bats. You put Eli White in right field. You don't take Ronald's bat out of the lineup. Day off tomorrow, you can sort of play that game of it's an extra sort of amount of time off his feet, and that would be realistic. But Eli White, has he had an at-bat since they
he had a pinch hit Friday, I believe.
Yeah, he has not played a game, though, since they took him off concussion.
I don't think so.
So it is time, day off tomorrow, everything sort of, again, whatever it is. Whole bunch of different lineups this year. I've lost count as to how many different lineups it is. But at the end of the day, there is a method to it. Don't call it madness. There's madness, and then there's a method. It doesn't feel like madness now when you're trying to figure out Ronald after yesterday. Give him a little bit of time to just take the bats.
Yeah.
Don't get, and by the way, he had another one of those throws that was a wild throw to third base. Every time I watch them, and they've done it a multiple of times. People don't believe me when I tell you this. I watch infield, and everybody goes, "Oh, a lot of people take infield." I've watched outfield multiple times where every outfielder is standing in the outfield at their position. They throw to second, they throw to third, they throw to home, and Ronald, because I think it's Ronald, he actually threw one day to first base, thinking, okay, this is that moment where you don't want to get out of the box really well.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit shallow. So he threw one. I think he even surprised Matt Olson a little bit, but everybody laughed about it. But he had one last night that was pretty close at third.
When you see them work, it's usually before batting practice. Yeah, their infield practices are like a 12, 13-year-old team where they are just nonstop energetic. They are getting after it. They are, this is like an all-star high school or middle school team, like in terms of intensity. You don't see that all that often. It's, a lot of times it's just go about your business, get your work done, get ready for the game and move on. I mean, it's structured. It's formulaic. It's not something you see every day.
Well, then it gives them back-to-back days of show and go too.
Yeah.
Which basically for everybody, no BP on the field. It's there if you want it. You want to work on the infield. If you bring a coach out, they'll do it for you. But he had back-to-back Fridays and Saturdays after coming off the road. And I don't even know what today might have been.
Today was a show and go too.
Okay. Because of the weather, he's given them an opportunity to spend a little time with family, get off your feet a little bit more. You've done the work. Again, they've done the work.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those where you just go, okay, get in here, be responsible. If you need treatment, you're going to get treatment. If you need to do anything extra, ask a coach. You can be in the cage, you can get flips, and you can certainly work on the infield if you want to.
Yeah, 13 days, games in 13 days. It's a grind, and yeah, they got back here, and it's a little different. It's for us, I'm used to we get information on when the clubhouse is open, when the press conference with Walt is, and BP. I'm like programmed now to think, okay, 7:15 game, clubhouse open at 3:25, Walt at 4:20, like bam, 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 all the way done. And the last 3 days, I'm like, wait, we don't get to do that today. Like, this is not normal. And it makes sense after this long stretch to give them a chance to sort of go about their business and they're responsible. They're adults. They know what they need. They know what they don't need.
Well, I like the game of baseball, but I also like the stuff that leads to the game of baseball. Watching guys take infield, just watching who's doing what in the outfield, who's running because they need the running, what pitchers are coming out of the bullpen. There's a lot you can glean from being in the ballpark early. I used to say that about NBA games. I get down early, shoot around some of the best time to hear some of the best stuff, and you see what guys working. I watched Kobe Bryant and I watched Ray Allen probably work harder, longer than anybody I'd ever seen. And I mean, I'm talking about being in the building 3 hours early. Great time to talk to coaches, great time to talk to an executive or two. You get there early, fantastic. But I watched guys who worked. And here with this, when you do it for this long, you just sort of want to vibe as to how the team is feeling. Who's inside, who's outside, who's hitting inside, what somebody might be doing. And you ask a guy, do flips today? I didn't see you out here hitting. You get information, you get a glean. Who's in the bullpen, who's doing what in the outfield, because you watch pitchers in certain, whatever their daily routine is. If they're a starter, you get a little in tune to what their daily routine is. So you talk about it. And if you see something a little bit different, you have an opportunity to ask a guy.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not in the bullpen today? No, here's why I'm not. I did some things over here. I wanted to get more running in. Okay. Really, really good, interesting way. If anybody aspires to do any of this crap for a living, One of the things that you can learn is it's not just watching games.
It's not.
It's having an ability to have conversations with coaches beforehand, players beforehand, and just seeing what kind of mood people are in and why they're doing what they're doing on the field.
And for these Braves, I've noticed that a lot of them are in great moods all the time. We talked about Ronald when Ronald was hurt. I mean, you could not tell that he was hurt when he was out taking BP and messing around before games. It was like he was like he's the happiest dude in the world. I mean, he was just extremely energetic, and really this team in general has been like that all season long. We'll take a break. When we come back, speaking of, we'll talk about how they've responded to the little adversity they've faced this year. Braves and Nats, they're on deck, brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. This is the Forward Leadoff Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Spring is back in Braves country, which means it's time to get your yard ready for the season ahead. Cookouts, backyard catch, friends and family together, your lawn is the backdrop to it all. So this season, get your lawn ready with Pennington and keep it strong all year long. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew, Pennington is all about thick, durable grass, built for life's big and small moments. Pennington grass seed, available at the Home Depot.
Braves country is Bronco country. This is Michael Harris II. On or off-road, there's a lot of great and exciting places to check out. And the best way to do it is in the powerful off-road ready Ford Bronco. See you out there.
For great offers on a new Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport SUV, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Bronco and Bronco Sport are trademarks of Ford or its affiliates. All rights reserved.
Hi, it's Chuck Dowdle. If you're ready for a better checking account, my friends at Georgia's Own Credit Union can help. Open an all-access checking account from Georgia's Own, and you'll get access to more than 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide and get paid up to 2 days early. Best of all, for a limited time, earn a welcome bonus when you open a new all-access checking account. To learn more, visit georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Georgia's Own is federally insured by the NCUA. Restrictions apply. Visit georgiasown.org for complete details.
Hurry and play Cash Fort today to instantly win an extra $444. Now through June 30th, only from the Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day.
Nothing is quite as American as supporting the home team. At Quikrete, it's what we've been doing for over 80 years, making products that give homeowners and contractors the confidence to quickly and easily knock out their to-do list. So, whether you need a set a fence post, make a repair, or replace your patio, you can count on the yellow bag of Quikrete concrete mix to help you get the job done right. Pick up the Quikrete yellow bag at your favorite home improvement center. Quikrete, it's what America's made of.
Braves fans, when you listen to the game, you know there's more happening than what shows up in the box score. The same is true after a truck crash. These cases aren't like car accidents. Different rules, different playbook. I'm attorney John Foy, the strong arm. I know how trucking companies move fast to protect themselves and what they hope you never find out. If you've been hit by a big truck, you need someone who's ready to step up and swing for the fences. Make the right call. Attorney John Foy & Associates, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
I remember the hard road that led to this moment.
And the MLB Comeback Player of the Year is Atlanta Braves pitcher Johnny Venters.
Every day I work towards a better future for my family, my teammates, and my community. Having a setback in life can be devastating, but each challenge is a setup for your strongest comeback.
Braves win!
That's why I trust Globe Life. For over 125 years, they have been helping families protect their financial future. Globe Life. Make tomorrow better.
Make it a habit to keep your radio on, the radio home of the Atlanta Braves while you work. Lock in Cellini and Domino weekdays from 10 to 2 on 680 The Fan, 93.7, and The Fan app.
It's the Ford Leadoff Show, brought to you by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves, and where you can find great offers on a new adventure-ready Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport. Braves country is Bronco country.
Welcome back. Barrett Salee and Chris Domino with you. Game 3 of the 3-game set. Braves looking to win yet another one as they face the Nats. Martin Perez on the mound for the Braves. Foster Griffin for the Nats. We'll break down that pitching matchup in just a little bit. So far, so good in terms of weather. To be honest with you, Chris, I didn't even expect to be here when we woke up today. I expected them to postpone this game because it did not look good. You look outside. The sun's out, the sky's blue. I keep looking at the forecast and it says, hey, you know what? It's going to start raining, and then pushes it back an hour. And I mean, I'm convinced, and we'll get weather here in a little bit from Alex Forbes. It looks good. It looks like it's a day for baseball today.
Yeah, I think the word swampy, though. It might be a little bit swampy out there today. So just dress accordingly, drink accordingly, do whatever it is you got to do to make sure that understand it might be a little bit humid on top of everything else if it's not rain coming down on you.
Yeah, Braves 14-1-1 in series, 7-1 in rubber games this year. There are just a couple streaks where they've lost 3 straight. Aside from those, 8 of 11 of those losses have been followed by wins. This team bounces back consistently.
13-3, I think, is the overall number coming after a loss.
813 winning percentage coming after a loss. That tells you, it's one thing to have like a stopper, as a pitcher having a stopper. This whole team feels like stoppers. When something bad happens, when something negative happens, they're able to bounce right back, and it just seems like it's a 180 from last year. It's nice to see. It's nice to be a part of this.
Well, go ask the Cubs what it's like to really feel like we can beat anybody. 2 10-game winning streaks, but then I think they went 2-8 in their last 10 or the 10 after that. So you found yourself being a first place team. Cincinnati had a moment in first. The Cubs come and get them, and all of a sudden the Cubs aren't in first place anymore, because when division races are tight and you win 20 games in a row with 2 10-game winning streaks, you go, okay, how many games in first am I? And the answer is none. You realize that, what it is to get there might not be something you can rely on every day, because that dip, that 2-8, and everybody's prone to it. I don't care how good you are. It feels like certain teams just should not have 2-8. This Braves team feels like it should not have a 2-8, but it's certainly possible.
It will. I mean, I think it will at some point. Craig, I was listening to a national show. I guess it was last night driving home, and they were talking about Craig Counsell's job being in jeopardy. And I started thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, 2 10-game winning streaks, and it's May 24th. But then it's like, wow, you can make an argument that maybe it should be based on these losing streaks.
I'll tell you his problem. They've lost 7 in a row. They paid him a lot of money to come get Boy Genius from Milwaukee. Yeah. And it's Pat Murphy who's got back-to-back Manager of the Year titles with an opportunity, again, at 30-19. And I gave you a number earlier. They went on a 15-game stretch where they were 13-2, and none of their starting pitchers were on the opening day 2025 roster. I don't think you could ever really, or you're supposed to win a Manager of the Year 3 years in a row, but if you really look around the National League, you're not going to give it to anybody in Los Angeles. You're really probably not going to give it to Atlanta, although Walt Weiss is a different guy, might be up for that when you look at the injuries. Actually, I will say he will be up for that. Even though they're expected to win, this might be above and beyond. So let's just look at Manager of the Year candidates. Don Mattingly, has he been there long enough to say the turnaround? It's legit. Maybe he's supposed to get consideration. But Pat Murphy at 30-19 is going to get consideration. I just don't think you can physically hand over a Manager of the Year award to somebody 3 years in a row.
Yeah, that's like Nick Saban winning Coach of the Year. Well, yeah, of course.
Let me throw another one. Oli Marmol, a team that was supposed to be terrible in St. Louis, 2 games out, 29-22. He would be a candidate as well. Although I'm not sure that what they do is going to be sustainable.
Yeah. What about, why am I drawing? Kevin Cash.
So if we're talking about the American League, again, 34-15 and no payroll at all. And a guy like Chandler Simpson being a guy who doesn't hit home runs, who basically is at the top of your lineup, and everybody said, well, where the hell did that come from? You might give credit to the manager for that. It feels that way.
Yeah.
Mark Kotsay, we say, well, the A's were in first place. They're 26-26.
A's.
Well, let me tell you something about them. They lost 2 games this year in a 7-day span where they gave up only 2 hits and lost both games. Now, I bet them at 74.5. I ain't claiming them. I don't want them. They're not my anything. I got a slip that tells me if you lose 2 games when you give up 2 hits in a 7-day span, which is really hard to do, how hard is it? Well, it hadn't been done since 1964. That's how hard it is. I got to get to 75 wins. Everything after that is you can do whatever you want. You can claim them, denounce them. I don't care. But that's an incredible span in 7 days to drop 2 ball games, and you're 26-26 at this point. So I don't think Mark Kotsay is really a Manager of the Year candidate right now.
No, but they are still doing just fine. Nobody expected them to even sniff first place, and yet here they are.
Well, Seattle is the team that you go, well, why is Seattle under 500 at 25-28? They're a disappointment.
Yeah, they are.
I can give you grades for teams this year in baseball. I mean, the Detroit Tigers, They're 1-9 in their last 10, and I don't care if Schuerholz back or not. I can tell you this. That's an F.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I mean, as great as Schuerholz is, he does only play once every 5 days when he's healthy. So, yeah, that's big time. That is
Houston Astros, F. New York Mets, F.
Well, Mets always getting now. That's their baseline.
San Francisco
they have to
Giants,
improve otherwise.
F.
Do they? I mean,
F.
Okay.
When you hired Tony Vitello,
fair,
and you're in charge of that, and you swung and missed on a couple of free agents. Look, I'm not telling you they have names there, although they do. By the way, they. I'll bet you. Go look at this. Do the Giants have a $200 million payroll? Find out if the Giants have a $200 million payroll, because I'm going to tell you they are an F. Baltimore Orioles, D-.
Yeah.
Boston Red Sox, F.
That's an F for sure.
I mean, I'll do this all day if you want. Kansas City's disappointment.
Yeah, it's just under 200 for the Giants. Yeah. I didn't think it was that high, but you're right. It is. That's okay. Maybe it is an F. And man, my goodness, the Tony Vitello thing not working out the way that a lot of people expected.
I'll give Colorado a break. They're not good. They had a moment where it looked like, they're not good, but they're not expected to be good.
Yeah. The White Sox.
D, C-.
The White Sox, not expected to be good. They're fine. They're fine.
White Sox.
Yeah, better than fine.
White Sox are better than
fine. I still
they
can't
don't even know
believe
what to
that's
do with. They don't even know what to do with themselves on May 24th being a game over 500. I'm serious.
They don't. I would imagine they don't. Unfortunately for them, the Cubs are taking up a lot of the oxygen in sports media in Chicago. I would bet.
The Chicago White Sox. There might be a professional soccer team in Chicago that gets more run than the White Sox. There's one thing to be the stepchild, to be the younger brother. They're much more than that. It's like the Angels in Los Angeles. You had your opportunity to matter, and you don't. You didn't, and you don't. Therefore, you get talked about the way you get talked about as an other.
Yeah.
Between the Chicago Bears and even the Bulls stinking, there's something there that just garners up more than the Chicago White Sox. But again, one game over 500.
Good for them.
They might be a B+.
Yeah.
Relatively
speaking, you might be right. We'll get to the pitching matchup coming up on the other side of the break. You're listening to the Ford Leadoff Show, brought to you by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Hey, Atlanta baseball fans, it's Ben Ingram. Spring is here, and the excitement of a new season is in the air. It's also the perfect time to upgrade your backyard with TimberTech decking. TimberTech combines innovative technology with real-world resilience to deliver the beauty of wood without constant maintenance. Built to handle sun, storms, and years of gatherings, TimberTech is designed to perform season after season. Order free samples or connect with a contractor near you at TimberTech.com. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
Strike three. Good calls. They're great in baseball games, and they're even better when you need a law firm. If you've been in an auto accident and need legal representation, do yourself a favor and get the best call there is. I'm attorney Ken Nugent. My team will fight for you and stick with you from start to finish, working hard to get your money quick. Give our team a call. 404-CALL-KEN. One call, that's all. Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
NFS Nugent, PC, Attorneys at Law, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309.
Hey, Braves fans! SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the A. Meaning SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of... The official ticket marketplace of... That ball was crushed! And...
Did you see that?
Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Braves games or to any other live event across Braves country, SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be part of every home team win. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of... Let's go Braves! Braves Vision is your new TV home of the Atlanta Braves. Stream live or on the go with a Braves.tv subscription. Start your free trial at Braves.tv.
Life is a circle. At Emory Healthcare, this circle contains the first breakthroughs that bend fear toward hope. Echoes that become second chances. Love regained, tomorrow reclaimed. Emory is driven by firsts because second chances matter to keep life's circle moving forward. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
When it comes to shipping, Saia Freight and Logistics delivers a grand slam. As the exclusive freight and logistics partner of the Atlanta Braves, Saia provides comprehensive nationwide service focused on customer satisfaction. For over a century, Saia has delivered the smart solutions and reliable shipping businesses both big and small depend on. When service is everything, it's a yes. Step up to the plate with Saia. Visit Saia.com. That's SAIA.com.
Hey, Braves Country, it's Tom Glavine, and when my ride needs a wash, I trust the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves, Tidal Wave Auto Spa. With hundreds of convenient locations, all-star customer service, and cutting-edge equipment that gets my ride sparkling clean in just 3 minutes, Tidal Wave is a game-changer. Visit TidalWaveAutospa.com to find a location near you.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
Hey, Braves fans, make it a habit to call me after every Braves game during 680 wrap-up on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
This is the Ford Leadoff Show, brought to you by your local Ford dealer. For great offers on an adventure-ready Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport, go to Ford.com today. Braves Country is Bronco Country.
Welcome back. We're rolling along here on the Ford Leadoff Show. Barrett Salee and Chris Domino with you. 4:10 first start across the street at Truist Park. It'll be Foster Griffin on the mound for the Nats. Martin Perez for the Braves. Let's break it down.
It's time for the Strong Arm Pitching Matchup. Brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law, where they treat every client with dignity, compassion, and respect. Get the Strong Arm today. JohnFoy.com.
All right, Foster Griffin, 30 years old, 6'3", 225 out of Orlando. He was a first-round pick in 2014. Not bad this year, 5-2, a 4.02 ERA, 18 walks, 54 strikeouts, a 118 whip, and a 225 opponent batting average. Last time out, 5 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, no walks, and 5 strikeouts in a win over the Mets. Got a lot of weapons in the arsenal: cutter, four-seamer, sweeper, sinker, changeup, curveball, low 90s fastball, low 90s sinker. This is a guy who does give up hard hits, gives up a lot of contact, 12.4% barrel percentage. That ain't great. That's the bottom 9% in the league.
So what I found interesting was first-round pick. He makes it to the bigs at 24 years old with Kansas City in the COVID year. But in 23, 24, 25 is playing in Japan. Now, I don't know if he learned one of those Japanese look at off-speed pitches. Mm-hmm. Maybe he did. They got him for $5.5 million, which means they paid pretty good money. I don't know what he did in Japan. I really don't care. But they did bring him back, and he's still arbitration eligible for another year, I think, after this year. So they can get him if they want him through arbitration, which is all interesting. But the fact that they might have found something in this guy is really the most interesting part of it. $5.5 million. He's pitched better. I can tell you the strikeout to walk numbers, they're not through the roof. He's less than 3-1. I can tell you that his whip, 117, good number. He's gone 7 innings twice in his last 5 starts. My God, build him a statue. Because that's the type of thing that I don't know if they expected that, but 5, 4 1/3, 7, 6, 7. That's his last 5 starts. He's given up a couple of bombs in his last 2 starts, in case you're wondering. Which is kind of interesting as he walks into this building today.
Yeah, I mean, in with the Yomiuri Giants, take it for what it's worth, but 2.75 ERA in 2023, 3.01 in 2024, a 1.62 in 2025. He was an all-star. So, look, it's not the same as the major leagues, obviously, but he's consistent. He was consistent in Japan, and you look at his season this year, a 4.02 ERA, 18 walks, 54 strikeouts. By national standards, I mean, that's really good. I mean, that's exceptional based on what they've done this year.
So we know about Washington. Scored more runs, gave up more runs. He gave up 5 earned runs in his last start. Team bailed him out in a 9-6 win. Now, the game before that, he gave up 9, and this must have just been an eat-it game because his team got beat 15-1 that day. So we paid you $5.5 million. He went 4 1/3 in that one. It was not a good outing. But again, if you look at his numbers, 5, 4 1/3, 7, 6, 7. He's given him a little bit of that. He's given up 5 home runs in his last 3 starts. Keep that in mind as he attacks the Braves today.
Nobody on the Braves roster has more than 3 at-bats against him, and obviously the last 3 years he was in Japan, so nobody recently has had any success against him except earlier this year. Martin Perez, 2-2, a 2.85 ERA, 13 walks, 38 strikeouts, a 1 flat whip. and a 193 opponent batting average. In terms of surprises this year, he is that guy. A career high 10 strikeouts last time out, I should say. He is the 17th oldest pitcher to log his first double-digit strikeout game. He's 35. 17th oldest to log his first double-digit strikeout game.
I think it was also game started. He went a really long way. You had to go back a number of years, decades, I think, in the record books to find a guy with that many starts without a 10 strikeout game, but he's done that. He doesn't look his age. He doesn't feel his age now. He feels like he's important. For a guy who got available for all of Major League Baseball for a minute, he really is more important than a guy it seems that you DFA at some point during the season.
Yeah, for sure.
Like getting him back was maybe sort of a little bit of a good luck, good break, godsend type thing. But I'm not really sure that guys who get DFA during the season and end up back with the same team really seem like, I think this guy's pretty important. So they might have dodged a bullet. We all might have dodged a bullet in the sense that Martin Perez's ability to go from starter to bullpen to starter makes him a little bit of a unicorn. And we know how pitching goes in Major League Baseball. You better not believe that you have a plan because it's like boxing. You got a plan, you get punched in the face. And the other one I like is you make a plan and God laughs. If you say something out loud about pitching, I promise you, if not the God, if you believe in one, the baseball gods will get a hold of you and let you know that you really shouldn't have put that out into the universe.
It's true. They absolutely will. Opponents hitting 096 against Martin Perez's changeup this year. I think at some point when players start getting healthy, you start getting Waldrop and Schwellenbach and A.J. Smith-Shawver, who was actually coming along quite nicely. I think people sort of forget that he's part of this group too. Eventually, Martin Perez, I think, is going to go back into the bullpen. Now, Dylan Dodd, you heard Walt talk about Dylan Dodd a couple of segments ago in the Walt Weiss report that, Dylan Dodd has always been a part of this, whether it's, he's going to go up and down, but Walt always considered him a part of this. But now, if Martin Perez goes back into the bullpen once starters start getting healthy, that's another asset that the bullpen has that nobody really expected.
Somebody's going to have to take Martin Perez's job, though. That's the other part of this.
Yeah.
He's going to get another handful of starts, it feels like, to actually prove that he shouldn't be the one that comes out of the lineup for anybody.
Yeah.
Now, his flexibility to go to the bullpen makes him a candidate. I'm going to tell you this. When you watch him, he's really good with the off-speed stuff, the changeup especially. I would imagine if you're guessing changeup, fastball comes, you have no chance to react. If you guess fastball and a changeup comes, watch how far out in front. He is what he is. Numbers wise, record wise, what his role is. I'm not trying to create anything he's not. But when it's on, his ability to make his fastball look like it's got a little bit more, and his ability to make you look foolish if you guessed wrong, it still is evident.
Yeah.
At 35 years old, 10 strikeouts later, you realize there's still a chance to make Major League hitters really not know what's coming next.
Yeah, plenty of gas left in that tank.
He had some swings in his last outing where it looked like rear end and elbow. Like one of those where you go, I'm sorry, up is down, down is up. And I don't know how often that'll show up, but it was really good. I think 5 innings was plenty for him that day because the bullpen was in an okay place.
Yeah.
That's going to be the thing. What are the pitch counts? What do you want to do? Do you want to push him? My guess is you're probably not going to push him very often in this world.
Yeah, especially with the day off tomorrow, the first day off in 2 weeks. The sun is, it's not out, but it's overcast, no rain falling from the sky, which is very, very shocking considering all of the doom and gloom that we thought we'd have this morning. Let's get a check of our weather from the Fox 5 Storm Team and Alex Forbes.
I'm Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Alex Forbes on the Braves Radio Network with your Atlanta Braves game day forecast. I do expect it to storm at Truist Park at some point this afternoon. That, of course, could affect the 4:10 first pitch or at any point after the game starts. You can stay connected to the Fox 5 Storm Team and track the storms using the Fox Local app. Download it on your smartphones and smart TVs.
Alex, don't like that one bit. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get the keys to the game. This is the Ford Leadoff Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Napa has the parts and the expertise to help your business stay ahead of the game. That's why Napa is a proud partner of the 2026 Atlanta Braves. 2 legends driven to win from the field to the open road. While Napa is powering fleets and garages across the country, the Braves are delivering pennants, MVPs, and championships. So no matter the size of your business, Napa are the pros that know how to keep you moving at full speed.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Attention Braves fans. Ever wanted to win a Yanmar ZTR or a Yanmar limited edition SA223 tractor? Well, here's your chance. It's the Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning. During the 8th inning of every Braves game, one lucky fan will be selected for a chance to win a Yanmar ZTR if the Braves pitcher strikes out the side. Plus, at the end of the season, you could win the grand prize, a Yanmar limited edition SA223 tractor. Register now at Braves.com/Yanmar for your chance to win. The Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning, where the excitement never stops.
The Braves have over 20 gate giveaways this season, from bobbleheads to wearables. See them all at Braves.com/promos.
Hey everyone, want to hear an amazing stat I learned from my doctor at Peachtree Orthopedics? He told me 90% of their patients get better without surgery. Once I heard that, my worries totally went away. I got the right diagnosis, followed by the recovery protocol with a little PT, and the next thing I knew, I was better. I can't believe I put it off as long as I did. I promise they have the right program for you too. Simple steps so you can get better. Call now to make an appointment or visit PeachtreeOrthopedics.com.
Real Braves fans know a reliable outfield is key to winning games. Braves fans also know that when it comes to buying their next new vehicle, they can always rely on Landmark Auto Group. With Georgia's best deals on new Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram vehicles, and 3 convenient locations in Morrow, Atlanta, and Athens, you're never too far from a Landmark store. Or shop us online at shoplandmarkcars.com. Landmark Auto Group, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Always the best deal, always.
This spring and summer, the world's biggest names in soccer are coming to downtown Atlanta. Stay where the city gathers at Omni Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Park, just steps away from Mercedes-Benz Stadium and State Farm Arena. Skip the traffic when you stay with easy access to dining, entertainment, and the energy of Centennial Park District. Book now and take advantage of special seasonal offers now before it's too late. Plan your spring and summer staycation at omnihotels.com/Atlanta.
Start your weekend with me, Buck Ballou, and Kelly Kroll. Saturday mornings from 9 to noon on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Braves country is Bronco country. You're listening to the Ford Leadoff Show, brought to you by your local Ford dealer and the legendary on- and off-road ready Bronco and Bronco Sport. Learn more at Ford.com.
Welcome back, rolling along here on the Ford Leadoff Show. Barrett Salee and Chris Domino with you. 4:10 first pitch. Ben Ingram and Darren O'Day will have the call. Let's get the keys to the game, and they're brought to you by Landmark Automotive Group, serving you in Morrow, Chamblee, and Athens. Or you can shop online at shoplandmarkcars.com. For over 40 years, Landmark Automotive, always the best deal. Always. We talked, Chris, about the lack of runners in scoring position yesterday. It does seem to be Jekyll and Hyde with this team. Whether when they get runners in scoring position, generally they're successful. You look at the stats pretty much across the board. They're top 5 in pretty much every meaningful stat with runners in scoring position. But then there are these games where it's 0 for 4, 1 for 5, 1 for 3. It seems like they're happening more often than maybe the first month of the season. Maybe that's just because the last week and a half ish, the bats haven't been, operating the same way, but it does feel like feast or famine.
Well,
with
I
this
thought
team.
it was 14 runs in 5 games. They had a little, mini explosion. Yesterday certainly wasn't that. Both teams combined, 2 teams that score a lot of runs, 28 runners in scoring position opportunities just yesterday. And then 2 days ago. And then yesterday it was just 8 total.
Yeah.
0 for 3 and 0 for 5. So it was not a lot of opportunities created. It was a really good pitching matchup, unexpectedly a very good pitching matchup in that regard. But yeah, you got to create more opportunities, and that's getting more guys on base. Look, we struck out 15 guys, which helped create 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. But we struck out 11 times and didn't do anything with the bats themselves with ball in play. and you ended up with only 3 opportunities.
Yeah, that can't happen. That can't happen against a guy. Well, the good news is that Foster Griffin, a lefty, the Braves have had a ton of success against lefty starters, 16-4 against starters who are left-handed. Since the start of May, just May, the Braves have faced 10 left-handed starting pitchers. They're 9-1 in those games. So, you know, I don't know if it's by virtue of just the fact that they see more of them, but really consistently, they've been very successful. And part of that is Ozzie hits better from the right side. Part of that's just because when Drake was in there, lefty on lefty matchups didn't matter to him. So this team has seen a lot of them. I think the first 4 games, 3 of them were lefty starters this season.
Yeah. But I'm going to throw something out. By the way, the last time I think they were 1 hit might have been the beginning of the disaster last year out in San Diego. Was 2025? I think it was a March game in 2025 against San Diego. Right. When it might have been a 1 hit, and it was like, well, a little marker of things to come at the 0-7 start. But because of the lack of starting pitcher depth, as in how deep guys go into games, I'm starting to buy into less versus lefty versus righty when it comes to your win-loss record. Let me state for the record for the first time ever. Joe, mark the tape. Because somebody will take credit for this, or somebody will just say that's the stupidest thing ever and everything in between. I'm not really sure versus lefty versus righty is a thing for me anymore. When I see guys going 3 innings and 4 innings and 5 innings and then bullpen games with 4 of the guys coming out, you beat one of those guys. That doesn't mean you beat the guy who started the game.
Yeah.
And if he was a righty or not, I don't care if a righty comes out of the bullpen and gets beaten up and you beat him, or a lefty comes out of the bullpen, but it's, with the average starter going 5 innings, that's a tick over half a game.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure I'm supposed to say, well, how good are you versus lefties and righties when nobody's tracking who you're actually beating in the game. They're just going by starting pitching.
Yeah.
I just came up with that. Like, I've been rolling around with that, and I think it's the first time I've fully said it out loud. I'm not telling you they're going to take that versus L versus R out of the expanded statistics.
Yeah.
But it is getting a little bit silly at this point.
It is. I mean, look at Dylan. Dylan Dodd's had a great year regardless, but he has been awesome against righties. And that's traditionally, when you look at traditional splits, that's not supposed to be the case. But yeah, and it's not like, I mean, these guys have seen lefties and righties throughout the course of their careers, since they were kids. So it's not like it's a huge deal.
So let me ask you a question. Guy on the mound today, Foster Griffin's a left-handed pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
He gives up 5 runs in 5 innings, and his team wins.
Mm-hmm.
So that goes against the team who they beat. That would be the New York Mets. That's a loss against lefty.
Mm-hmm.
But the lefty got slapped for 5 runs in 5 innings.
Right.
And I go, yeah, we lost to him. You didn't really.
Yeah.
You didn't really. His team was offensively good enough to get that guy off the hook.
Yeah.
So there it is. I've just worked my way through that. Do with it what you will, children.
Mark the tape. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get our prize picks, and then we'll send you across the street to Truist Park. This is the Ford Leadoff Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Your summer starts now with Memorial Day deals at the Home Depot. It's time to fire up summer cookouts with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill on special buy for only $199. And entertain all season with the Hampton Bay West Grove 7-piece outdoor dining set for only $499. This Memorial Day, get low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. While supplies last, price and valid May 14th through May 27th. U.S. only, exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
The Aloft at the Battery Atlanta, a preferred hotel of the Atlanta Braves, is located at the center of all the excitement. Whether you are in town for work or pleasure, we can meet all your travel needs. Come experience a unique blend of food, drinks, and entertainment, all located within the Aloft Hotel. Afterwards, wind down in your spacious, vibrant guest room packed with amenities you can't miss out on. Enjoy the Battery Atlanta experience by making the Aloft your home base, where we are committed to safety and cleanliness. Aloft Hotels, different by design.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. We believe family makes us stronger. Pruitt Health has served families and communities throughout the Southeast for more than 50 years. If you're looking for skilled nursing, home health, or hospice care, count on our caregivers to provide the personalized plan your loved one needs. Learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
All value games at Truist Park get you $15 tickets, $10 parking, food and beverage offers, and more. Learn more at Braves.com/value.
When you need a lawyer after an auto accident, make the right call. I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm based right here in Georgia. Other big-name legal teams aren't even from this area.
Strike one.
We'll get you your money quick, while other legal teams waste your time.
Strike two.
And our team is with you from start to finish. Other legal teams pass you off to a secondary team.
Strike three.
Make the right call. Call Ken.com. One call, that's all. Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Kenneth S. Nugent, PC, attorneys at law. 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309.
What up, Braves fans? Joe Button here to talk to you about my favorite part of the game, Prize Picks. Swing into action this baseball season with Prize Picks, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Prize Picks started in the A, so you know we had to show love to the home team. Plus, it's the best app for making all your sports picks.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code BRAVES and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code BRAVES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Prize Picks.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Hey Braves fans, spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Here's a pro tip from me, Brian Finneran. Use your smartphone to get around traffic and lock into the locker room with me every weekday morning from 6 to 10 on the Fan app.
We are covering all the bases on the Ford Leadoff Show. Brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Welcome back. Wrapping things up here in the studio. Cash in on the baseball action with Prize Picks, the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Atlanta Braves. Download Prize Picks and use code BRAVES, and you'll get $50 in lineups when you play $5. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Foster Griffin, less than 4.5 strikeouts. Might rain, might delay, might take him out. Austin Riley, more than 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. And Martin Perez, more than 3.5 hits allowed. Only pays 2.3x. The Foster Griffin thing, if it rains, get him out of there.
If it rains?
If it rains.
As in, okay, start on time, give him 2 innings, then rains on his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Less than 4.5 strikeout.
Again, I wish this game would have started at 1:35. It does sort of have that eerie vibe. I'm looking at my tree outside the window, and it's blowing pretty hard right now.
It is. All right, for Lucas Kochevar and Joe Virgin behind the glass, Chris Domino across from me, I'm Barrett Salee. Braves and Nats, Game 3 next.
Spring is back in Braves country, which means it's time to get your yard ready for the season ahead. Cookouts, backyard catch, friends and family together, your lawn is the backdrop to it all. So this season, get your lawn ready with Pennington and keep it strong all year long. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew, Pennington is all about thick, durable grass, built for life's big and small moments. Pennington grass seed, available at the Home Depot.
1966, 2 legends rolled onto the scene. The Atlanta Braves and the Ford Bronco SUV. Same relentless drive, same legendary grit.
This is Michael Harris II. Go deep on your next adventure with the power and off-road capability of a Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport SUV. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Bronco and Bronco Sport are trademarks of Ford or its affiliates. All rights reserved.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Roto-Rooter. It's the top of the ninth, and wait a minute, there's a flood in the dugout.
Who tried to fix the pipes with chewing gum and hope? Call Roto-Rooter Stat.
Our phone only calls the bullpen.
Bring in the closer.
Time to shut down that leak. Get out of this jam.
And boom! The pros from Roto-Rooter saved the game.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Digging, grading, killing, and mowing. All in a day's work with Yanmar. The tractor that works as hard as you do. Discover new possibilities at yanmartractor.com.
It came from outer space.
No, it came from Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
The taste is out of this world.
Well, the taste is, but they're from Atlanta and now at Truist Park.
They are burgers you could die for.
But Please don't. You can find Grindhouse Killer Burgers at Truist Park in the Outfield Market, sections 315 and 335. And now in the West End by the Works, or at one of the other 5 Atlanta and Athens locations. You can even book our food truck to bring Grindhouse to your next event. Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
Live fast. Eat well.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military. And the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org. Helping warriors navigate to success after service.
Oil lights never come on at a good time.
Oh, come on!
You got enough to juggle, so let Take 5 Oil Change handle it. Drive in and let our techs change your oil, check your tires, top off your fluids, and have you back on the road. It's stop fast. All while you stay in your car. No putting your entire schedule on hold, no upsells, no problem. Take 5 has a special offer to our Atlanta and Charlotte area fans. Wear your Braves gear on Tuesdays to get 25% off your oil change. Find your nearest shop at take5.com.
Stream Braves baseball in crystal clear HD on the Fan app. Now with Apple CarPlay, so you can get it directly through your dashboard. Download the Fan app now. Atlanta Braves are on a mission, and night after night, they're making their case as the best team in baseball.
Michael Harris gets good wood on it, rising back to the chop house, taking flight and out of here. Right into the chop house for Michael Harris.
Strap in Braves country. It's time to play ball on the Braves Radio Network.
Swung on and jolted high in the air, back to the wall, a sonic boom. Braves win it.
Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network is brought to you by the original Louisiana hot sauce. Bayou Sun, your local Ford dealers, proud partner of your Atlanta Braves. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. Hyundai, proud partner of your Atlanta Braves. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. John Foy and Associates Personal Injury Law. Get the strong arm. Arrow Exterminators, make the right call and protect your home or business from pests by calling 888-GO-ARROW. Peachtree Orthopedics, same day evenings and Saturdays. It's time to get better. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of the Atlanta Braves. Yanmar Tractors and Engines, an official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. Your Atlanta area Lexus dealer. Experience amazing. TimberTech decking and railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. Attorney Ken Nugent. One call, that's all. Xfinity. Score the most reliable internet at one price for 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Pennington Grass Seed. Official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. ServPro. When disaster strikes, call ServPro to make it like it never even happened. Saya LTL Freight. The official freight and logistics partner of the Atlanta Braves. Corona Extra. La Playa awaits. Georgia Power. The official electric energy partner of the Atlanta Braves. IBEW Local 613. Truist Park keeps the lights on with IBEW 613 electricians. The Battery Atlanta's own ASW Distillery, home of the award-winning Fiddler Bourbon. This afternoon, it's the rubber match from Truist Park in Atlanta as the Braves close out their home series with the Washington Nationals. This is Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana hot sauce.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome into Atlanta Braves baseball. This afternoon from Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. It's the rubber game in a series of 3 between the Braves and the Nationals. On the mound for the Braves today, left-hander Martin Perez. He'll be opposed by fellow southpaw Foster Griffin. It's great to have you with us on a Sunday alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. Tough one yesterday for the Braves, losing 2-0, but something that I chatted with Walt about before the game, Darren. One of the best things about this team, their ability to bounce back. They don't stay down all that long, and they've really answered well following shutouts and looking to do that today.
Yeah, absolutely. These Braves, they're just such a dynamic offense, so many ways to score runs. We haven't had a chance to see much of that these past 2 days, and then yesterday culminated in that shutout with this Nats pitching staff that really is at the bottom of the league in terms of rankings, but they put together a really nice game yesterday. Credit to them. But if you ask the Braves lineup, they probably feel like they should have hit a little better yesterday, looking to bounce back here today.
Yeah, this team is 7-1 in rubber games. Now, how about this? They've pitched to a 1.65 ERA in rubber matches, and they've averaged almost 7 runs per game. I'd imagine Martin Perez sees that last number and is grinning ear to ear, hoping that he sees something like that today.
Yeah, that's a great combination, and that's why you have that outstanding record. After a loss, 13-3, and then really just dominating rubber games and that beautiful series record they've compiled this season on their way to the best record in the major leagues. Again, there's so many ways the Braves can beat you when they're going right. And we've had great starting pitching, and that's a formula for a lot of rubber game wins.
I want to tap into what you're mentioning right there with starting pitching. Martin Perez, 15 years in the big leagues, and in his last outing, the most strikeouts he's ever had. What are you noticing out of him?
Isn't that wild? You know, you can teach an old dog new tricks, apparently. He's having the best season of his life with his changeup. It's just become such a nasty pitch. He's got unbelievable command, and I think the best part about what he's done for the club this year is the willingness to work short relief, long relief, to be in the rotation. If he keeps striking out 10 guys a start, he's going to stay in that rotation. You got to love that swing and miss ability. That'll be a big component of today's start with all the power this Nats lineup has, from 1 through 9.
Yeah, the Braves are taking on a lefty themselves in Foster Griffin, and the Braves have gone 16-4 in games where the opposing pitcher is a left-hander. So hopefully that plays out in the Braves' favor today. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Every Atlanta Braves game, live on the air and streaming free on the app.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan.
When Darren and I come back, I'll introduce you to the starting lineups. Right after that, we'll get to the game. Braves and Nats coming up on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Cobb County is Atlanta's sweet spot and home of the Atlanta Braves. Cobb is everything you love about being close to a world-class city with the warmth of your favorite neighborhood. Whether you're on vacation or here for business, you'll discover a place that is culturally vibrant, refreshingly diverse, and effortlessly hospitable. Cobb Travel and Tourism is your insider's guide to all there is to see and do in the area. For more information on planning your next adventure, visit travelcobb.org.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Braves Country Fest, presented by Truist, is June 13th, featuring Cody Johnson, Ella Langley, and more. Get tickets at Braves.com/BCF.
Braves fans know what it means to play with heart. Merck, Women Heart, and the Braves are teaming up for Playing with Heart, a national education program to raise awareness about bad cholesterol and the risks of heart attack or stroke. Join Braves legend Javi Lopez as they step up to the plate to join this important conversation. They gave their all on the field. Now they're helping to raise awareness about the risks of high bad cholesterol. Learn more about Playing with Heart and how important it is to talk to your doctor about your bad cholesterol. Visit playingwithheart.com for more information.
Nothing is quite as American as supporting the home team. At Quikrete, it's what we've been doing for over 80 years, making products that give homeowners and contractors the confidence to quickly and easily knock out their to-do list. So, whether you need to set a fence post, make a repair, or replace your patio, you can count on the yellow bag of Quikrete concrete mix to help you get the job done right. Pick up the Quikrete yellow bag at your favorite home improvement center. Quikrete, it's what America's made of.
Omni Hotel at the Battery Atlanta, the official hotel partner of the Atlanta Braves and your home base in the heart of Braves country. Stay steps from the Chop House gates at Truist Park and celebrate America's favorite pastime from our resort-style pool overlooking the Battery Atlanta. From game day mornings to late-night celebrations, everything happens right outside your door. Book now and take advantage of available rates and offers. Or go behind the scenes with our See Truist Park package featuring luxury accommodations and exclusive ballpark access. Book your stay now at omnihotels.com/Battery Atlanta.
This is Kelly Crawl reminding you to join me in the locker room every Wednesday and Thursday morning from 6 to 10 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Rubber game in this series, Braves and the Nationals. Braves 7-1 in rubber games this year, and looking to make that 8-1 with a victory over the Nationals. Time now for the starting lineups, powered by Georgia Power, the official electric energy partner of the Atlanta Braves. We'll start off with the visiting Nationals. They have a record of 26-27. That's currently good enough for third place in the East, as they are 10 games back of the Braves. They're managed by Blake Butera, youngest manager in Major League Baseball, and he'll lead it off with his left fielder, James Wood. Batting second, third baseman Curtis Mead, and hitting third, first baseman Andres Chaparro. Hitting cleanup for Washington, shortstop C.J. Abrams. Hitting fifth, right fielder Dylan Cruz. Batting sixth, the DH Dalen Lyle. Batting seventh, the center fielder Jacob Young. Hitting eighth, it'll be the second baseman Nassim Nunez. He'll be followed by the catcher Keibert Ruiz, who bats ninth. And on the mound for the Nationals, left-hander Foster Griffin. He's 5-2 with a 4.02 ERA. And this will be the second time the Braves have seen Griffin this season. Again for the Nats, it's Wood, Mead, Chaparro, Abrams, Cruz, Lyle, Young, Nunez, Ruiz, and Griffin on the mound. Those are the Nationals. Now for Walt Weiss's Braves. They come in with a record of 36-17. Braves in first place in the East, 9.5 games up on second place Philadelphia. And the Braves will lead it off today with their designated hitter, Ronald Acuna. Batting second, the left fielder, Mauricio Dubon. And hitting third, first baseman, Matt Olson. Batting cleanup for the Braves, second baseman, Ozzie Albies. Hitting fifth, the third baseman, Austin Riley. Batting sixth, center fielder, Michael Harris. Batting seventh, right fielder, Eli White. Hitting eighth, the shortstop, Ha-Sung Kim. Batting ninth, catcher Sandy Leon. And on the mound, the left-hander Martin Perez. He's 2-2 with a 2.85 ERA. This will be the second time he's faced the Nats this season. 3 innings in relief against them. The last time we were in Washington, that was in April. So again for the Braves, it's Acuna, Dubon, Olson, Albies, Riley, Harris, White, Kim, Leon, and Perez on the mound. Rubber game of the series. First pitch coming up when we come back on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Braves fans, are you ready to step up your style this season? Onward Reserve, a proud partner of your Atlanta Braves, has everything you need. Brave new swimwear, boxers, polos, and tees. All the great styles to keep you looking sharp, whether you're at the beach or cheering on the Braves. And don't miss our exclusive Braves gear at the Clubhouse store. Plus, with 14 stores across Braves country, you're never far from products made for the A. If you can't visit us in store, check us out online at onwardreserve.com.
Want to hear a sound that's music to your ears? It's this one.
You're a winner!
Because that means you're an instant winner in the Cash 4 444 promotion. For 44 days, 444 Cash 4 players will win $444 right on the spot. Just listen for this prize alert when your ticket prints from the terminal.
You're a winner!
Or look for the prize alert on your ticket to see if you've won. There are 444 winners through June 30th. So play Cash 4 to instantly win an extra $444. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Atlanta Braves and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
Ben Ingram here. Buying a pre-owned vehicle is a big decision. It should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why at Beaver Toyota and Beaver Mazda, only the best vehicles are in a place on their front line. Each one is carefully selected and inspected. Quality isn't negotiable. One property, 2 trusted brands, over 700 pre-owned vehicles. From a $5,000 starter car to your dream car. They have options for every budget. Beaver Toyota and Beaver Mazda, the safest place to make a big decision. And now for the ball game.
Hey Braves fans, make sure you're hitting on all cylinders this season. Stop by Valvoline Instant Oil Change for home run service. Just slide on in, no appointment necessary. You'll get a winning oil change in about 15 minutes so you can get cruising on I-75 in time to root for your Braves. So whether you're heading to Truist Park or back to home base, trust the team at Valvoline Instant Oil Change to get you there. Valvoline Instant Oil Change, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Hyundai gives you America's best warranty on every new vehicle. It includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. That's peace of mind from Hyundai. And these days, that's priceless.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month, or get 0% APR for 60 months or $3,000 bonus cash. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Offers end June 1st. Call 813-867-0006 for complete offer details.
Lock into the radio home of the Atlanta Braves way before first pitch. Lock in Chuck and Chernoff while you work or in your car from 2 to 6 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, or the Fan app.
Back at the ballpark, Braves and the Nationals in the final game of the series. Folks, today's A-list member of the game is Martha Gavel of McDonough, Georgia. Martha has been an A-list member since 2013, and her favorite perks include having such a great membership rep to help her whenever she needs it, and the access to exclusive events throughout the season. Congratulations to Martha, today's A-list member of the game. Well, here's what we're being told, folks. We're going to start in a delay today. Could have some rain coming along here in just a little while, and this game is actually going to start at 4:30, they are telling us. So we're talking about a 20-minute delay. So in the meantime, we'll have the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show, and the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show is brought to you by Serve Pro, the official restoration company of the Atlanta Braves. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro to make it like it never happened. So, Darren, in a situation like this where you know we're going to start, but in a bit of a delay, as it stands now, 20 minutes. Does that just kick everything back for the starting pitcher and just start everything a little bit later than you normally would?
Yes, I think the starting pitchers are the biggest consideration when you're dealing with weather like this. You know, you let those starters go out there and start the game at 4:10 and it rains at 4:25 for an hour. Well, those guys are cooked, right? So you wait a little bit and take it as a precaution so that, that you don't risk changing the outcome of the game just by, waiting 10 or 20 minutes. So, yeah, those starters will push back a little bit. The good confidence that they're going to get ready to go here because we've seen both of them out on the field warming up. So it looks like 4:30 is a pretty solid time.
Yeah, definitely. Want to remind you, Tire Discounters Round Trip or Home Run Promotion offers Braves fans savings on sets of Goodyear and Cooper tires, plus a free alignment and a free oil change with any Ford tire purchase. Learn more at tirediscounters.com/Braves. So 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central with the first pitch, and it'll be the rubber game of the series. Like we mentioned, the Braves have been terrific in rubber games, 7-1 this year. Nationals haven't been bad as they have gone 4-3 in rubber games this season. So we'll be kicking it to the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show. They'll be taking your phone calls at 404-231-1680. Again, that number 404-231-1680. And they'll be joining you with the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show on the backside of this break. Then Darren and I will be back with you when it's time for baseball here at Truist Park. Braves and the Nationals coming up eventually here on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
When life throws you a curveball, whether it's water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you need a winning team. You need Serve Pro. Serve Pro's licensed, certified, and highly trained team of experts are here to help, offering fast, reliable, professional restoration services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country, our teams are committed to performing at a championship level. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro and make it like it never even happened.
Hi. Sorry, did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name. We understand you want more than the everyday SUV. And isn't being understood an amazing feeling? Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
I remember the hard road that led to this moment.
And the MLB Comeback Player of the Year is Atlanta Braves pitcher Johnny Venters.
Every day I work towards a better future for my family, my teammates, and my community. Having a setback in life can be devastating, but each challenge is a setup for your strongest comeback.
Braves win!
That's why I trust Globe Life. For over 125 years, they have been helping families protect their financial future. Globe Life. Make tomorrow better.
For game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Hey, Braves fans, don't miss Jeff Francoeur's only radio visit in Atlanta. Join the locker room every Monday morning at 9 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Atlanta Braves baseball is in a rain delay, which means the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show is on. Join the conversation now at 404-231-1680. And we'll have more updates as the weather improves on the Braves Radio Network.
And welcome back into the Truist Studios here in the Battery, Atlanta. We are steps away from the right field gate at Truist Park, where in just over 15 minutes,
The Braves and Nationals are set to get going. That's right, delay, about 20-minute delay. So if you want to get in touch with us, 404-231-1680. It'll be Foster Griffin on the mound for the Nats, Martin Perez for the Braves. And you heard Darren say before they tossed it back to us that the reason you push it back about 20 minutes is to make sure that the pitchers are warming up and getting ready in the way that normally they would, because right now there is no rain outside. Now the forecast for the next, 3 hours, sort of hit or miss. Hopefully you don't come back here for another Surf Pro rain delay show during the game. But if you want to make sure the pitchers are handled correctly, that they're warmed up properly, and you get the best of what they're supposed to be, this makes a lot of sense. Everybody's excited about this game. The Braves 7-1 in rubber games this series. Of course, 14-1-1 in series this year. Hopefully this game you get this game in, and hopefully you get another win. And with a day off tomorrow, I think it certainly makes sense for them to try to get this one in. 404-231-1680 if you want to get in touch with us. Again, about 15 minutes until we send it back. So let's go to Eli in Atlanta. What's up, Eli? How are you?
Hello, this is Eli, or you can now call me Eliyahu. In Atlanta, Georgia, about half an hour away from the ballpark. I'm home for lunch break and have high school today. And I wanted to know what the deal is with Drake Baldwin, with Sean Murphy, Eli White. Acuna is doing good. After a great season, they all do good. Send a bunch of guys to the All-Star game, get a home run derby winner from here, and even possibly a All-Star game MVP. Looking to go all the way. Let's win all this year. We're act up to do it. Also, what the deal is with Jose Abreu now, and Matthew Boyd with an E. I know he pitched a couple of years ago for the Guardians against the Yankees, the game where David Fry walked it off after John Kenzie Noel tied it. What the deal is with some injured players and what could be top prospects that might come up this year, when J.R. Ritchie might come back, or how Didier Fuentes is doing. Also, when would Joe Jimenez come back? Also, before I go, shout out to my whole cheer with Rabbi Gold, Isaac Tritt, Noah Halterman, who is probably listening down the road in Bramble, Nachum and Joel, Ari Schulgasser.
Appreciate the call, Eli. Let's try to get to all those. J.R. Ritchie's in Gwinnett. I think he's going to be there for a little while to kind of use what the information that he learned from his time up here. Joe Jimenez, no word on him. It seems like that's been the case for a very long time. No word on how Sean Murphy is progressing. Walt did say when the injury happened, generally something like that's about 8 weeks. That was more of a guess than it was like an actual real timeline. Who else did he say there? Drake Baldwin, still fighting the oblique. No word on when he's going to go back to a rehab start. Eli White is in the lineup today, so he's all good. He's back from the concussion protocol. And that's, I think that covered about all of it. Hey, Chris Domino's back.
Yeah. Listen, I wanted that gentleman to make sure he got it all in. And boy, if there was more, that would have been a record.
I think there was more. I think we missed a couple.
Okay. I laid out, as the kids like to say.
Yeah, you did. There's no doubt about that. We have a lot of calls and not a lot of time to get to them. Let's go to Sean in Nashville. What's up, Sean?
Hey, to the last caller, not often you make somebody in a rain delay call-in show pull out the notes app. That was an impressive input there.
I should have done that because I think I forgot some of them.
There was a lot in there, man. Holy Lord, that was like my wife filling up the grocery list in the family chat. First of all, thanks for all you guys do. You're doing the Lord's work doing these rain delay shows. Really appreciate it. Even for those of us who are far away from Atlanta. Got to ask you guys a question about this season. Is this the ultimate proof of concept, as I feel like it is for In Alex We Trust? And where I'm going with that is, I know a lot of people want maybe some outfield upgrades. You'd like to see, what the roster looks like and how he's going to manage what I assume is going to be a very precarious, or at the very least interesting situation towards the end of the year when you get Schwelly back if JR is a little more time in the oven, you've got Waldrop and assumably AJSS may figure into the roster sometime this year. I'm very interested to see how Alex pulls this off, and I would never put anything past him. But I'm interested to see what you guys think about that and if there's any upgrades you would like to see from the just absolute amazing volume of pitching depth that Alex is working with right now. Thanks for all you do. Love the show.
Thank you very much, Sean. Yeah, I mean, I think this is, so far this year, you're seeing that what Alex tried to do with this team has worked, because he went out and more or less got athletes that he can put in a variety of different places. He went out and didn't spend the money on a superstar pitcher, and instead trusted the organizational depth, trusted guys like Bryce, and I think recognize that sometimes the best moves you make are the ones you don't make. And I think all of that has come into play. And Chris, we've marveled at the versatility of this team and how it's not just the depth, it's that they're all pretty much athletes. Like, you can put them in different spots. We talked about the Padres a lot last year, how they went out and just started drafting shortstops and then figure it out athletes. From there.
Yeah. Well, that's Braves drafted athletes. Somebody asked me this morning. I was on Twitter and I did this sort of ask anything. And we don't hear a lot about position players down in the minor leagues with the Braves because it's pitching. We've seen guys come up and down more so as pitchers than everyday players. But what the Braves have done over the last few years is they drafted shortstops, which means you drafted athletes, which means you might move them to different positions. Those are some of the things that happen. And I think that might happen. And maybe we'll start to hear about some position players next year, because it looks like this group is set.
Yeah.
Even the outfielders that they've been swinging around, it's been set. But when you draft athletes and when you decide not to go big on whether it's one of your own, Max Fried or anybody else, that's what the Braves haven't done. They haven't bought a big arm. They haven't bought the big ticket item on the mound, the $100 million plus guy. Now, whether you believe they were in on Nola or not, whatever, believe it or not, I don't know at this point. I'd like to believe they made an inquiry. It might have gotten expensive and they might have bowed out. But that's not the purchase that they've made. And if you're waiting for one of those, even Chris Bassett wanted 18.5. It's not going very well.
No, it's not.
Now. And I don't know. Giolito is a guy that everybody will look at and say, "See, I told you so." But who do you want to get out of the rotation? You want Martin Perez gone for one of these guys? You want Elder gone for one of these guys? You know, there's that moment where you go, I'm a big butterfly effect guy. Guys get hurt, and you go, "Oh, I wonder if they would have gotten hurt if their start was pushed one day." In my mind, they might not have.
Yeah.
So I don't know who would have done well here or not. So I'm not going to just say Chris Bassett would have been the same exact pitcher here. That's ridiculous. It's dumb. It doesn't work that way. But they just have not gone out and spent on a big ticket item on the mound.
And speaking of big ticket items on the mound, one of those guys this past offseason was Dylan Cease. Did you see what happened to him today? He got pulled out of the game with an injury.
Yep.
And so, I mean, do you want to spend all this money on a guy who might get hurt, or do you want to trust what you saw with Spencer Strider down the stretch last year when it sort of clicked, when his velo wasn't there? Do you want to trust what Bryce Elder did down the stretch last year? I think Alex knows his team very, very well. And if you feel like you can get it done with the guys that are already on the roster, why go out and spend, $100 million, $200 million on a big name starting pitcher when they might be a little bit better? But what happens when they get hurt? Well, the Blue Jays are in that spot as of about an hour ago with Dylan Cease. So yeah, proof of concept with Alex. I think that's a good way to put it. I think this is another instance where you can say, okay, that guy gets it. It might not be the most popular. You had him on before the season, and he said when he was in Toronto that he actually did care about, what the public thought, that he actually did care about how it's being perceived within the fan base.
He would also take a toy in a sandbox over trying to figure out if he fit.
Yeah.
And you'll pay a little bit more to get the toy instead of what you might get out of the player. That's what general managers, just like players, are supposed to learn as you go along.
Yep. 404-231-1680 if you want to get in touch with us. Again, first pitch approximately 4:30 Eastern time. So we have about 8 minutes before we're supposed to send it back across the street to Truist Park. Let's go to Carl in Atlanta. What's up, Carl? How are you?
Hey, really appreciate the show and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Alex has done a really good job of locking up people on contracts. And my question is, has Bryce Elder worked his way into one of those? Because he's just been lights out this year.
I think he has. I mean, I think at this point, if you're Bryce Elder, though, and I'm not speaking for him or his agent, But if Chris, do you go and test the waters if you're Bryce Elder, because he doesn't have any options left? At some point, do you say, okay, this is going to keep up. I'm gonna pitch all the way to free agency and see if I can land a big contract. For me, if I'm Bryce Elder, I would say, okay, let's go ahead and get locked up right now, because the bar is like, you gotta lock it down when you're at your best. This is Bryce Elder, all-star caliber Bryce Elder. If Alex wants to offer him a contract, I think he should. I think Bryce would take it and spend a lot of time here, because I think he does like it here.
Well, I'm a little bit cautious when it comes to extending arms that you don't have to. So if we look at sort of what his situation is, arbitration eligible in 2027, which means he can't become a free agent until 2030. I have no problem making a player feel good. But if I have to extend to 2030, now I'm playing in a territory that I don't have to. The guy's, I think it's $810,000 this year.
Sounds right.
It's a ridiculous number. It's good for you. His arbitration number, as good as he might be this year, yeah, it's going to bounce. And maybe if you want to settle him down and say, look, we're going to take you a year out of free agency, but that would be a deal that has to be very comfortable for both sides.
Yeah.
He's got 27, 28, 29 before he is free agent eligible. Would he like a deal that guarantees money? I would think so. Sure. That's not the guy who's just waiting for the first bite of that free agency apple at the end of this year.
Yeah.
What is interesting is if I don't have to, the fair market value in his arbitration will determine his salary next year.
He's going to make a lot.
Well, again, yes, he's getting a raise.
Yeah.
They all get raises. But to what point? And do you then say, well, let's lock it up. Let's calm the player down. Let's let him feel good about what we want. You don't lock up a guy through arbitration unless you work numbers that you go arbitration. And can I get a deal that makes a little bit of sense for me and certainly makes sense for him? To go into that 1 year of free agency, we're talking about 27, 28, 29, 30.
That's
I'm
true.
looking at 4 more years of pitching.
Yeah.
I hardly know what's going to happen in 4 weeks with starting pitchers. So
with this team, maybe even 4 days.
Would it be a reasonable number? Yeah. Would it be reasonable enough for the player? I would think so. But again, it's a different deal when you don't have to do it for another 3 years.
That's true. 404-231-1680. Again, about 5 minutes away from the approximate starting time. Again, probably about a 20-minute delay. And you heard Darren. I don't know if you heard Darren when you were coming back over here. You said basically something like this is most likely just to make sure the pitchers get their normal warm-up routine. Make sure they don't, do anything that's out of the ordinary. Make sure they don't come in too fast or, sit on the bullpen or sit in the dugout when they don't have to. So, we're about 5 minutes away from first pitch. Let's go to Shirley in Atlanta. What's going on, Shirley?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm not in Atlanta anymore.
Okay.
I was born in Hateville and raised in Clarkston. But now, believe it or not, I live 4 miles from the Georgia line in northeast Alabama.
Well, there you go. There you go.
In the boondocks, and I love it. But I love my Braves. I've loved my Braves since the old Atlanta Crackers played.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'll be 79 years old my next birthday, and I've been a Braves fan since I was a kid. My dad used to take me to the Crackers games, and when a couple of the Crackers, Eddie Matthews and Chuck Tanner, went to the Braves, I became a Braves fan. That was back when they were in Philadelphia.
Well, there you go. You've been through a lot, that's for sure.
Braves. I watch them on my porch TV that my son put out there for me, and I love my Braves, and I love Alex Anthopoulos' style. He's awesome. And all of the players are wonderful, and I love my Braves. And hopefully they'll get some good hits today. Go Braves.
Go Braves, Shirley. That's good parenting, too. Your son comes out, puts a TV on your porch because you know you love the Braves. That's just another – if you're a parent, that's a proud moment, right? You're like, oh, yeah, there you go. Son's going to come out and do this for me?
Yeah. Look, everything on a Sunday afternoon with possibly a day off from work tomorrow, as long as I get this game, everybody should be in a good place. Yep. Braves are a really good team. It's nice not to take calls about why is this guy not hitting, why is that guy not hitting, any and all of that stuff. It just sort of feels nice on let's get a game in, let's stop a 1-game losing streak, let's go 14-3 after a loss, and get ready to have a day off and then get on the road again.
1-game losing streak. That is incredible. It does seem the fact that we're doing this now and happy compared to last year.
Yeah.
Rain delay shows last year were rough.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
They were rough. Last one before we send it back across the street. Let's go to Chris. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're doing well.
This is Chris from Orange Beach, Alabama. I'm fixing to go watch Godsmack and Stone Temple Pilots here in a little bit.
There you go.
Just wanted to give a shout out, early shout out to all the veterans that are out there. Think of Vet tomorrow, guys. Whether you know one or not, just thank one for all the sacrifices that they've done for us. But more importantly, what I wanted to call and ask was about Jesse Chavez. Jesse has always loved pitching for the Braves. And one question, I wanted to know where he's at now. And two, is there any way of possibly getting him back acquired with the Braves in the near future? Appreciate the call, guys.
Thank you very much for calling. Jesse is a free agent right now. So, I don't think he's going to come back. And that's a good concert.
You know what might be interesting? He's here so often. Let him sign a one-day contract somewhere down the road and have just one more day in and around a Braves game. Give him a really good Truist seat down low. Let him eat and drink till his heart's content. Bring some family members here. I don't know if Jesse's still living in town or not.
I don't know.
But he is a free agent, as you said. And it just feels like it would be really nice to have one more moment where you go, what the hell? Let's just make it how many times it would be. I'm going to sign a one-day contract with the Braves, give him a nice couple of seats in Truist, and tell him to have a really good night.
That guy's living life, though. Godsmack and Stone Temple Pilots in Orange Beach. That's amazing.
Yeah. Fan favorite, too. Is that what he is now? He's a bullpen coach for the Giants? Nice.
Is he really?
Good for Jesse.
Wow. There you go.
He's the type of guy that should be in the game.
Yeah. That's good for him. God, you know what? A one-day contract with Atlanta, though, sounds something.
Still a free agent, I would imagine, unless he's got a multi-year deal. As a bullpen coach for the Giants.
Wouldn't you have to retire officially? He did retire. He was on that Foul Territory podcast, and he officially did retire.
There's paperwork involved to make it official. You could say whatever you want. Yeah. Chris Taylor retired for a day. Did you see what that?
I did see that.
Yeah. It was like a revolving door retirement. I'm done.
Well, maybe not.
I'm not.
It's like that episode of The Simpsons when Homer walks in the door and Bart's the bouncer.
Yeah.
Just turns right back around and leaves.
Yeah.
You know what? Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's Chris Taylor. He was in the Mexican League for a while. I saw it was on Instagram. It said like players you didn't know were still playing in the Mexican League.
Didi Gregorius.
Yeah, Didi was in there.
Robinson Cano.
Is he still playing?
Oh, I think so. My guess is yes.
Braves legend Robinson Cano. Remember those 3 days?
Sandy Leone. You found out you could do it.
That's right. All right. We're going to send you back across the street, Ben and Darren and Jay Chad, as we get going. Braves and Nats, Game 3.
The rain delay is over and baseball is back. We now return to the game on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
All right, Braves have taken the field. We're going to start this game up in just a few moments. Great to have you with us for the rubber game of this series. Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, Ben Ingram here with you. Folks, cash in on the baseball action with Prize Picks, the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Atlanta Braves. Download Prize Picks. Use code BRAVES. Get $50 in lineups when you play $5. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Braves have come out of the first base dugout wearing the home white uniform tops and pants. Red lettering, red numerals outlined in navy. Braves across the chest on top of the tomahawk. Meanwhile, the Nationals out of the third base dugout wearing their navy blue uniform tops, gray pants, white lettering outlined in red numerals outlined in white, and Nationals across the chest of their navy uniforms. Behind the plate going balls and strikes is Brock Ballou. First base umpire is Scott Berry. Second base umpire is Tom Hanahan. And the third base umpire and crew chief is Ron Kolpa. Here's the leather for Atlanta. Pat Olson is at first base. Ozzie Albies is at second. Ha-Sung Kim is at shortstop. And Austin Riley is at third. In the Braves outfield, Mauricio Dubon is at left. Michael Harris in center. Eli White is in right field. Sandy Leone, the catcher. And on the mound, the 35-year-old left-hander Martin Perez. He's coming off a 10 strikeout performance in his last turn. That was a career best at 35 years old. So everything's been working well for him. And especially that changeup, he throws a lot of them, Darren. We'll see a lot of those today.
Yeah, that's a devastating pitch. Doesn't matter if the batter is left-handed or right-handed. They're really having a hard time squaring that up. You know, Martin is such a technician on the mound. He stays on the corners. He works the edges. He's really good at changing speed, and you can't discount any pitch in any count. So you add all those things up, and a great changeup the other night, you get 10 strikeouts. So, yeah, really good swing and miss stuff. Looking to continue that here today.
He's facing James Wood, Curtis Mead, and Andres Chaparro here in the top of the first inning. Wood is ready. So is Perez. And now for the ball game. First pitch a little bit low and outside. Starting up at 4:32 Eastern, 3:32 Central. So we're talking about a 22-minute delay. and 80 degrees here at the ballpark for the final game of this series. 1-0 pitch on the way to James Wood. And a ball low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
2-minute delay.
Mostly cloudy skies. Little patch of blue up above right field. And the breeze in from left center has those flags up off the poles in right center field. 2 balls and no strikes on James Wood. Dangerous hitter. Takes a called strike. Got introduced to the fastball right there in a 2-1 count. The time of the first pitch brought to you by Schumann Farms. Look for real sweet brand Vidalia onions from Schumann Farms in a store near you. 2-1 pitch on the way to Wood. Ground ball out to first and foul just on the other side of the line. And a 2-2 count on Wood. We're chatting with Walt Weiss before the game about facing James Wood. He's 23 years old, and I asked him, is this one of the bright young stars in our game? He said, absolutely. A lot of power to all fields, and he's a dangerous piece at the top of the order. 2-2 pitch, fouled off, just did touch the changeup, still 2-2.
Yeah, James Wood always a threat to leave the park. So much power, highest average X velocity in the league. So when he does put the bat on the ball, it's coming out hot.
Left on left matchup, and the 2-2 pitch on the way to Wood. That time he bounced a cutter. Facing lefties have had a lot of success so long as it's not with that fastball. He's hit fastballs, but everything else he's had some struggles with.
That's right. He is hunting that fastball, hitting 290 off that pitch against southpaws. But he's 0 for the curveball, changeup, and cutter this season versus left-handed pitchers. Those are 3 of Perez's favorites.
3-2 to Wood. A little bit low and outside with a changeup. So it's a leadoff walk here in the top of the first inning. So Wood is aboard. That brings Curtis Mead to the plate. Talking about Perez on the season, 2-2 with a 2.85 ERA. He has been whatever the Braves have needed him to be. 10 games he's pitched in, 6 times a starter, 4 times in relief. And his last turn on the 19th as a starter versus the Marlins. Curtis Mead, who was homered in this series, takes a called strike. At last turn for Perez, 5 innings versus Miami. Gave up 4 runs on 5 hits. The 10 strikeouts we mentioned. Got a no decision in a game the Braves won. 0-1 pitch. Mead with a ground ball to short. Backhanding at shortstop. Kim to second. There's one. Ozzie whips it to first. Double play. Nicely done. Kim to Albies to Olsen. And a double play. 2 down here in the top of the first inning.
That pitcher's best friend right there. You get the best of both worlds. You pitch carefully around James Wood and still don't have to face any extra batters. Beautiful twin killing there. Hassan Kim looks like he's taken that exact ground ball 10,000 times. So smooth.
Not the easiest double play to turn. That's to Kim's right and backhanding. And going away from his eventual target. Andres Chaparro takes the ball high, 1-0. This season in the 10 games that Perez has pitched in, the Braves have gone 5-5 in those games. Last time he won a game was April 28th against the Tigers. There's a ball high, 2 balls, no strikes. Martin has been around. This is his 15th season in the big leagues. Rangers, Red Sox, Twins, Pirates, White Sox, Padres, and the Braves, the teams he's played for. 2-0 just missed to Chaparro. And a 3-0 count now on the Nationals' first baseman. Chaparro, 167 hitter. He's only had 1 at bat in this series. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Taken for a strike. And let me correct that. He has had 1 plate appearance in this series. He walked. That was in the 10th inning of Game 1. That's the game the Braves won 5-4 in 11 innings. Nationals won yesterday 2-0. 3-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss at a changeup. That might be the best one he's thrown to this point.
Yeah, when Martin has that pitch working, it's going to be a long day for opposing hitters. They're hitting just .096 against it. That's here this year. That's 5 for 52. Really good stuff from him.
3-2 on the way. Doubled up on the changeup. Got the swing and miss, and he's out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Nationals nothing, and the Braves coming up when we come back.
A Braves game day is about great fans and great food. And the original Louisiana hot sauce makes everything you eat at the ballpark hit like a home run in your mouth. Our peppery kick and a pinch of tang bring out the best in whatever you're eating between innings. Wings, dogs, nachos, chicken tenders. A splash of Bayou flavor brings every bite up a notch. So while the Braves go for the win on game day, you can win at game day eating with the original Louisiana hot sauce. That's Louisiana hot. Buy you some.
Hey,
Hey, Braves fans, spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Hyundai gives you America's best warranty on every new vehicle. It includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. That's peace of mind from Hyundai. And these days, that's priceless.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month, or get 0% APR for 60 months or $3,000 bonus cash. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Offers end June 1st. Call 813-867-0006 for complete offer details.
The Aloft at the Battery Atlanta looks forward to welcoming you for all your travel needs and are committed to safety and cleanliness. Aloft Hotels, different by design.
Hey, we all know work is important, but make it a habit to stay attached to the sports scene every weekday with me, Nick Cialini, and Chris Domino. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Into the bottom of the first inning, no score. Braves coming to the plate for the first time to face Foster Griffin, left-hander on the mound, facing Acuna, Dubon, and Olsen in the bottom of the first. First pitch to Ronald is a called strike. By the way, that strikeout by Martin Perez in the top of the first inning. Our Gas South bringing the heat strikeout, just like Martin. Gas South bringing the heat with no deposits, no hidden fees, and simple natural gas rates. 0-1 pitch to Acuna. Ball low and inside, missed with a cutter. Braves taking their hacks at the southpaw Foster Griffin, 6'3", 225, left-hander from Orlando, Florida. He's 30 years old. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Called strike, got a sweeper over the outside corner. On the season, Griffin 5-2 with a 4.02 ERA. He's probably been their best pitcher. And he's making his 11th start of the season, coming off a win against the Mets in his last turn on May 19th. 1-2 fouled off. And Darren, if I had you go through his entire arsenal, we'd probably run out of time here in the first inning. But if there's 2 or 3 pitches that you like to highlight of the 7 or 8 that he throws, be my guest.
Yeah, he's it's a deep repertoire. It's 7 different pitches, and they are 7 distinct pitches. They all have different shapes and purposes for him.
1-2 to Acuna. A little bit too tall to zone with a cutter. 2-2.
His favorite pitch is that cutter. He also has a 4-seam and a sinker. Got 2 different breaking balls, a sweeper and a curveball, and this is the most distinct thing about him. He throws a changeup and a splitter. You really don't see that all that often in the major leagues.
Got a 2-2 count on Ronald. Here it is from the lefty. Ball high and outside. So it's almost like changeup 1 and changeup 2.
Yes, yeah, and they're very distinct pitches. The splitter goes straight down. The changeup has a lot more fade. And he's already shown Ronald 4 or 5 different types of pitches here. So he's going to use all those pitches in any count.
Count is run full on Acuna. Here it comes. And there is ball 4 high. Ronald needed that. 0 for 8 in the series. He's on base for just the second time in the series, as he has 2 walks here in this series. That brings Mauricio Dubon to the plate. For Griffin, went 5 innings in his last start versus the Mets. Gave up 5 runs on 8 hits, but didn't walk anyone. And he's walked the first batter in this game. Had 5 strikeouts in that game, earned a win. And I'll be honest with you, folks, he's been all over the place here in the month of May. I'll tell you what I'm talking about after the first pitch to Dubon. And Mauricio takes a ball high. In the month of May, in his 4 starts, he's gone. By the way, we got an ABS challenge. It was called a ball, and now Keibert Ruiz wants to challenge this, so we'll stick with his play right quick. ABS says that is a ball, so that's confirmed. And it's a 1-0 count. The Nationals are down an ABS challenger in the first inning. But here in the month of May, here are the 4 starts for Foster Griffin. 0 earned runs allowed, 1 earned run allowed, 9 earned runs allowed, and 5 earned runs allowed. He's been all over the road. 1-0 pitch in for a called strike.
He started off with 8 really good starts, struggled these last 2, gave up 14 earned runs last 2 starts. And really, he's only given up 25 in the season, so that shows you how much he's been struggling his last 2 turns.
1-1, and the pitch on the way. Dubon pulls it foul. It's the railing of the Nationals dugout, and it's a 1-2 count. Nats have gone 7-3 in his 10 starts. And he did beat the Braves back on April 21st. Went 6 innings, giving up 3 runs on 5 hits, 3 strikeouts. and earned a win. That was the only win the Nationals had that series against the Braves. Here's a fly ball towards right center field, going back into his left. Young gallops to it, makes the catch, and then slows his momentum on the warning track. Back to first base for Ronald Acuna. And one down here in the first inning. Folks, the original Louisiana hot sauce keeps the flavor bases loaded with 3 simple ingredients: peppers, vinegar, and salt. And flavor that always hits is exactly why the original Louisiana hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some. Here's a man who is due to do some damage. That's Matt Olson, 0 for 8 in the series. Trying to do some damage here early versus Foster Griffin. Braves did not score yesterday. And Olson takes a strike on the outside corner. No score, bottom of the first inning. Runner at first, 1 out. Olson batting .263 to go along with his 14 homers. Takes a big swing at a sweeper and misses. 0-2. For Foster Griffin, really interesting career path. He was the 28th overall selection in 2014 by the Royals, straight out of high school there in the Orlando area. And he made the big leagues for the first time in 2020 with Kansas City. 0-2 pitch, and they called third strike. Fastball froze Olson. First strike out of the game for Griffin. And 2 down, that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. That just did paint the corner.
Yeah, it's a pretty pitch. Fastball up to 94. That's probably about the fastest one we'll see all game. But executed perfectly. As a hitter, you got to be aware of all those different pitches and not expecting that perfectly located fastball.
Ozzie Albies sends it foul by the Nationals dugout. Griffin broke into the big leagues with the Royals in 2020. And he was in the big leagues 2020 through 2023, splitting time with the Royals and the Blue Jays. He was a reliever the entire time. And then he went to Japan and pitched in Japan for 3 seasons. 0-1 pitch, inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. And now he's come back to the big leagues as a different pitcher. Number 1, he's a starter, not a reliever anymore. Number 2, he's added some pitches like Darren mentioned. And he signed a 1-year deal with Washington. That's been a good selection for them. No score, bottom of the first. 1-1 pitch in the air to left field. Wood coming in and has to play it on a bounce. That was sinking quickly. And James Wood, the big, tall left fielder, started to come in and then realized, I better not roll the dice here. Safely played it on a bounce. Braves have a base hit. And here comes Austin Riley.
Yeah, Braves will take that. After getting shut out, 1 hit yesterday. Already matched the total. I'm surprised that did get down. Wood ranks near the very bottom of the barrel in terms of range in the outfield. You can understand with his extreme size.
So climbing in Riley, looking to drive in a run here. Griffin steps off the back of the rubber. If you go back to the series the Braves had in their last homestand versus Boston, they needed a jolt. It was a rubber game, and Riley hit a 3-run homer early, and the Braves never looked back. Riley, a big swing and a miss at a sweeper, 0-1. Riley 3 for 6 in the series. All 3 hits were in game 1. He was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts yesterday. Batting .217. Driven in 31 runs. 0-1 pitch off the plate. Ruiz popped up like he was going to throw a snap throw down to first base, but held on to it. As he went diving back into the bag. He just now gets to his feet. Good wheels out there. Albies at first. Acuna at second. 1-1 from Griffin. That'll be fouled back. Got a piece of a sinker. Makes it a 1-2 count. Swirling breeze here in the ballpark. Really good Sunday afternoon crowd. And hopefully we are not interrupted by the rain like we were yesterday. Had a 42-minute delay yesterday. And this game started 22 minutes late. 1-2 pitch. A called third strike. Knee-buckling curveball. And that ends the bottom of the first. So the Braves get a walk and a hit. Nothing beyond that. We'll go to the top of the second. No score.
What a season. The boys are giving us plenty to celebrate. But if you've celebrated a little too hard after a win, and ended up in jail, you need A Second Chance bail bonds. We handle bonds from the stadium to the city. And in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
In 1953, an American Roadster was born, and it would go on to become an icon. Across 8 generations, the Corvette has represented speed, style, and innovation. Now, the Savoy Automobile Museum in Cartersville, Georgia, invites you to experience where it all began. Corvette, the early years, showcases the groundbreaking C1 through C3 models, the designs that started a legend. Don't miss the opportunity to see 2 rare Corvette concept cars on loan from General Motors. This temporary exhibit is open now through May 31st. Get tickets at savoymuseum.org.
Oil lights never come on at a good time.
Oh, come on!
You've got enough to juggle, so let Take 5 Oil Change handle it. Drive in and let our techs change your oil, check your tires, top off your fluids, and have you back on the road. It's stop fast. All while you stay in your car. No putting your entire schedule on hold, no upsells, no problem. Take 5 has a special offer to our Atlanta and Charlotte area fans. Wear your Braves gear on Tuesdays to get 25% off your oil change. Find your nearest shop at take5.com.
When the Braves aren't playing on a weeknight, join me, Buck Bellew, with Kelly Kroll from 6 to 8 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Top of the second here in Atlanta. Both teams had a man aboard in the first inning. Braves had 2 men aboard, but neither team able to score. Martin Perez out there after facing the minimum in the first inning. He'll be facing Abrams, Cruz, and Lyle in the top of the second. Alongside Darren O'Day, Ben Ingram here with you. C.J. Abrams takes the ball low and outside. Mentioned that Perez in his 15th season in the big leagues. This is his 7th career appearance versus the Nationals and his 5th start. Has 1 career win versus Washington. Sinker misses outside. 2 balls, no strikes. There is some familiarity. He did face them last month. 3 innings in relief in a game Didier Fuentes started. 2-0 pitch. That'll be fouled off. Braves won that game 8-6 as he came along with those 3 innings of relief. 2-1 on C.J. Abrams. For Abrams, 2 big base hits in game 1. It looked like he may lead the Nationals to victory by himself in that game as he homered and tripled. Well, the Braves won it in 11 innings. Here's the 2-1 to the Atlanta native. Abrams sends it foul over to our left. Two to Abrams. Smoked foul on the right field line. 2-2 count. Mentioned the other day he was a first-round pick out of high school. Abrams was. He had committed to play baseball at Alabama. But he was drafted by the Padres and eventually traded to the Nationals in the Juan Soto deal. Perez's 2-2. Popped up, foul ground, out of play. Keep it a 2-2 count.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot this series about how potent this Nats offense is, and in my opinion, it's led by 3 left-handers. James Wood, C.J. Abrams, Dalen Lyle. So I love this matchup having a lefty on the mound for the Braves today.
2-2 low and outside.
All 3 of those sluggers hit for way more power against right-handers. Just one of C.J. Abrams' 11 home runs has come against a lefty.
3-2 pitch. Chopped up the first base line. Olsen charges, gloves, takes it to the bag, beats him by 2 strides. And 1 down. Those are 3 names that other teams in the National League East are going to be hearing about for a long time because Abrams is just 25 years old. Lyle is 23 years old. Wood is 23 years old. That's so right. We're not just talking about contributors. We're talking about, like you mentioned, they're leaders, and they're all 25 or younger.
Yeah, it's a foundation of their offense and really their identity right now as a team. Starts with those 3 guys.
1 out for Dylan Cruz. That's going to be punched through the right side base hit, right in between Ozzie and Matt. And he's aboard with a 1-out single.
And Dylan Cruz, second pick in the draft a few years back, right after Paul Skeens. If he figures it out, this could be a very dangerous team. They find some pitching to go along with their potent offense. It could be scary. They could finally have a winning season, which they haven't had in quite some time.
And it's a young bunch that's learning a lot right now. And I'm sure the Nationals are thinking if we can get some just some average pitching in here, they're going to be in good shape. Lyle, check swing, that's fouled off. Nationals here lately are 15-11 since April 25th, and they have won 5 of their last 8 series in that stretch, with 1 series split versus the Mets. In the 15 wins, pitching staff has recorded a 2.67 ERA. That's what we saw yesterday. They've been trying to figure it out on the mound. That's what they've been lacking. That'll be sent foul by Lyle. At the plate, seems like they got it all figured out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, these last 2 days, they've pitched very well. It's been surprising. We previewed the series on game 1, and we thought it was going to be a slugfest, and it just hasn't turned out to be. Braves, just those 5 runs in game 1 and 0 yesterday.
0-2 pitch. Fly ball to left field. Mauricio Dubon to his right. Slows, makes the catch. 2 outs on the top of the second. I asked that to Walt before the game. I said, are you surprised the way that this series has gone given the lack of runs by the top 2 offenses of the game? And he said, yeah, absolutely. So this has not been billed as we thought it would be.
Yeah.
But either way, these are 2 teams that know how to turn it on offensively, and their pitching staffs have been the story thus far.
Very good. Really good pitching the last 2 days.
2 away for Jacob Young. No score in the second. Young takes a cutter for a called strike.
Yeah, you go back to the 4-game series in Washington early this season. Teams were averaging almost 13 runs a game. And we've had just 11 runs through 2 games. So, not much happening here. Not what we expected for sure.
0-1 pitch and a high fly ball to deep left. Dubon's going to go back. Still back to the track, and he's at the wall, and he has got it. Well, he was going to his left and then immediately turned tail and started racing back to the wall. That looked problematic for a second, but he had just enough room and makes the catch at the fence. We go to the bottom of the second, no score.
Your summer starts now with Memorial Day deals at the Home Depot. It's time to fire up summer cookouts with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill on special buy for only $199. And entertain all season with the Hampton Bay West Grove 7-piece outdoor dining set for only $499. This Memorial Day, get low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. While supplies last, pricing valid May 14th through May 27th. U.S. only, exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Brought to you by Steel, powering the future with professional-grade battery tools built for the real world. Steel.
Technology can make you a better sports fan and a better driver. Use CarPlay or Android Auto to get the traffic on your dashboard while you listen to Chuck and Chernoff from 2 to 6 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, or on the Fan app.
Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, Ben Ingram here with you. Braves and Nationals. Winner takes the series today. Michael Harris leads off on a high fly ball to right. Dylan Cruz going to trot in, looking up into the cloudy sky, makes the catch. And 1 out in the bottom of the second inning. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Never miss a pitch of the Braves.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan, and streaming free on the Fan app.
No score, bottom of the second. Great to have you with us. Hope you're having a really good weekend and a good Sunday. And we're enjoying spending some time with you today on the Braves Radio Network. There's a ball down low to Eli White. It's the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge inning, by the way. And if the Braves steal the base here in the bottom of the second, our contestant, Michelle Little, will win $700 in free marathon gas cards. 1-0's in for a call strike on Eli. You can enter the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge by visiting Braves.com/Stolen Base Challenge. So we're pulling for Michelle Little, who would win $700 in marathon gas cards with a stolen base here in the inning. 1-1 from Griffin. Swung on miss at a curveball. The curve did lots of damage yesterday, but the Braves are seeing it from Jake Irvin, and we're seeing some already from Foster Griffin.
Yeah, he's got so many different offerings. I mean, he's got a deep bag of tricks to choose from. Thus far, it looks like all of his pitches are working.
1-2 pitch. Eli takes a call, third strike. Well, that fastball 93, but compared to the rest of his stuff, it plays like it's 98, 99.
Yeah, he's got 3 strikeouts so far, all 3 of those looking. So he's got good command and a lot of different pitches to choose from. Thus far, it's looking like more of the same that we've seen from this Nats staff. Some pretty good pitching.
No score, bottom of the second. Here comes Ha-Sung Kim, trying to keep the Braves out of a 1-2-3 inning. There's a call strike on Kim. Mentioned that Griffin is from Orlando. His dad is a golf pro down in Orlando. I'm sure Foster grew up playing a lot of golf as well. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Ball outside, 1-1. But he has said that he's watched a lot of Clayton Kershaw and David Price when he was growing up. And being a left-handed pitcher, wanted to take the best elements of what he saw from those two, his 2 favorite southpaws, and try to bring it into his game. 2 good ones to look up to. That'll be fouled back, 1-2.
Yeah, golf and pitching go hand in hand. You know, it's really all about body control and body awareness. So, if you're a young kid and you're learning how to control your body in the golf swing, it's only going to benefit you when you grow up to be a major league pitcher.
1-2 pitch. And a 2-hopper to short. Glove by C.J. Abrams. Sends it over there to Andres Chaparro. And the Braves go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the second. We'll go to the top of the third. No score.
Real Braves fans know a reliable outfield is key to winning games. Braves fans also know that when it comes to buying their next new vehicle, they can always rely on Landmark Auto Group. With Georgia's best deals on new Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram vehicles, and 3 convenient locations in Morrow, Atlanta, and Athens, you're never too far from a Landmark store. Or shop us online at shoplandmarkcars.com. Landmark Auto Group, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Always the best deal, always.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Make Brian Finneran, John Michaels, and me Home Team Brandon Leak your soundtrack at work weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Nationals nothing, Braves nothing. Into the top of the third inning. You got mostly cloudy skies right now. In fact, a pretty big gray cloud floating just beyond right center. Hopefully that stays away. We had the brief rain delay yesterday, and this game started in a delay. We were delayed by 22 minutes. Here's Nasim Nunez. Takes ball low and outside. So fingers crossed for today in the rubber game of this series. Nasim Nunez, 1 for 9 in the series, 25 years old from Sewanee. 1-0 pitch, line drive out to short. That'll be caught by Kim, who is reaching to his right to glove it. 1 out in the top of the third inning. Folks, get Wi-Fi so reliable, it never gets caught looking. At one price for the next 5 years and same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that. 1 out for Keibert Ruiz. Switch hitting catcher. Both catchers in today's game are switch hitters. Ruiz out of Valencia, Venezuela. Takes the ball low. He's 27 years old, playing in the 4th year of an 8-year deal. 1-0 pitch. Ruiz, a hard ground ball to third, but on the other end is Riley. He secures it, and he zips it across the diamond, 2 down.
Both of these pitchers, both left-handers, not really hard throwers either, but both masters of command, right? If they both have their best command on the day, this is going to be a pretty snappy game. You know, we've seen a lot of ground balls out of Martin Perez and looking strikeouts out of Foster Griffin. Both guys that really have a good feel for what they're doing out there.
James Wood takes a called strike. Seems like once they get into a groove, they're just tougher and tougher to crack as we move along. Wood takes a ball inside, 1-1. Wood walked in the first inning. He's been one of 2 base runners to this point for the Nationals. Dylan Cruz had a single in the second. He was left stranded at first base. 1-1, missed the corner with a sinker. James Wood has had a good season, but last week and a half has been terrific. In fact, he is hitting .361 in his last 9 games. That'll be fouled off. 4 extra base hits and 8 runs scored in that time. So May has been very good to James Wood. No score in the third. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way from Perez. And Wood with a fly ball to left field. Coming along now, Dubon towards the foul line, out of play. As that's on the other side of the foul line and hops to the screen. So 2-2 on James Wood.
You mentioned those 8 runs, and Wood scores a lot of runs. That's why he's batting leadoff for these Nats. It's because he has a great eye. And a lot of pitchers are scared to throw to him. And give him credit. Big sluggers, you don't always count on them having good zone discipline. He does. He still strikes out a fair amount, but he walks at a tremendous rate. So that makes him an asset at the top of this lineup.
He does a lot of things really well. 2-2 pitch. Low and in. I'd also say some of those strikeouts that he's had are just because he's so young. And just 23, he's going to continue to get better, and that discipline's going to get even better. And I could see him eventually conquering all those strikeouts. Here's the 3-2 pitch to James Wood. And a ground ball to first base and foul. I don't know if he's ever going to go win a batting title, but I could see him hitting for a higher average than 250.
That's a scary thought.
Perez at 40 pitches, 25 strikes. 3-2 ground ball out to first, glove back to the bag by Olsen. He says he's got it. Doesn't need Perez. Steps on the bag with his right foot, and down they go in order in the third. Got to get the bats going. Braves haven't scored since Friday night. Take it to the bottom of the third when we come back, no score.
Everyone needs car insurance. Legally, you got to have it. The good news is that you have a lot of choices in who to work with. Why not buy coverage from a company that invests your dollars back into your community? Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance supports grassroots efforts that strengthen communities and protect our access to locally grown food. Because they're local, they have excellent service and response time. This is insurance you can feel good about. Get a quote at gfbinsurance.com.
A journey from alone and abandoned to one of the most successful businessmen in Georgia history. Conservative Rick Jackson.
I spent Christmas Eve alone in a children's home. When I woke up, a good Samaritan had left me $100.
Rick Jackson knows what it's like to go without. That's why he'll fight the career politicians who talk about cutting income taxes and property taxes, but always fail.
Unlike career politicians, I know how some extra money can change everything. That's why I'll freeze your property taxes and slash the income tax in half.
Conservative businessman Rick Jackson will deliver major property tax relief that failed career politicians never will.
I'll get you a boatload of your money back, or I won't run again. It's as simple as that.
No more waiting and wavering from career politicians. It's time for real tax relief. Rick Jackson for Georgia. Paid for by Rick Jackson for Governor, Inc.
Hurry and play Cash for today to instantly win an extra $444. Now through June 30th, only from the Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day.
This is Barrett Salee. Your phone calls are always welcome during the 680 wrap-up after every Braves game on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Braves nothing, Nationals nothing. Into the bottom of the third inning. Ben and Darren with you for the final game of the series. Foster Griffin on the mound facing Sandy Leone. And Sandy takes the ball low. Well, suddenly we need the lights more than ever because it has gotten really dark here at the ballpark. We have a gigantic dark cloud right on top of the ballpark. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Leon. Called strike. Not like yesterday where we could see the rain in the distance coming at us. I don't see any right on us right now, but that is a big old dark cloud. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Leon fouls it off, 1-2.
Yeah, the size and scale of it reminds me of that movie Independence Day where the alien ship just blacks out the sun. Luckily it's not ready to drop its water. Right. But it certainly did get very dark here.
That's exactly what that looks like. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sandy Leon. Sandy takes a ball high and outside. 2-2.
There's something interesting about Foster Griffin I've noticed. He's got 7 pitches. That's going to be a challenge to get that pitch called within the time limit. So he's actually calling all of his own pitches.
2-2. Flip fouled on the right field line out of play. So he's got to know exactly what he's going to. No time to think about it.
I mean, I would imagine he's spent a lot of time practicing. 7 different pitches and all the potential locations for those. Catcher Keibert Ruiz isn't even involved in the decision-making process. And he's going to his belt every pitch to select the pitch.
2-2, got him with a sweeper. Well, he dialed up the right one there. Strikeout number 4, and like you mentioned, all 4 batters are going down looking.
Yeah, it's a lot of horizontal movement, and he's really controlling those pitches so that they're not strikes until the very last second when they cross the plate. So when you have all those different movement patterns and you can attack that strike zone from both sides, it's tough on these hitters.
Ronald Acuna walked in the first inning. Takes a first pitch sweeper for a strike. Braves have dropped only one series this year, just one set of games. That was in Seattle, first week of May. 1 high and outside. And they've had so many games just like this, where the series comes down to the final game, rubber game. And the Braves have turned it on in these games, going 7-1, but where they've really been impressive is at the plate. The 1-1 pitch, and Acuna fouls it off. In the previous 8 rubber games the Braves have played this year, not only have they gone 7-1 in those games, they've outscored their opponents 54-15. I mean, it has been decisive. And you'd love to see some of that because the Braves in a drought offensively. Yes, they won Friday night 5-4, but didn't score yesterday. And have yet to score today. And Acuna splinters it foul into the screen over by the Braves dugout. So they can't score in this inning. You're talking about 12 straight frames without a run. Just not like this team.
No, it's not. We mentioned Matt Olson scuffing a little bit, and not having Drake Ball in that lineup really hurts because he's such a consistent force.
1-2 pitch. And Acuna with a high fly ball, deep center. Young going back, circling off his route at the track, makes the catch. Wynn was pushing that towards right. Young able to get there. He's a really quick outfielder. You mentioned James Wood. Maybe not all that great defensively, but there are other outfielders, the 2 that are on the field, and their other options can fly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jacob Young, last year he was defensive first guy. He was one of the best center fielders. This year he's second only to Pete Crow Armstrong, who's an absolute freak out there in center.
Mauricio Dubon hits one out to short, going left and gloving Abrams. Flips over to first base, and it's a 1-2-3 third. So 7 in a row sat down by Foster Griffin. We go to the top of the 4th inning, no score.
This is Kevin Swanson, business manager of IBEW Local 613. If you're a good electrician working non-union, you've probably been told just to stay where you are. But if you're a good electrician, you didn't learn your craft by listening to the naysayers. You figured it out for yourself. We've got a working agreement, great pay, retirement, family health coverage, protections, all written down, waiting for you. And a tremendous amount of opportunity for you right now. Take a look and then come work for a winning team. Go to IBEW613.org.
Braves fans know what it means to play with heart. Merck, Women Heart, and the Braves are teaming up for Playing with Heart, a national education program to raise awareness about bad cholesterol and the risks of heart attack or stroke. Join Braves legend Javi Lopez as they step up to the plate to join this important conversation. They gave their all on the field. Now they're helping to raise awareness about the risks of high bad cholesterol. Learn more about Playing with Heart and how important it is to talk to your doctor about your bad cholesterol. Visit playingwithheart.com for more information.
Braves country is Bronco country. This is Michael Harris II. On or off-road, there's a lot of great and exciting places to check out. And the best way to do it is in the powerful, off-road ready Ford Bronco. See you out there.
For great offers on a new Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport SUV, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Bronco and Bronco Sport are trademarks of Ford or its affiliates. All rights reserved.
The radio home of the Atlanta Braves is everywhere. Watch our live in-studio camera, chat with other fans, or check out the best archive clips from our local shows by searching 680 The Fan on YouTube. We are scoreless into the top of the fourth inning. Braves out there ready to start the inning. It started to rain in between innings. And for about 30 seconds there, got some big, fat raindrops falling down. But that has stopped momentarily. It was a quick shower. Hopefully it stays away. Curtis Meade is the batter. First pitch he sees is a called strike. This is the Tidal Wave Auto Spa inning. Tidal Wave Auto Spa is making Braves country clean car country all season long. If the Braves pitch a scoreless fourth inning today, pitch on the way as the rain picks back up. I mean, it's coming down, folks. Hopefully just a passing shower. But all the fans going up the aisles, under the overhangs, run for cover. 1-1 pitch, fouled off into the second deck along the first baseline. Now the rain starts to move aside and lessens a bit. Just play right on through. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Curtis Meade. Wind up in the pitch. That'll miss inside. Yeah, Tidal Wave will offer half off any monthly unlimited wash membership tomorrow with a clean fourth inning today. Learn more at TidalWaveAutospa.com/Braves. 2-2 and a ground ball to the left side. Diving stop in the hole to his right. Kim has it up on his feet, throws over, no shot. Nice job just to stop it from going into left field, but that's a base hit for Curtis Meade. Second hit allowed by Martin Perez. Well, I know that doesn't become an out, but given the first 3-4 games we saw Kim at short compared to the last 2 or 3, he looks like a lot more himself now. Looks a lot more polished at short.
Yeah, he's been absolutely picking it. So quick laterally.
Andres Chaparro sends one foul.
Yeah, that ball was hit pretty well by Curtis Meade in the 6 hole, and for him to even get to it and catch it, really impressive. Not a lot of shortstops are going to get all the way to that ball.
Nats nothing, Braves nothing. Top of the fourth inning. Runner at first, no one out. Chaparro, 154 hitter, bats third in their order. Takes ball outside, 1-1. Yeah, that's not the easiest position to not have a spring training and then just run out there and be good at shortstop. Such a high demand position. This will be Perez's 49th pitch of the game. 1-1, a little bit too tall with a sinker.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the most challenging position to play with no spring training. Possibly catcher, just because of the workload you have to carry. But physically, I think shortstop's the toughest. So much going on out there.
Left on right matchup. 2-1 fouled back. Folks, you need all the energy you can get for game day. At Georgia Power, we know that energy costs are an important part of every budget. And we're committed to providing tools and assistance to make a difference so you can save energy for the game. Learn more at georgiapower.com/myenergy. No score, top of the fourth. Braves have turned one double play in this game. They'd love one here. 2-2 to Chaparro. Missed low, 3 balls, 2 strikes. We were talking about Martin Perez in the first inning. How in that last turn, he had a 10 strikeout game versus the Marlins. Most strikeouts he's had in his 15-year career in any one start. And there's a really interesting historical nugget to that. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Chaparro. Now pick off to first base and back in with a dive is Meade. Martin became just the second pitcher in baseball history to record his first career double-digit strikeout game in his 285th start or later in his career. Talking about saving the best for last. 3-2 to fly ball to left field. Mauricio Dubon coming in a step or two, and he's there. 1 down to the inning. The all-time record, if you could call it that,
is held by Doyle Alexander, who logged his first double-digit strikeout game in his 321st career start. That was with the Blue Jays in 1985.
Yeah, that's a different era, too. That's when strikeouts weren't as prevalent. He just had one great game. That's a record might not be broken for a while.
I think so. One down for C.J. Abrams. First pitch called strike.
You just lose a paper there, partner?
I lost something. I'm always losing something. I think there was one of the towels that J-Chad brought in case it started to rain. It just blew out the window and flew off into who knows what section. That'll be fouled off. Nothing and 2 on C.J. Abrams.
We just can't figure out this weather here recently. I know a lot of people probably frustrated. Big weekend planned, and the rain just keeps coming in and out, ruining all those big plans. Hope the barbecue still starts up in the rain. Everybody out there.
They needed to pass on through. Nothing and 2 on C.J. Abrams. There's a pop-up way up into the air. Matt Olson over to the railing in foul ground. This will be out of his reach. That's into the seats back of the Braves dugout. Got an open date tomorrow. Off day coming up for the Braves. It'll be the end of a 13-game stretch for Atlanta. So an off day tomorrow, and then we start up a series in Boston. That'll be a Boston-Cincinnati road trip. 3 in each city over the course of the next week. Trying to roll into that fresh off a series victory over the Nationals. 0-2, weak bounce to the first. Olsen's got it, whips it down to second. They get one there. Kim holds. So that's a 3-6 putout. Nice play by Olsen. Had to come in on the grass glove and then spin and fire. And was able to thread the needle right over the runner Meade.
Yeah, Meade was all the way in the grass. It's maybe 2 feet inside the grass, way out of the baseline. And Olsen still fired it right over his shoulder. Well, he's got a cannon for a first baseman.
And so accurate. That's why he's got a couple of gold gloves on his mantle. What Meade was almost closer to the mound than he was the baseline, taking that big turn in. 2 down for Dylan Cruz. No score in the top of the 4th. Cruz takes a called strike. Cruz 3 for 10 in the series. One from Perez. Got a piece of a changeup, fouled it straight back. And an 0-2 count. That big dark cloud we were talking about has passed by. Brought a little bit of rain, but no rain right now. Still cloudy skies as far as the eye can see, but the sky is a little bit lighter than it was. 0-2 on Dylan Cruz. Perez spins it. And he got his man looking with a sinker. No challenge by Cruz. Strikeout number 2 for Perez. We're off to the bottom of the 4th inning, and we are scoreless in Atlanta.
How cool are deals on the whole Toyota lineup at the Summer Starts Here sales event? Cooler than your kid calling you cool and meaning it. Yeah, that cool. Summer has never been cooler. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 for $289 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through June 1st, 2026. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $42.88 dealer signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
Spring is back in Braves country, which means it's time to get your yard ready for the season ahead. Cookouts, backyard catch, friends and family together. Your lawn is the backdrop to it all. So this season, get your lawn ready with Pennington and keep it strong all year long. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew, Pennington is all about thick, durable grass, built for life's big and small moments. Pennington grass seed, available at the Home Depot.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees. Extra speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
The
original Louisiana hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves, with a balance of heat and flavor that always hits. Buy you some.
Start your weekend with the Buck Belue Show with me, Kelly Crawl, Saturday mornings from 9 to noon on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Braves and Nationals scoreless into the bottom of the fourth inning. First pitch to Matt Olson is a called strike. It's Olson, Albies, and Riley here in the bottom of the fourth inning. That was a clean top of the fourth inning. That means today is a clean inning car wash celebration day at Tidal Wave Auto Spa. 0-1 pitch. Olson a 3/4 swing. He went. Sweeper perplexed him there. 0-2. Make sure tomorrow you stop by any Tidal Wave location. Get half off any unlimited wash membership for the first month. Visit TidalWaveAutoSpa.com/Braves for more information. Foster Griffin deals his 45th pitch of the game. Just a little bit low and outside with a fastball. Well, he has really been attacking the zone. 45 pitches, 32 strikes, just 13 balls. 4 strikeouts, 1 walk on the 1-2 pitch. Olson takes a ball low and inside. He's really been hard to put your finger on and find something to get the barrel to.
Yeah, before that last swing and miss by Olson, he'd only had 3 swing and misses and 4 strikeouts already. So whiffs aren't everything.
2-2 muscled fair down the right field line, all the way into the corner. Matt Olson digging for second base, getting to it, Dylan Cruz. It's the cutoff man. Olson standing at second with a double. That's his first hit in this series. Ends an 0 for 9 for him in this series. And he is aboard with a double to get things going here in the inning. Great sign.
Yeah, nice recovery there by Matt Olson, looking frustrated with himself on that check swing and miss on the sweeper, and got it again there just right in the middle of the plate. That's probably the first mistake we've seen Forrest Griffin make.
That ends an 0 for 16 for him.
Foster Griffin. I don't want to offend Mr. Griffin's mom, Foster Griffin.
Ozzie Albies, the batter, takes a ball low and inside. 17th double of the season for Matt Olson. He led the league in doubles last season as he tied Pete Alonso for the lead in the league last year. Just good to see him in that offer. 1-0 pitch. Chopper off the plate up the third base line. This advances Olson. Gloving Griffin. Fires to first. Close play. Save. Ozzie able to beat it out. That's a tough play as Griffin had to charge over to the third base line. Did a nice job just to make it a close play. But it's an infield single for Ozzie, and they're at the corners with no one out for Austin Riley.
And sometimes when a pitcher's rolling like Griffin has been, this is the kind of thing you need to get him off of his game. Griffin got to that ball very quickly, but a long, drawn-out throwing motion allowed Ozzie to get there first.
Now meeting at the mound, Simon Matthews is the 30-year-old pitching coach for the Nationals. He's visiting with the entire infield. Trying to end a 12-inning scoreless drought. Of course, the Braves had the walk-off win in the 11th inning on Friday night, but didn't score yesterday, and have not scored in the first 3 innings of this game. Now the bat in the hands of Austin Riley, who's 3 for 7 in the series and 0 for 1 today with a strikeout.
Well, you know a potential rally's coming when Darude Sandstorm plays on the PA. It's like the stock issue rally song. Trying to get the fans going.
Get everybody going. Whatever it takes. First pitch to Riley. Strike on the inside corner. Crowd's been doing their part, not just today. It's been a great series for attendance. That's been the case all year. And we've had some gigantic crowds, enthusiastic crowds. How could they not be? 0-1 fouled back. Riley got a piece of that cutter and an 0-2 count. Maybe some better success versus Griffin this second time through now that they've all seen him.
Yeah, certainly that, the Braves did get to see him once before, and that helps against a pitcher like Griffin with 7 different pitches. But he's got a lot of different options out there on the mound.
First and third, no one out.
0-2, sent foul down the left field line. Turned on a curveball. Just hooked it down the line.
The swings this at bat would be true to your point there. Even that cutter that Riley fouled off, he was right on time, just a tick under it.
Two pitch. Way outside, 1-2. That shutout loss yesterday marked the fourth time the Braves have been shut out this season, but where they've been really good is bouncing back, and they've done that all year. Some success here could go a long way. 1-2, a lunge and a miss at a changeup for strike 3. One out here in the fourth inning. Yeah, the Braves lost last night 2-0, but the team is attempting to avoid losing consecutive games for just the third time all season. And this is the 54th game of the year, so after this game, we're a third of the way through the season.
Braves are 13-3 in the game following a loss. So it's hard to get a losing streak going if you're going to play that well.
Need a base hit right here. Here's Michael Harris. It was Harris who had the one hit yesterday, time called by Harris. He takes his time digging back in, wearing those lavender-colored cleats. Left on left versus Foster Griffin. Albies at first, Olsen at third, one down. Pitches low and outside and smothered back there by Keibert Ruiz. Michael 0 for 1 with a fly out to right field. Even that would be okay right now, driving a run. But Harris had the single in the 7th inning yesterday. Served as the only hit of the game. 1-0 up and in and hit him. Believe he's all right. That came in high. And it sounded like it hit his, maybe the back shoulder. He's got the elbow guard on.
Yeah, it was a sweeper, 78 miles an hour. Hit him right in the tricep.
Yeah, he's got that protective device on that right arm above the elbow, right where that ball hit. So they're loaded now for Eli White. Eli White scored the winning run in the 11th inning Friday night. And they are loaded for the Braves. One down. First pitch, low and inside. First baseman Andres Chaparro in on the grass just in case Eli wanted to do what Ha-Seong Kim did the other night with that bunt. Harris, Albies, and Olsen take their leads. 1-0 missed the inside corner with a fastball. Good situation here for Eli, 2-0.
Yeah, Eli in a great spot. Last time he faced Griffin up in Washington, he did take him deep, so we can go for a second one of those here. That'd be exciting.
The 2-0 pitch. Fouled back. Touched the cutter, and it came straight back into the screen. Griffin hoping for some of that swing and miss stuff that he displayed in the first couple of innings. He does have 5 strikeouts for the game, including one against Eli White in the second inning. Two balls and a strike. Lefty fires, and White with a ground ball to short. Taken by Abrams to second for 1, over to first base, and they turn 2. Just cannot buy a run. That's rough. And that ends the bottom of the 4th inning. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. We go to the top of the 5th, no score. Hey guys, it's Ben Ingram. Have you noticed cracks in your walls or around your doors or windows? Or how about cracks in your bricks outside? That means it's time to pick up the phone and call the only foundation repair company in Atlanta with professional engineers on staff. Engineered Solutions of Georgia. They offer lifetime warranties from trusted professionals who will fix it right the first time. Don't wait until it's too late. Call 678-ESOG now.
Dial 678-ESOG now.
Hey, this is Jaron Solomon from Solomon Brothers Jewelers. People ask me all the time, what does it mean to be the preferred jeweler of the Atlanta Braves? And it means a lot to the Solomon family. I'm born and raised here in Atlanta, Georgia, and more importantly, I'm a Southeast kid. And the Atlanta Braves have meant everything to me growing up. They're a fabric of their community. We believe we're a fabric of this community. And being associated with the Atlanta Braves has truly been an honor, and we really appreciate it. Go Braves.
Cancer. One small cell can change everything. Beating it takes something big.
Northside Hospital Cancer Institute is built for it. Built for breakthroughs, pioneering clinical research, treatment, and surgical innovation with the most cancer centers and board-certified oncologists in Georgia. We're built around you with personalized care from screening through survival. Northside Hospital Cancer Institute, built to beat cancer.
Tune in every weekday morning at 7:45 for Atlanta Braves Today. And listen for your chance to win a pair of Brave tickets on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
4 innings in the rearview mirror. We roll into the top of the 5th. No score. Braves and the Nationals. Northside Hospital Cancer Institute, one of the nation's leading and largest cancer programs. Northside is built to beat cancer. Dalen Lyle leads off with the Nationals. Perez back to work. First pitch, no problem with that sinker. In for a called strike, 0-1. 6, 7, and 8 in the order for the Nationals. And the 0-1 pitch, fouled back 0-2. I think for the way that the 4th inning was setting up, in your mind you're thinking it's not a matter of will they score a run, it's how many. And then it just quickly evaporated, and another goose egg up there on the board. Runs have been hard to come by for both teams in this series as they split the first 2 games. 0-2 to Lyle. Outside with a fastball.
Yeah, Eli White, the single fastest player on the field for either team, and for him to get doubled up, that means, A, he smoked it, and B, it was a really nice turn by the Nats middle infield.
1-2 to Lyle. Missed outside, 2-2. You're impressed with that throw by Nunez, weren't you?
I was. Nunez, little guy, very fast, leads the league in stolen bases. But, man, did he let that one fly. I mean, it was a rocket throw from second to first.
Perez, 2 strikeouts in the game. 2-2 pitch. Chop foul off the plate by Lyle. Still 2-2 on Dalen Lyle. Lyle, 23 years old. And the 2-2 pitch on the way to him. Cranked to deep right, flying back quickly to the wall and off the bricks, bounding past Eli White. Picking it up is Michael Harris in right center, backing the play, and by the time he lobs in, it's a double by Dalen Lyle as he just hit a wall ball to the chop house.
And we're just talking about that double play, Eli White. TV just showed a replay of Ozzie Albies, very athletically jumping out of the way of that ground ball before it got to Abrams. If Ozzie had the frame of mind, he should have stuck his foot in front of that thing. A dead ball, 1 out, inning continues instead of
a double play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Runner at second for Jacob Young. And Young swings and lines one up the middle, base hit. Lyle had to make sure it was going to go through, so he just now arrives at third base. Throw comes all the way into Olsen, who cuts it back to the mound. And they're at first and third. That was whistled right up the middle, but Lyle didn't know for sure if it was going to make its way through. And it did, so they're at the corners now after 2 very hard hit balls, the double by Lyle and the single by Young. No one out for Nasim Nunez. I'll tell you, this has been a little thread that we've seen in this series is the bottom of the Nationals order being pretty productive. They've had some tough outs. Been a good theme for them to have that productivity at the bottom of the order. Nasim Nunez takes a ball outside. In fact, last night, Jorby Bibas batting 8th, 2 for 4 with a homer. Keeper Ruiz batting 9th, 1 for 3 with a double. Then the night before, Young, Millis, Nunez, they were all on base at least once and all had a base hit. 1-0 pitch. Nunez takes a change for a strike. Nunez is a switch hitter. He bats on the right side, but he'd still be a tough one to double up because of the speed that he possesses. 1-1 pitch. Missed the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike. Nunez has hit into 1 double play this season. Meanwhile, Didier Fuentes up and tossing in the Braves bullpen. No score in the top of the 5th. 2-1 pitch whacked into right field. That's going to put the Nationals on the board. A 1-hopper to Eli White. RBI single by Nasim Nunez, and it's 1-0 Washington.
You're talking about how productive the bottom of this Nats lineup has been, and that fits, right? They're the number one offense in the league in terms of runs per game, and you don't get there just by having 2 or 3 good hitters. You get there by having a 1 through 9 of guys that can handle the bat.
Now they're hoping for a big inning. This has gone double, single from the 6, 7, and 8 hitters. And here comes Keibert Ruiz. Meanwhile, Jeremy Hefner, Braves pitching coach, visiting with the battery of Leon and Perez. And Fuentes still tossing in the bullpen for the Braves. 1-0 Washington. Keibert Ruiz is 0 for 1 with a ground out to third. Ruiz with a ground ball to third. Riley rifles down to second. There's one. Ozzie whips it to first. There's 2. That's a big double play that the Braves needed. 5th double play that Ruiz has hit into this season. And over to third base now for Young with 2 down.
Another nice double play turn, this time by the Braves. Luckily, Keibert Ruiz, one of the few guys in the Nats lineup that is a little bit below average speed. He's a plodding catcher. That played in the Braves' favor there.
Yeah, we're just talking about double plays for Nasim Nunez. I couldn't even get to the thought in my head of you got a much better shot of getting this guy to turn into 2 than Nunez, and sure enough, he did. And now James Wood to the plate. Wood takes a front door curveball. That's a beautiful pitch in there for a called strike. Wood with a ground out to first. Also a walk back in the first inning. 1-0 Nationals. 0-1 pitch. That's over for a strike as well. Here's Perez's 74th pitch of the game. Missed the inside corner with a cutter. Had a good idea about it.
Boy, that's a pitcher's pitch. The front door cutter, especially the high risk against the power James Wood possesses.
1-2. Outside 2-2. They can go back to it.
Yeah, front door cutter, we call that a black belt level pitch because it takes a lot of skill and some fortitude to throw that one, especially on an 0-2 count.
Maybe you can go Bruce Lee on him right here then. 2-2 pitch. Chopped off the plate up the first baseline. Going to be a tough play. Perez gloves, throws over in time. Nice play by Martin. High level of difficulty with that play defensively. And Perez makes it, but a run for the Nationals. On 3 hits, no errors and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, 1-0 Washington.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. You know, because they'll...
Be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins...
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the...
Extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
What up, Braves fans? Joe Budden here to talk to you about my favorite part of the game, Prize Picks. Swing into action this baseball season with Prize Picks, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Prize Picks started in the A, so you know we had to show love to the home team. Plus, it's the best app for making all your sports picks.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code BRAVES and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code BRAVES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Prize Picks.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Digging, grading, tilling, and mowing. All in a day's work with Yanmar. The tractor that works as hard as you do. Discover new possibilities at yanmartractor.com.
Save time during your workday commute when you rely on your smartphone. Get real-time traffic reports from the app of your choice while you listen to the radio home of the Braves, only on the Fan app.
Some good defense there in the top of the fifth inning. The double play turn by Riley, Albies, and Olsen. Then that terrific play by Martin Perez. That'll make the defense that inning our Truist play of the game. Brought to you by Truist. Here's Ha-Sung Kim. First pitch on the way to Ha-Sung Kim. A little bit up and in. 1 ball and no strikes. When you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC. 1-0 Washington. 1-0 pitch popped up. Foul ground, third base side. Drifting now is Meade at the railing out of room. It lands on the rooftop of the Nationals dugout. Lands about 4 rows back. 1-1. Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. Rain picks back up here in Atlanta. And Kim takes a changeup for a strike. Kim takes ball a little bit low.
Great weather radar looking pretty grim right now, partner.
Oof. Looking down there at the railing of the third base dugout. There's a pop-up. Drifting back now, second baseman Nasim Nunez still back, and he'll be caught off by his center fielder Jacob Young, who is running right up on him. Make the catch, 1 down. Yeah, down there in the other end of the Nationals dugout, the grounds crew all gathered together. Must be about a dozen of them. Like they're ready to storm the field and jump into action. As soon as there's a stoppage in the action, they might be out there tending to the field. Hopefully they don't have to pull the tarp anytime soon, but like you mentioned, that forecast doesn't look good. 1-0 Nats in the bottom of the fifth inning. Sandy Leon takes the bat and runs the barrel between his legs to get some of that water off of it. There's a called strike on the inside corner, trying to keep the barrel clean and keep his powder dry. 0-1 on Sandy Leon. Here it is from Foster Griffin, and he swings and misses at a high changeup. Not with urgency, but fans by the dozens are making their way up the aisles and to the overhang. Big chopper off the plate up the third base line. Meade charges, takes it, fires over, bang, bang play, and they got him. You know, that's about anybody else in the order. They likely beat it out, but Sandy just couldn't quite leg it out. 2 down.
Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me, the internal clock these major league infielders have. Curtis Meade originally looked like he was going to come up and make that a do-or-die play, and then he realized Sandy Leon. He's good at a lot of things. One of them is not running fast, so just in time there for Curtis Meade.
Well, 2 down for Ronald Acuna. 1-0 Washington, bottom of the fifth. Acuna takes a called strike. Folks, you ever wonder what a home run tastes like? Let me tell you, it's a little peppery, a little tangy, and a lot like the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. The official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves, it's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some. Now, time called. Home plate umpire Brock Ballou granting time to Ronald, who adjusts his left batting glove. A run on 5 hits for the Nationals. No runs, 3 hits for the Braves. 0-1 Cutter misses inside. 1-1. Those flags out in right center barely moving. And a steady rain falling. For Griffin, this will be his 71st pitch of the game. And Acuna takes a ball low. If the Braves can't score here, it'd be a 14-inning stretch without a run.
Yeah, the Braves are at least making Foster Griffin work a little bit harder these last 2 innings. You know, he's not just toying with him like he was there early.
2-1 outside, 3-1. Ronald takes his right hand, runs it across the bill of his helmet, knocking some of that those hanging water drops away. Hitters count. Let's see if Griffin will make a mistake. Here it is to Acuna. Fought off foul. Good catch made by a fan down there along the first base line. Bases empty, 2 down.
3-2 pitch. Ronald swings and tips it into the mid for strike 3. That's now 14 consecutive innings without a run for the Braves. We go to the top of the 6th inning, 1-0 Washington.
This is Kevin Swanson, business manager of IBEW 613. There's a reason why over 5,500 electricians currently choose IBEW Local 613, and why we build Atlanta's most important projects, including Truist Park. Talk to our electricians, look at our work, look at our working agreement. The only thing you will lose by not looking are wages, benefits, and time. Nothing to lose by taking a look. Go to IBEW613.org.
Ever wonder where the capital A in Chick-fil-A came from? It started with grade A, top quality chicken. But we believed everything, not just the food, should be grade A. The A in Chick-fil-A is for all the little things we do to bring you our best every day.
Atlanta area Chick-fil-A restaurants are teaming up with the Atlanta Braves Foundation on the Home Plate Project to help fight food insecurity for families in need. Show your support by visiting braves.com/homeplate to learn more about food distributions in your area.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings could up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Your smart speaker could help make the workday fly by or keep you company before the Braves take the field. Tell your smart speaker, play 680 The Fan.
Braves just took the field a few seconds ago. Perez continues his warm-up pitches. It's 1-0 Washington into the top of the 6th inning. In between innings, head grounds crew keeper Scott Beam was out there visiting with Ron Culpa, the third base umpire and crew chief, and showing him his forecast on his phone so they could make a decision on what they want to do here between tarping the field or continuing to play. And if you're like us, we've looked at the forecast, and it does not look good at all. And it looked like they were about to tarp the field. In fact, they brought the tractors out to attach to the tarp to roll it out to the left field and then put it on. And then Ron Culpa looked at the forecast and said, nope, get them out of here. We're going to keep playing.
It was a false start on the tarp crew.
They were ready.
Once the game starts, the game is in the hands of Ron Culpa, the crew chief. So before the game, the Braves made that decision to delay the game. Once the game starts, umpires have it.
So he looked at that forecast and said, nope, we're going to keep going. Curtis Meade, first pitch swinging. And he skies one way up in the air to medium depth left field. Mauricio Dubon under it. Looking up into the cloudy sky, makes a two-handed grab and one down in the 6th inning. Napa is a proud partner of your Atlanta Braves. With America's largest network of parts and care, Napa has all the bases covered when it comes to your ride. Didier Fuentes back up and tossing in the Braves bullpen. Well, the only run came last inning on an RBI single by Nasim Nunez. There's a ball low to Andres Chaparro. Chaparro 0 for 2. Takes a ball low and in. They list this guy at 6 feet, 200 pounds. And I'm not buying either one of them. Looks about like 5'10", about 235. He's tatted head to toe. 2-0 pitch in for a called strike. I mean, he looks like a bouncer at a nightclub.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel comfortable walking by him in a dark alley late at night.
He means business. Here's a 2-1 pitch on the way to Chaparro. Takes ball outside. Yeah, very intimidating stature. Andres Chaparro.
He's got a built-in Halloween costume. Just put some earrings on and call yourself a pirate.
Yeah. 3-1 pitch. Outside ball 4. Second walk allowed by Perez.
Speaking of pirates, I heard an interesting fact the other day. You know, pirates are always depicted as wearing big gold earrings.
Okay.
I learned that was because if they were in a foreign land and they died, you could take the earrings off and pay for their funeral. There you go.
Here's C.J. Abrams. We said foul down the right field line. What were you reading to come across that nugget? Was this a show or is this something you're reading?
It was on Twitter. You know, one of the guys I follow posts interesting facts. And Morgan Freeman, who you always see wearing gold earrings, same thing. He's an open ocean sailor. So he's carried on that tradition.
Oh, one pitch to Abrams, a little bit low and outside. So they did that just so their funeral could be paid for.
Right. Because, they're always sailing in the unknown ports and live a pretty dangerous lifestyle, I would say. So a little insurance on their ears.
It's funny you say that. Here's a 1-1 pitch. That'll be sent foul. Because apples to oranges at best. I was listening to a podcast one time. Had some ex-military guys doing the podcast. Special Forces, Berets, SEALs, etc. Rangers. There's the 1-2 pitch on the way to C.J. Abrams. And Abrams pops it up. Foul ground. Leon sheds the mask. Looks up. He's under it. Makes the catch right outside the batter's circle. And 2 down. And he said it's not uncommon for those guys who are undercover a lot of times to wear really luxurious watches in case they're in a situation where they have to bargain for their life or bargain for the life of somebody else and they don't have cash on them. They can offer up a watch. Similar.
I like it.
Yeah. Boy, that was a really random turn, wasn't it? Here comes Walt Weiss. He'll be making the Aero Exterminators call to the bullpen. Make the right call. Protect your home and business from pests by calling 888-GO-AERO or visit aeroexterminators.com. Introduce you to Didier Fuentes when we come back. 1-0 Washington in the top of the 6th.
Braves fans, when you listen to the game, you know there's more happening than what shows up on the box score. The same is true after a truck crash. These cases aren't like car accidents. Different rules, different playbook. I'm attorney John Foy, the strong arm. I know how trucking companies move fast to protect themselves and what they hope you never find out. If you've been hit by a big truck, you need someone who's ready to step up and swing for the fences. Make the right call. Attorney John Foy and Associates, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
1966, 2 legends rolled onto the scene. The Atlanta Braves and the Ford Bronco SUV. Same relentless drive, same legendary grit.
This is Michael Harris II. Go deep on your next adventure with the power and off-road capability of a Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport SUV. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Bronco and Bronco Sport are trademarks of Ford or its affiliates. All rights reserved.
For game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Hey, Braves fans, Buck Ballou here reminding you to get your sports fix the easy way. Tell your smart speaker to play 680 The Fan.
That's 1, Braves 0 as we continue the top half of the 6th. Martin Perez exits the game after 5 2/3 sharp innings, giving up 1 earned run. He is responsible for Chaparro on first after a leadoff walk there. Perez finishes with 2 strikeouts. On to relieve him, young right-handed flamethrower Didier Fuentes. Fuentes has pitched in 11 games this season, sporting a 2.79 ERA, 23 strikeouts, 19 1/3 innings pitched.
There to greet him, Dylan Cruz. 1-0 Washington, top of the 6th inning. Runner at first, 2 down. Rain still lightly falling here in Atlanta. Huge swing and a miss at the first pitch slider. Lots of finals round Major League Baseball. Of course, our game started at 4:30. Most of the other games starting around 1:30. 0-1 on Dylan Cruz. And Cruz pulls it foul down the left field line. Phillies were defeated by the Guardians. So the Guardians won the rubber game of that series in Philadelphia. 3-1 was the final score. And also the Marlins finished off a sweep of the Mets. They shut them out 4-0. And the Marlins sweep that one versus New York. Oh, 2 to Cruz. Swung on, missed. Strikes him out with a high fastball. And that ends the top of the 6th inning. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Braves trailing 1-0.
Attention Braves fans, we have a major announcement. Tire Discounters is back as the tire retailer partner of the Braves. Here's their Stasi jingle.
Sorry to interrupt, but all of us at Tire Discounters are really excited because if the Braves hit a home run, we're giving all the fans a great deal. Cash off on select tires and free alignment. And a free oil change. Okay, roll it. See store for details.
From joyful occasions to the unexpected, First Franklin Financial makes loans for living. offering fixed rates and flexible terms on loans up to $15,000. The next time you're looking for some extra cash to help make ends meet, come see the friendly Franklin folks or visit us at oneffc.com to learn more. All loan terms and APRs depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria and may require collateral. First Franklin Financial Corporation is licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, CFI 215. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee 5656, MMLS number 141654. Not available in North Carolina.
When you open a Corona, you hear the sounds of wherever you are a little differently. A little more Corona. And you think to yourself, why am I just listening? Corona. La Playa awaits. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This spring and summer, soccer's biggest names arrive in downtown Atlanta. Stay at Omni Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Park, steps away from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Book now at omnihotels.com/Atlanta.
Jeff Francoeur only appears on one radio station in Atlanta. Get the latest on the Braves and the biggest MLB headlines every Monday morning at 9 on 680 The Fan and the Fan app.
Nationals 1, Braves nothing into the bottom of the 6th inning alongside Darren O'Day. Ben Ingram here with you. Rain continues to fall. And the Braves and Nationals continue to play. We can play through this right now. You just hope it doesn't get any harder. In fact, they just had to swap out rosin bags. That last one a little bit too damp to continue with. It'll be Dubon, Olsen, and Albies for the Braves in the bottom of the 6th inning. And it's also the Georgia Lottery home run jackpot inning. Tell you about our contestant that for the first pitch to Dubon. He takes a called strike. If the Braves hit a homer here in the bottom of the 6th inning, our contestant Crystal Davison from Douglasville, Georgia, will win $1,450. And if you'd like to enter for your chance to win at least $1,000 from the Georgia Lottery, swing and a miss by Dubon, visit 680thefan.com/GA Lottery. Georgia Lottery today could be the day. Let's hope so. No runs here would mean a drought of 15 consecutive innings for the Braves. 0-2 pitch, up and in, 1-2. We're giving you some of those final scores in the top of the inning. Those scores are brought to you by Saia, the official freight carrier of the Atlanta Braves. 1-2. And Dubon with a fly ball to center. Jacob Young casually back into his left. Waits on it to come down, makes the squeeze, one down. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Every Atlanta Braves game, live on the air and streaming free on the app.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan.
One out of the bottom of the 6th inning. A lot of what we're seeing today just feels like a continuation of yesterday, where neither team was scoring much at all. Nats won yesterday 2-0. They're leading today 1-0. Matt Olson takes the ball outside. I could hear that thunder in the distance. 1-0 pitch. Olson takes a ball low and outside.
You said the Braves are in an offensive drought, haven't scored in 14 change innings. That's about the last word on my mind right now. We got over 6 inches of rain last night in my neighborhood.
My goodness.
Absolute flood.
2-0 pitch, a little bit off the plate. You almost had to paddle to work today. Matt Olson, who had the count go to 3-0, will have this pitch challenged by Keibert Ruiz. And this is a strike. So it goes from a 3-0 count to a 2-1 count, as that's overturned.
Challenge successful. Strike ball.
Olson doubled the lead off the 4th and was left stranded at 3rd. Takes a huge hack and a miss at a sweeper. Make it a 2-2 count. Well, it's very gray in every single direction. It's darker gray down the right field line. Slightly lighter down the left field line, but raining and looking like more is on the way.
How many shades of gray would you say?
About 50. 2-2. Olson fouls it back. You put that on a tee for me. I mean, was there another answer? I've never even seen the movies, but I'd... 2-2 on Matt Olson.
Maybe watch it on the flight today.
I think I'll pass on that one. There's the 2-2 pitch on the way to Matt Olson. There's a ball high. Can you imagine the ribbing I'd take from plane full of guys if I'm watching that? 3-2 on Matt Olson.
It is pretty grim out here, though, folks. It's a palette of gray out there.
Everybody on the field soaked right now. There's the 3-2 pitch. Olson with a bouncer over the mound, charging in Abrams. Gloves on the grass, throws high, but bringing it down Chaparro. Not an easy play. He circled around the back of second, then charged in onto the grass. That's a 6-3 put out, 2 down to the bottom of the 6th inning.
I don't know if you noticed that Ben Griffin was going to reach behind his back and make an attempt at that ground ball, and he didn't. And we talked about that 2 nights ago when Didier Fuentes was pitching, where he reached out, tried to make a miracle play, and Ozzie was standing right behind him for what would have been an easy out. So more of a veteran pitcher able to hold back there.
Yeah, it's a great example of exactly what you were talking about the other night. That'll be fouled off into the third deck along the first base line. Been a good day for Ozzie versus Griffin. Just not too many guys on base for him. He's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. 0-1 sent fouled on the right field line, slicing into the seats. The base hit by Chadwick Tromp in the 11th inning Friday night scored Eli White the last time the Braves scored a run. They just keep thinking inning by inning. Surely this is the one they break through. They've been close. 0-2 is high, 1-2. In fact, their best chance in this game was in the 4th inning. Braves had Olson, Albies, and Harris aboard with 1 out, and then a 6-4-3 double play ball. 1-2 pitch, pulled foul. You'd imagine in between innings they'll continue to put some of that drying agent around the infield. It's starting to show a bit of a sheen over there at third base. Taking on more and more water with each passing minute. 1-2 pitch. Ozzie with a fly ball to right field. Dylan Cruz back into his left, slows, makes the catch 15 feet from the warning track. Braves go down in order for the 4th time in 6 innings. We've completed 6. We go to the top of the 7th. 1-0 Washington.
You need all the energy you can get for game day. Luckily at Georgia Power, we know a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
Hey, Atlanta, want to know the best thing about Urgent Ortho at Peachtree Orthopedics? Well, it's really great. First, they offer appointments the same day, on Saturday, or in the evening, so I can go when it works for me. Next, you get to avoid the crowded ER, and probably the best part, it costs less than the ER too. All that, and it's a total no-brainer. So why should you try Urgent Ortho at Peachtree Orthopedics? Simple. To get better. Call now to make an appointment or visit PeachtreeOrthopedics.com.
Whatever your passion, South College can help you succeed doing something you truly love. For me, that's surgical technology. Surgical technologists are vital to surgeons and an essential part of the surgical team. The South College Associate of Science and Surgical Technology program is designed to provide students with training to help care for patients, prepare surgical supplies, maintain aseptic conditions before and during surgery, and assist surgeons during surgical procedures. To find out more about South College's Atlanta or Marietta campus, visit south.edu. South College, where dreams find direction.
When the Braves aren't playing on a weeknight, join the Buck Belue Show with me, Kelly Kroll, from 6 to 8 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Into the top of the 7th. 1-0 Washington. The 1 tally coming in the top of the 5th inning on the base hit by Nasim Nunez to drive in this man, Dalen Lyle. Lyle leads it off. Lyle led off the top of the 5th inning with a double. And he's the man who scored. Pitch on the way to Lyle. Called strike from Didier Fuentes. Another lengthy discussion between Scott Beam, the grounds crew keeper, head grounds crew keeper, and crew chief Ron Kulpa. In between innings, 0-1 fouled back. And rain picking up even more so now. And here we go. They're going to take the teams off the field. So as of 6:06 Eastern, they're going to tarp this thing. We're in a delay. And what I was going to get to, just watching in between innings, it's moment by moment.
Yep.
And this cell that's really settling in on us now, they're probably hoping maybe we'd miss that, but it's on us now, and there are suddenly curtains of rain coming down. And we're going to stop this thing at 6:06 Eastern with a score 1-0 Washington into the top of the 7th. So coming up, it's the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show. And the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show is brought to you by Serve Pro, the official restoration company of the Atlanta Braves. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro to make it like it never happened. Barrett Salee will be with you on the backside of this break. We're in a rain delay, 1-0 Washington in the 7th.
When life throws you a curveball, whether it's water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you need a winning team. You need Serve Pro. Serve Pro's licensed, certified, and highly trained team of experts are here to help, offering fast, reliable, professional restoration services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country, our teams are committed to performing at a championship level. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro and make it like it never even happened.
This spring and summer, the world's biggest names in soccer are coming to downtown Atlanta. Stay where the city gathers at Omni Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Park, just steps away from Mercedes-Benz Stadium and State Farm Arena. Skip the traffic when you stay with easy access to dining, entertainment, and the energy of Centennial Park District. Book now and take advantage of special seasonal offers now before it's too late. Plan your spring and summer staycation at omnihotels.com/Atlanta.
Racetrack knows ATL moves fast. You can feel it, especially on Braves game days. So make a stop that counts. All beef hot dogs, Swirl World frozen yogurt with endless toppings, a freeze blast to cool off. All your faves whenever you need them. The Braves bring the energy. Racetrack keeps it going. Racetrack, proud hometown partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Do you have an empty screen doing nothing at home or at work? Watch our live in-studio camera, chat with other fans, or check out the best archive clips by searching 680 The Fan on YouTube.
The Braves are in a rain delay, but the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show is getting you through with more Braves talk and updates on the game as they become available. Now, more of the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show on the Braves Radio Network.
And just like that, we are back in the Truist Studios here in the Battery, Atlanta. Barrett Salee here for the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show, the second Serve Pro Rain Delay Show of the afternoon. Of course, if you missed it, we were about 20 minutes late to this game. And right before the second rain delay, it absolutely unloaded here. We can barely see outside the window of our studio. I just saw bolts of lightning. So we're going to be here for a while, folks, 402-331-1680 if you want to get in touch with us. Again, second rain delay of the afternoon. Braves down 1-0. Didier Fuentes has thrown 2 strikes in the top of the 7th. So that's where we are right now, 404-231-1680. Again, Serve Pro. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro and make it like it never even happened. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. What's up, Alex? How are you?
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm 13 years old, and I'm from Marietta, Georgia.
Well, thank you for calling, Alex. What's going on?
I'm at the game right now. I'm leaving right now because of the rain delay.
It's no fun. I can tell you that. It is no fun out there. Where are you walking toward right now, and how are you getting there? Because it looks awful.
Well, I'm currently in my car right now, going away from the red parking garage.
Well, be safe, man. Be safe.
Thank you.
There's some lightning.
By the way, I got 2 questions for you.
Okay, what do you got?
So number one, do you think the Braves are going to keep up their record this season of being number 1 in the entire league?
Yeah, I think in terms of the NL East, yeah, I do. I think they're going to be atop the NL East right now. I think the 15 inning scoring drought's a problem, but yeah, I do think that. Now, as far as Major League Baseball, I mean, the Rays are 2/1000ths of a percentage point above us right now, but yeah, I mean, in terms of the National League East, yes, I do think that the lead is too big to overcome at this point.
And I got one more question for you.
What you got?
Do you think the blooper burger is ever going to come back? I called you about 1 year ago about it, but I never got an answer.
You know what? I don't know if it's ever going to come back. The blooper burger was fantastic. There is that giant one that's available right now for $45, and I've tried that, and it's fantastic. But I have not heard anything about the blooper burger.
They have a blooperito now.
They have a blooperito?
Yeah.
I have not seen this, and I'm there every day. Yeah, where is this located?
Second level, like 218. I got it yesterday. It's just a bunch of meat, fried burrito.
That sounds fantastic. That voice you hear is Joe Virgin, who makes this whole thing happen, makes this whole thing work. You went to your first game of the year last year. You didn't come into work. You actually just went across the street next to your work.
Oh, yeah. It was my first game in 2 seasons.
Yeah, that didn't work out very well.
I'm always here.
It didn't work out very well at all.
I'm not a good luck charm.
No, you're not. For those who aren't here, it is pouring, and the video they just showed on Braves Vision, apparently the tarp did not cover all of the first base line. I don't know what they just put down, but they got it covered, whatever it was. They got covered. So, yeah, it's not looking good out there. 404-231-1680. Appreciate the call, Alex. Safe travels home from the red deck. I would imagine there are a lot of people scrambling for their vehicles right now. Let's go to Sam in Winder. What's up, Sam? How are you?
Hey, Barrett. I'm doing really well. How are you?
You know what? I'm dry here in the studios, which honestly is better than a lot of people that I think we're out there in the Battery right now.
Certainly. And I've got several questions that I could ask you.
All right.
But I think would you prefer that I keep it to just one or two?
Whatever you got, man. We're going to be here for a while.
Okay. First of all, where did this storm come from? Because where I am in Winder, it's been raining off and on all day. Not right now, but I'm wondering if it came up from near us.
It did not come from Winder. No, it's been, all this stuff's been south and it is moving quickly towards us. But, I think I'm not a professional meteorologist, but it feels like it's going to be here for a while.
Okay. All right. The first question that I've got is about our catching situation. If there's one player on this roster who I feel really, really bad for, it's Sean Murphy. I was really excited when we first traded for him because he has been historically one of the best catchers in the league currently when he's healthy, and not actively trying to play through an injury, which really bugs me. I forget which season exactly it was where he did that, but he tried to play through an injury, didn't let the team know, and really struggled because of it. So my question about Sean is, do you think the Braves try to hold on to him or trade him away? Because if we can keep him and it makes sense financially, and it definitely makes sense competitively because you would have a starting catcher as your backup, and not many teams can say that. Catching is pretty thin across the league as far as I'm aware. But
well, I think with Sean, the trading him would be very difficult right now, because you would be selling low. His struggles are well documented, and the contract is just too much to take on. So I think you would have to find somebody, or you would have to eat a lot of that money if you're the Braves. And I just don't see them doing that. I will say with Sean, I think, yes, defensively, he's a great catcher. I do think right now he's a liability at the plate. So if that changes, then great. But I just think trading him would be almost impossible right now unless you're really, really trying to, or really willing to eat a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree. It would make much more sense to keep him around, at least to see what he's got left in the tank.
Yeah. And there's almost no way to avoid that too. Again, because you're not going to be able to release him, and you're not going to be able to trade him really. So, I think for Sean and for the Braves, you just kind of have to let it ride with where it is right now and let the chips fall where they may. Appreciate the call, Sam. 404-231-1680 if you want to get in touch with us. A lot of puddles on the field right now looking at Braves Vision. A lot of standing water. So hopefully we get this one in. Hopefully we finish things up and they get that water off the ground. The field looks like in bad shape right now. Let's go to Travis in Wellington, North Carolina. What's up, Travis?
It's dry here. Where do the Braves stay while they're at home? Do they own homes there in Atlanta, or do they just rent places there in Atlanta?
A lot of people own houses here. I think with some of the players who have bounced around, they rent. They get townhouses somewhere around here, live with their families at home in the off season. I think Chris Sale has a place here, but also goes home in the off season to Central Florida. So, it's kind of the same everywhere. If you want to stay somewhere else, you can. I think the team covers local housing if you want to keep where you stay where you are, but also have some sort of home base here. So, that's I guess it's up to the individual. And I know a lot of players do stay and have houses here full time, if not full time, certainly part time. Let's go to Belvin in Savannah. What's going on?
Yes, hi. I wish we could get some of that rain here in Savannah.
You know what? You can take some of ours if you want. Just come back up here and take it.
The reason I'm asking, I've been a Braves fan for over 50-some years. And this particular year, I cannot get the Braves on TV. I have cable. I have everything. I got the sports package. But every time the Braves play, home or away, they block it out. Why is that? They won't give me any answer at Xfinity.
You should be able to have it on Xfinity. If you have Xfinity, you should have Braves Vision. We have Xfinity in the studios, and we have it on Braves Vision. I think for one, I think you might have to upgrade your boxes, and that's what we had to do in the studio because we had some older ones. But they do that. They should do that for free. And if you have Xfinity, it's there for you.
No, they said it's just blocked out. Whether they're playing on TBS, I have the full package. I get all the games on MLB, but I cannot get the Braves. Every time they have it on MLB, they show another game or just show some other type of activity.
If it's on MLB Network, you're in the footprint in Savannah. So if they say it's on MLB Network, it's not. It would be on Braves Vision because that is only for the out of market games. So if it says it's on MLB Network or TBS, those are the national broadcasts. Those are not the local broadcasts. You would need to get Braves Vision, and you should have Braves Vision if you have Comcast. If you don't, you should definitely call them because it is available on Comcast. You just might have to upgrade your hardware a little bit, but that they would do that for free. So it's if you have Comcast, it's definitely available for you. There's no doubt. But if you're trying to watch it on ESPN or MLB Network or TBS, those are the national broadcasts that local fans in the local footprint are not supposed to be able to watch.
Well, that's all I get, and I haven't been able to get the Braves games at all. Now, it is supposed to be on the MLB right now, and they're showing...
Right, but that's because it's on Braves Vision locally. It's not supposed to be on MLB Network for you in Savannah. It won't be, because that is a national...
How do I get Braves locally?
I
didn't have any problems with that until this year.
Well, if you have Braves Vision, if you have Comcast, it's on channel 1254. We have Comcast in the studio right now. It's on channel 1254. That's Braves Vision. And if you don't have Braves Vision, you can subscribe on Braves.tv. Or if you have Comcast, you should already have it. You should definitely call them and say, why don't I get this? And it's probably just an upgrade in your hardware. But if you're trying to watch on MLB Network right now, you're not supposed to have it. That is only for the out of market folks. And same thing with TBS games on Tuesday. Let's go to Mike in Quitman, Georgia. What's up, Mike?
Hey, good afternoon. I just was listening before the game started, and y'all were talking about Jesse Chavez. He's the bullpen coach for the Giants.
Yes, he is.
That was part of the conversation.
Yes, he is. He's the bullpen coach for the Giants. He announced his retirement on that Foul Territory podcast that they have. And yeah, he's good for him, enjoying life as an assistant.
Right. What a great career he had. And I enjoy watching the Braves. Enjoy listening to y'all on 680 The Fan. And, down here in South Georgia, we're getting some rain too, so we really needed it though. The real dry.
Well, hopefully it stops here and we get to play at some point. But yes, thank you for listening, Mike, down in Quitman, Georgia. And of course, what he's talking about is the 680 The Fan app, which is the flagship of the Braves Radio Network. You can download that, listen to any game anywhere in the world on the 680 The Fan app. Let's go to Spencer in North Carolina. What's up, Spencer?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good after. Hope you all pretty much just keep it short, but I love the catching situation that's going on right now. We got a bunch of guys kind of rotating due to injuries, but I love it. Drake Baldwin, first inning home run is always one I'm looking at. But really, I just want to say it is damn fun to watch this team, and chop on, go Bravos.
Go Bravos, Spencer. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like our catching situation too, because with Drake, you are able to use him as a designated hitter and get somebody out there who can be a pure defensive catcher like we see with Sandy Leon right now. And look, Sean Murphy's going to have to hit. I think at this point, when he comes back, he's going to have to prove that he's capable of being a weapon offensively. But man, with Drake Baldwin, what a luxury to have a guy who is a top tier catcher who can play every day as a designated hitter too. It's a great situation. There's no doubt about that. Let's go to Reed in Charleston, South Carolina. What's up, Reed?
Hey, how you doing, Brett?
Doing well.
Good. I have two quick questions for Brett. I'm another lifetime Braves fan for over 52 years, so go Bravos always. But I know you're pressed for time, so I'll give you two quick questions. One of them is that I was wondering if you think that the Braves would maybe get one extra power bat in a trade during the season, because when we struggle like this, it was almost like 1993 when we were doing really well, but then we went and got Fred McGriff, and then the Braves really took fire after that. So maybe if you think we might get one more power bat in a trade.
Yeah, I think it would have to depend on where you would need a bigger bat. I would say probably in the outfield would be the one where you look at. I mean, I don't think you're going to get a shortstop. And honestly, I think Mauricio Dubon could absolutely be the starting shortstop. And I think with Hassan Kim, it's still sort of wait and see. But you got to keep Mauricio Dubon in the lineup. Luckily, he can play everywhere. It would probably be an outfield bat. I just don't know what's going to be available. The problem now is that everybody's in the playoff race for way too long before you figure out if you're buyers or sellers. But that wouldn't surprise me. I just think for this particular lull, though, 15 straight scoreless innings, that's all it is. I mean, the lineup itself, top to bottom, is still very, very dangerous. 404-231-1680. If you want to get in touch with us, this is the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show. And of course, it's brought to you by Serve Pro, the official restoration company of the Atlanta Braves. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro to make it like it never even happened. Let's go to James. What's going on, James? How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well, man.
Good. I just called in. I had a couple questions. You think in the next few decades we might see a pitcher with 15 consecutive seasons with 15 or more wins? And secondly, do you think that pitchers in the future will ever have the durability of the pitchers of the 90s?
No, I don't. And I don't think that, okay, you're going to get me on a tangent with pitching arms right now, because no, I don't think so. I think with pitching nowadays, I have a 14-year-old, he plays travel ball, and a lot of these coaches will focus on velocity at a very young age, because they know these kids are going to get to college or get drafted with velocity. But as a result, their arms wear down. They have to. 15 years ago, it was unheard of to have a second Tommy John surgery. Now it happens all the time. So these arms wear down. And so you're not going to see them even qualify for wins. I mean, 5 and dive players, pitchers, that's the norm now. So I just don't think, unless they change the definition of wins, I don't see how that can possibly happen, just because these arms are so worn out by the time, you get to the major leagues, even by the time you get to the minor leagues at this point. So, I think, and again, you can get me on a tangent all day long on this. The wear and tear that these travel ball coaches put on pitchers is very unhealthy. But the problem is the colleges and the high school coaches and the minor league coaches, they have to make their money. They have to stay employed. So they need a guy that can throw 90 coming out of high school. The problem is that guy's thrown 90 since he was about 13 years old, and his arm's about to fall off. So, it's a rough situation, because again, you have guys who just simply can't go 5 innings and qualify for a win. And I've said this on the pregame show for quite a little while now. And Chris Domino, my co-host, agrees with me. You're going to have, I think, a lot of money pushed toward piggyback guys. You're not going to have full starters that go 6, 7, 8 innings. You're not going to even have that expectation for, your number 4, what used to be your number 4 starter, or your number 5 starter. You're going to have those guys go 4 innings and have somebody else that can come right behind them that goes 4 innings. And that guy is going to be very well compensated moving forward. So you don't see that yet. But I do think the Braves right now, with how they're operating the starting rotation, you're starting to see that sort of develop, and that they're kind of the trailblazer in the sense that you kind of have set up, at least first month and a half of the season. Okay, you're going to have Martin go for a little while with Fuentes available. You're going to have Grant go with Martin available behind him. I think that's going to become more the norm, and as a result, you're not going to see starting pitchers get to 15 wins. Rarely. I mean, if ever. I do think, though, you look at Aaron Ashby in Milwaukee, he's got 9 wins right now? You're going to see a lot of relievers with a lot of those wins, because they don't have to pitch very long in order to qualify for a win. So it's a changing world. There's no doubt about that. But a lot of the reason that you're seeing the situation is because a lot of these kids' arms get worn down way too early in youth baseball and travel ball and places like that. Let's go to Eric in Marietta. What's up, Eric? How are you?
Hey, man. I had a question. Kind of the big elephant in the room is, what do we do with Ha-Seong Kim? We paid a lot of money for this guy, and obviously he didn't have a spring training, and we're seeing the rust start to break off, but he's just taking some of the goofiest swings I've ever seen. And, he's letting these 81 mile per hour changeups middle go right by him. I mean, it's just really weird to see him. So what do we do with him?
Well, Eric, I think they're still going to give him a chance. It is still relatively early in terms of his return. I understand the frustration, because it has not been a very nice return to the lineup. I think for Ha-Seong Kim, I would say he's very disappointed with it as well, because he wasn't really bad in his rehab starts and suddenly comes up to the Major League Ball Club and can't hit. They're going to give him as much run as possible. And I think that is, it's helpful on top because they benefit because they have a guy in Dubon who can back him up. That's going to probably start in left field more times than not also. So the positional versatility is there. So if you have, if you need to give Ha-Seong Kim a day off, you put Dubon at short, you bring Yaz in the outfield or Eli White or whatever, it doesn't matter. And I think for Ha-Seong Kim, that's kind of a double-edged sword though, because you want to get at bats, but you also want to make sure maybe you get a reset every once in a while. So, I do think it's a little bit premature though to just pull the plug because, while he has not been historically the best shortstop from an offensive standpoint, he's still pretty solid. So, too early to pull the plug quite yet. 404-231-1680. If you want to get in touch with us, the rain's kind of stopped at this point. And looking at the TV right now, it's, the tarp is off the field. They're about to roll it back up, but there is standing water everywhere. I mean, everywhere. So it's going to take a little time to clean all of this up. I will say, as somebody who grew up in this area and a 45-year-old, I'm old enough to remember when this field was on a detention pond. So maybe it's still there and they can just flush that water into the pond underneath it. But no, they have a great drainage system here. So hopefully they get it cleaned up relatively quickly, but there is standing water all over the place, but they are taking the tarp off. It looks like they're thinking about rolling it up at some point. So hopefully we get some baseball here relatively soon. 404-231-1680. If you want to join us on the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show, let's go to Calvin. What's up, Calvin? How are you?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Question, if you could speak real quickly, are you concerned at all about Acuna's performance with fastballs? I looked it up online, and it looks like he's the 16th worst hitter in baseball with fastballs right now. And that's his worst mark since his first recovery from ACL. So are we concerned about a lingering issue or anything like that? Thank you.
You know what, Calvin? I've seen that, and it's been brought up on a bunch of different websites and things like that. I'm not, and maybe that's just because I'm an optimist and I believe in Ronald. But I just think, to me, he's having a hard time getting into a groove. And this happened last year when he came back. We all remember the first pitch that he saw was a home run. But really, that first half of the season after he came back, he wasn't that great. And before he got hurt 2 years ago, he was struggling too, but I still believe it's there. I just think he's maybe putting a little bit too much pressure on himself to get things going. I think he'll be fine. I mean, it's Ronald. I think he'll be fine. It's frustrating. I get it. A lot of people are frustrated with it, but yeah, I think he'll get going. He'll be back to his normal ways sooner rather than later. But I get it. Got to wait for it. And I think when it does come, it's going to be wild. You're going to see him break out in a big way. We'll take a break. When we come back, more of your calls on the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show. And of course, it's brought to you by Serve Pro, the official restoration company of the Atlanta Braves. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro to make it like it never even happened.
When life throws you a curveball, whether it's water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you need a winning team. You need Serve Pro. Serve Pro's licensed, certified, and highly trained team of experts are here to help, offering fast, reliable, professional restoration services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country, our teams are committed to performing at a championship level. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro and make it like it never even happened. Attention Braves fans. Ever wanted to win a Yanmar ZTR or a Yanmar Limited Edition SA223 tractor? Well, here's your chance. It's the Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning. During the 8th inning of every Braves game, one lucky fan will be selected for a chance to win a Yanmar ZTR if the Braves pitcher strikes out the side. Plus, at the end of the season, you could win the grand prize, a Yanmar Limited Edition SA223 tractor. Register now at Braves.com/Yanmar for your chance to win. The Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning, where the excitement never stops.
Hey, Braves Country, it's Tom Glavine, and when my ride needs a wash, I trust the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves, Tidal Wave Auto Spa. With hundreds of convenient locations, all-star customer service, and cutting-edge equipment that gets my ride sparkling clean in just 3 minutes, Tidal Wave is a game changer. Visit TidalWaveAutospa.com to find a location near you.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
The original Louisiana hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves, with a balance of heat and flavor that always hits. Buy you some.
Get your morning baseball fix with Atlanta Braves today, weekday mornings at 7:45, and listen for your chance to win a pair of Braves tickets before 8 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Atlanta Braves baseball is in a rain delay, which means the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show is on. Join the conversation now at 404-231-1680, and we'll have more updates as the weather improves on the Braves Radio Network.
And welcome back into the Truist Studios here in the Battery, Atlanta. We are steps away from the right field gate at Truist Park, where the tarp is on the field again. Said the tarp was off the field, and the tarp was off the field momentarily, and now it is back on the field, but it's not raining, and fans are filtering back down to their seats. Still a lot of standing water on the field. So take all of that into consideration, and we don't know what's happening. That's basically what the story is. We don't know what's happening, but we do know that the Braves are down 1-0 in the top of the seventh. Didier Fuentes did come in through 2 pitches in the top of the seventh. Braves 15 straight innings without a run. Hopefully that will change over the next 3 innings, because it does look, at least for now, like it has stopped raining. Hopefully we'll get some baseball in before the end of the day. 404-231-1680. Let's go to Josie in Marietta. What's going on?
Hey, Bear. What's going on, brother?
Just hanging out in the studio watching a tarp on a baseball field.
Sounds exhilarating.
It is.
Well, my question is, we're in a summer reading challenge for the reading spot on the square, and one of the recommendations that you have to have is a sports book. Do you have any baseball or Braves-related books that you'd recommend?
Yes. Mark Bowman, who does covers the Braves for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I'm going to pull him up to make sure I get the right name, but Mark Bowman has a book that is really, really good, and I suggest you to here it is. It's The Franchise, a curated history of the Atlanta Braves. It's a really good book. The forward is by Chipper Jones. So it is, I would highly recommend that. The Franchise. It's by Mark Bowman, who covers the Braves for MLB.com.
Awesome. Sounds good.
All right. Thank you for calling, Josie. Let's go to who's next? Howard in Noonan. What's up, Howard?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well, man. How are you?
I'm good. I got a quick question. I just want to get your thoughts on it. I know you're going to be the eternal optimist, but, I've been a Braves fan since my dad woke me up to watch Game 6 of the 95 World Series. It seems like, every year when the Braves built this gigantic lead, when we get to the playoffs, either the players are tired or worn out, and we just flatline in the playoffs. Like, I love what Walt Weiss is doing, because you can always look back in the year and think there's 10 to 15 games they did win, they should have won. It seems like we're winning a majority of those games, but I'm concerned that come August and September, we're going to run out of gas, and then we're going to have another flatline performance in the playoffs. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Howard. I think there are 2 things on that. One, the way I think for this team, you're going to go through ups and downs. I think being in the clubhouse, the way this team operates, the downs aren't going to last for very long. But, and I know what you're referring to is probably 2022 and 2023. The way the playoffs are now, the Braves just happen to get the full week off. And, I remember in 2022, they played a couple of sim games. In 23, I think they played 3 or 4 and invited fans in for a couple of those. I think so. It depends. Being there, I don't like the full week off. I think if you have to go for a full week off in going into the playoffs, that's actually not desirable. So I think that is probably what you're referring to, and there's not much the Braves can do about that. I think, but being around these players, I feel like there's enough leadership in that room that they'll be able to weather that storm if and when, and hopefully when it does happen. I think this team's so full of great guys, but also position versatility where you're going to give guys days off. And Walt said this when he got hired, that he's going to want to give some guys half days. And his definition of half days are days as a designated hitter, where you're off your feet, you're not playing in a game. And Ronald got one of those today. So I think you're going to see more of that as the season goes along. And that's going to benefit everybody. 404-231-1680. The tarp is off the field. That's the good news. The bad news is that the mud is on the field. And by mud, I mean a lot of mud. So I would imagine when they begin treating this field to restart play, it's going to take a long time because it looks really muddy out there. 404-231-1680. If you want to get in touch with us, who's next? David in Pensacola. What's going on, David?
Thank you, gentlemen. Y'all are doing a fantastic job. I love listening to Braves radio. Been doing it for 50 plus years. Let me ask you, do they use virtual goggles or anything to prepare for some of these pitchers that they're up against? I've been watching the Game Day and other devices to keep up with the Braves, and God, I can't tell you how many pitchers I see out of the zone that we're swinging at. And I know Chipper's commented on it a little bit over the years, recent years. Anyway, your thoughts on whether or not they use, how sophisticated are they in this training with different pitchers and different batters and stuff?
Yeah,
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much, David. Thanks for listening down there in Pensacola, Florida. Every piece of technology is available, and I'm talking about every single thing you can possibly imagine is there for the players to use. I think for the player himself, it's just about what they're comfortable with, right? It's about, what they feel will help them the most. And, I think for some guys, they want to look at the iPad. Some other guys don't. Some guys want to get treatment in the training room a lot. Some of them don't. And so it's about the individual. But no, I mean, they have every piece of technology available to them. There are some training facilities here that have, kind of more technology on top of what exists, in the dugout in the clubhouse. A place called Maven is one of those. So they can do whatever they want. Everything's available to them. As far as like Oculus AI type stuff, I personally haven't seen it down there. I'd be stunned if it wasn't available because it's available to my 14-year-old. He can go on Win Reality right now and pitch and hit against the guy that throws 102. So I would imagine, it's down there. Because again, if kids can do it, I would imagine. I haven't seen it, but I know it does exist. I've seen it and used it. And I would imagine every piece of technology is available for all of them. Let's go to who's next. Let's go to Jeff in Atlanta. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing well.
I just had a quick question. Listening to the game the other night, and I was just wondering how this works. As far as, do you remember when the ball was hitting the outfield and the two players ran into each other and the scorekeeper called it a double error?
Yes.
Were they able to appeal it? Are they able to appeal it where it's a base hit, one error, no errors?
Yeah, they changed it that day. They changed it right after the game to a triple and then Dom scoring from third on a throwing error. So they changed it right away. It was crazy that they would consider that one, two errors on that play. It was absolutely crazy. But no,
I've never seen two errors like that or listened to it. I listened to it on the radio and just to let y'all know, y'all are the most y'all are, it doesn't matter what team, y'all tell it like it is, which is always great, good or bad for the Braves, good or bad for the other team. But
thank you.
I like listening to y'all and just was curious how that works.
Yeah. Appreciate it, Jeff. Yeah, they changed it right away. And so I think this you don't have to appeal it if the scorekeeper kind of recognizes, hey, screwed this up. Let's do something about it. You can appeal, if it doesn't get changed right after the fact. But no, the Braves didn't even have to do that. I think everybody that watched that play were like, no, that's not 2 errors. That's a triple. Dom deserves a triple. And yes, he scored on an error. It's not an inside the park home run. But yeah, stuff like that happens. There's some times where we're sitting in a press box and we hear a scoring decision. We're like, that's not going to stay. That's not going to stay. They're going to change that one. Let's go to Jack in North Carolina. What's going on, Jack?
Hey, Barrett, how you doing?
Doing well, dry, and I think everybody else is getting dry out there, including the field.
Well, that's great. I'm glad we'll get the game going again a little bit, hopefully, and hopefully it'll keep going. And also enjoy your podcast every day and all the work you guys do. I appreciate it. I live in the eastern part of North Carolina, about 8 miles from Virginia, and I live in the Nationals footprint, so to speak. So, but I get, in reference to the guy who was not able to get the Braves at all on anything, and he's trying his best and all that. MLB TV subscription. Now, maybe I'm misunderstanding how all this lays out. Now, not MLB Network, but I get all the games other than the National. When we play the Nationals, I get all the games on MLB TV subscription.
Yes, that is.
Is that not available to him, or am I just misunderstanding how all that?
Well, because you're in the Nationals footprint, you're considered out of market. So if you have MLB.TV, the Nationals games will be blacked out in your area. You would get all the Braves games just by virtue of that. That is, if you're local or if you're in the Braves footprint, you go to Braves TV and you sign up there, and then you access that through the MLB app. It just automatically goes through there. But again, if you have Comcast, it should be available if you're in the footprint, no matter what.
Okay, so the guy in Savannah, he wouldn't have a regular MLB TV subscription available because of being in the Braves footprint. Is that correct?
Yeah, he would have to go, if he wanted to go through the internet, through streaming, he would have to go through Braves.tv and buy the subscription that way. But again, he said he had Comcast, and it's on. I'm watching it on Comcast right now. So yeah, that's available for him. And like, again, look, I know there's a lot of frustration about the TV aspect of it. It's really no different in terms of which games are blacked out from a national perspective, because if MLB Network right now has the game on outside of both footprints, right? Same thing it was like that for Fox Sports Net games when it was on Fox Sports Net. Same thing with Bally. It's just a different look right now, but it's the same general method when it comes to games that are on nationally, when they're not exclusive. And that's what today is. It's on MLB Network outside of the footprint, and it's on Braves Vision here, and I think Masson is the Nationals one, whatever it is. Let's go to who's next. Terry. What's up, Terry? How are you?
Hey, how are you, my friend? I want to tell you that I have as much fun listening to rain delay shows as I do 680 The Fan when the game is on.
I'll tell Matt Schuerholz that. I'm sure he'll love it.
What I really wanted to do is to take you down memory lane and tell you that 50 years ago, when I was a teenager growing up down in a little town called Jessup, Georgia, in southeast Georgia, I used to listen to Milo Hamilton and Ernie Johnson. I had a smuggled radio in my bed when my parents made me go to bed. And I wanted to ask you if you had any names to drop, other people in your comrades in your profession over the years that you remember listening to after those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the 80s, so, that group before us, Ernie, Joe, Chip, Pete Van Wieren, Skip, Pete Van Wieren, that was my crew. Those were the guys that I grew up with. And back in those days, I don't know if you remember, they would do half the game on TV and then they'd swap. It'd be half radio, half TV. And at the middle of the fifth, they'd swap spots. And, that's how I remember, growing up, watching on TBS, knowing that, hey, I'd get all four of those guys during a television broadcast and vice versa. If I was listening on the radio, that's the way, like people my age, 45-year-olds, that's the way we grew up. We'd come home from school. We'd watch the Cubs on WGN with Steve Stone and Harry Carey, and then we'd go pretend to do homework and then come back and watch the Braves on TBS. That's That was the life, man. That was the life. Let's go. Who's next? Dylan in Tennessee. What's going on, Dylan?
Hey guys, how's it going? It's really good to be on the show here. We're my wife and I are finishing up this is the last leg of a road trip in from Denver, Colorado.
Oh, nice.
We're officially relocating back to Atlanta, so appreciate you guys keeping us entertained here. I had a real quick question on Ronald Acuna Jr.'s future. I'm a huge Acuna fan, obviously, and with his contract coming up here shortly, and the injury bug that he's caught here over the last couple of years, do you think it's reasonable to re-sign him at this point? I mean, he's probably gonna demand a pretty large contract, right? So, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think he will demand a lot. There will be teams that even market value will throw even more money at Ronald. They just will. Whether he's hurt or not, whether he's injury prone or not, there will be people that see him and say, I don't care. I'm just going to throw a ton of money at him and make him say no. With that said, Ronald loves it here. I would be stunned if Ronald says, I willingly want to leave. I think he loves everything about this Braves organization. I would re-sign him. If I'm Alex Anthopoulos, that would be a no-brainer, in my mind. But you're going to have to pay, because I guarantee you there will be somebody who tries to overpay. So you got to be ready to open up that pocketbook, because he's going to be a very desired, player once he becomes a free agent. Let's go to Maddox in Atlanta. What's up, Maddox? How are you?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing well, man. What you got?
Last year I said that the Braves weren't doing good, but they've done a lot better. What do you think is the most impactful thing they have done this year?
Well, Maddox, that is a great question, and thank you very much for calling. Please call back during every Rain Delay show. We love having you. I think the biggest thing to me is timely hitting. With runners in scoring position, the Braves have been they're at or near the top of basically every meaningful statistic with runners in scoring position, whereas last year it was a 180-degree opposite, and the Braves couldn't win close games. They couldn't win one-run games. Now the confidence is there. I said it yesterday that it seems like now it's different than thinking you're going to win and the expectation to win, because the Braves expect to win. That's why yesterday was so odd, because Jake Irvin comes out, he hadn't given up a hit, but he hurts his arm. He comes out and you're thinking, okay, 1-run lead, 2-run lead for the Nats, no problem. It's the Braves. They find a way. And it didn't happen. And that's odd. That's surprising. That's not what we're expecting, because this team truly believes that they're going to find a way. Whereas, last year it almost felt like there was a sense of impending doom. And I think that just sort of exacerbated itself, game after game after game. It's kind of hard to stay positive. But to me, though, it's runners in scoring position. That's the biggest thing. With runners in scoring position, the Braves have been awesome this year. And last year, it was the exact opposite. So appreciate the call, Maddox. Again, thank you for calling. Call every single Rain Delay show. We appreciate having you on. Let's go to Matt in Michigan. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, I'm listening to the radio. I love the Braves. I love Georgia, man. I drive through there twice a year going down to Florida, and I love Atlanta. But I'm trying to figure out why that the Braves are losing. They're the best team in baseball against the Nationals, and they only scored 3 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a downturn in terms of the bats. You're going to go down, go through these lulls, some positives, some negatives. I think we can't get spoiled with what we saw the first month and a half of the season, because I still think we have one of the best offenses in baseball. I think we have one of the best teams. I think we are the best team in baseball. Whatever the records are, I don't really care. But even the best teams in baseball go through 5-game losing streaks where you can't, for whatever reason, hit the ball. That's going to happen. And I think it is happening right now for the Braves, because even though the Braves have They won 3 of 4 in Miami. The bats still really weren't there at all times. So, I think it's just one of those things where, for whatever reason right now, you have some guys who are in a little bit of a slump. We did see Matt Olson hit a double earlier today. Matt, of all the guys on the team, was in, I think, the biggest slump. So him getting that double is, I think, a chance for him, a good sign for him. But it's, again, you go through these things. It just happens. 404-231-1680 if you want to get in touch with us. Let's go to Stuart. What's going on, Stuart?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well, man. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. Just got home from work, and I wanted to say I think the Braves are doing okay, but they're in a slump of hitting and scoring runs. And I wanted to get your thoughts on what you thought, and hope they do well the rest of the season. And you'll have a good night.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those parts of the year, times of the year where you can't score 8 runs every game. You can't score 9-10 runs every game. You can't, go 6 for 10 with runners in scoring position every game. These teams go through that. I mean, it's just they go through that. And I think for this team, there's enough leadership within this clubhouse where they understand that there's no need to panic. There's no need to panic at all. That's why, when stuff like this happens, there's no worry on my part. Yeah, I am an optimist. I've always been an optimist, but, I mean, I think for this particular team, again, it's just one of those lulls. Just one of those lulls. Before we take some more calls, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Never miss a pitch of the Braves.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan, and streaming free on the Fan app.
Welcome back. A quick reminder, this is the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show, and it's brought to you by Serve Pro, the official restoration company of the Atlanta Braves. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro to make it like it never even happened. More of your calls, 404-231-1680. Let's go to Ron out there in Paradise in Hawaii. What's up, Ron?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well, man. How about you?
I'm living the dream.
There you go, man. In Hawaii, that's an easy thing to do, right?
If I was any better, I'd be twins.
That's nice.
I'll tell you what, I've been here for 10 years. For 10 years, I've been listening to Braves games on this radio station. And it's just always a highlight of my day. This year, over last year, if the Braves were down after 6 innings, it was time to move on to something else.
Mm-hmm.
This year, you just wait for the next at bat, the next inning, the next day, because you know it's going to come back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Austin Riley's struggles are painful, but it's going to come around. And last year it's going to come around. It's going to come around. That one, we beat that one to death, but it never did.
Yeah.
I think AA has, under the radar, done some really good things for the team over the off season.
Yeah.
It didn't appear like there was very much, but when you look at what has come on the field since last year, is absolutely great.
Yeah. I mean, I think Alex did a great job. And the thing about last year, too, is, I mean, when every single starting pitcher on your opening day roster gets hurt, that's almost impossible to come back from. When almost every single meaningful player on your starting 9 gets hurt, that's almost impossible to come back from. But Alex Anthopoulos has done a great job this year. He traded Nick Allen for Mauricio Dubon. I mean, that is unbelievable. Nick Allen, incidentally, did hit a home run today. Noted power hitter Nick Allen hit a home run today. So good for him. I like Nick Allen. He's a good dude. So I'm happy for him. But yeah, no, I mean, I think one thing that Chris and I talked about, I think it was during the first Rain Delay show today, that this team is way more athletic through the 26-man roster than it was last year. Of course, Eli Weiss there, but Jorge Mateo I haven't looked at the sprint speed of all of Major League Baseball, but there was a time, I think it was a week or two ago, where Eli White had the fastest sprint speed in Major League Baseball, and Jorge Mateo was third. Like, that's that's where we are from an athleticism standpoint. And because of that, you can move pieces around in a variety of different ways. And Alex Anthopoulos absolutely deserves a ton of credit for that. And again, like I understand, you know, when a move doesn't work out or a move doesn't happen, people are going to get angry with the general manager. And I don't know how many times you go on some of these websites or Reddit or Twitter and say, well, the Braves have to sign Lucas Giolito. Like, what? Why? 29 other teams haven't. And the Braves starting pitching's fine. Even after some of the injuries, like to Waldrop and to Schwellenbach, it's fine. But because those moves aren't made, people freak out a little bit. But look at what has happened. Bryce Elder is Bryce Elder from last September. Spencer Strider is Spencer Strider from last September. Nobody knows these players more than the manager, the coaching staff, and the front office. And Alex deserves a ton of credit for that. Plus, the guy got Chris Sale for Vaughn Grissom. I mean, that goes down as one of the best trades in Major League history. And I like Vaughn Grissom. But how on earth could somebody look at that man, Alex Anthopoulos, and not think he's some sort of wizard? Because he certainly has done a great job with this team. 404-231-1680 if you want to get in touch with us. Let's get one more call before we go to break. And that would be Nolan in North Carolina. What's up, Nolan?
Oh, hello. So my question was, when everyone's healthy in a perfect scenario, like when Smith, Schauber, Schwellenbach, Waldrop are back, who is our ideal rotation? Like with Richie and Fuentes.
Ooh, that's a good one. So it would be, to me, when all those three guys come back, I would have it as Sale, Elder, Strider, Schwelly, Waldrop, and then bring Smith Shawver along very, very slowly, move Martin Perez to the bullpen as a lefty, as a right-handed, a lefty specialist, the Aaron Bummer role from before Bummer got let go. I would put Grant back there as well, but I would have both of those guys available to piggyback if, let's just say, Schwelly can't go because he's still returning or still, working his way back, or if the same thing with Waldrop. That's how I would do it. Did I miss anybody? Did I miss a starting pitcher in there? I don't think I did. Elder, Strider, Sale, Schwelly, Waldrop, then Holmes, Perez. Yeah, I think that's everybody. It's a good problem. Nolan, you just brought up a good question, and it's a good problem to have, because I'm sitting here going, wow, we have like 8 or 9 starting pitchers. Did I miss somebody?
Ronaldo Lopez?
I said Shawver. I said AJ Smith Shawver, right? I said it's funny because like in mid-March, the criticism was like, oh my God, we don't have enough starting pitching. And now we're sitting here on May 24th and I'm going through starting pitchers. I'm like, well, I got to 8 of them. Did I miss a couple? And the answer is maybe I did. Oh, and Raylo also. Although I think he's in the bullpen for a long time. Wow. We have an embarrassment of riches in the starting pitching right now. Wow. All right. We'll take a break. When we come back, more of your calls. An update on the game itself. The tarp is off. A lot of drying agent on the field. They are dragging the field right now. I think that's some members of the Nationals coaching staff. I can't see who it is, kind of roaming around looking at first base and second base and seeing if there's anything that needs to be done. So they're going to try. They're going to try to play. So hopefully that happens sooner rather than later, but the field is being treated right now. So they definitely think that they can get the rest of this one in. So we will send you back over there when that happens. We'll give you updates when that happens, but we will take a break. This is the Serve Pro Rain Delay Show, brought to you by Serve Pro, the official restoration company of the Atlanta Braves. When disaster strikes, call Serve Pro and make it like it never even happened.
When life throws you a curveball, whether it's water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you need a winning team. You need Serve Pro. ServPro's licensed, certified, and highly trained team of experts are here to help, offering fast, reliable, professional restoration services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country, our teams are committed to performing at a championship level. When disaster strikes, call ServPro and make it like it never even happened.
Hi. Sorry, did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, well, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name. We understand you want more than the everyday SUV. And isn't being understood an amazing feeling? Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
I remember the hard road that led to this moment.
And the MLB Comeback Player of the Year is Atlanta Braves pitcher Johnny Venters.
Every day I work towards a better future for my family, my teammates, and my community. Having a setback in life can be devastating, but each challenge is a setup for your strongest comeback.
Braves win!
That's why I trust Globe Life. For over 125 years, they have been helping families protect their financial future. Globe Life. Make tomorrow better.
For game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Make it a habit to keep your radio on, the radio home of the Atlanta Braves while you work. Lock in Cellini and Domino weekdays from 10 to 2 on 680 The Fan, 93.7, and The Fan app.
Atlanta Braves baseball is in a rain delay, which means the ServPro Rain Delay Show is on. Join the conversation now at 404-231-1680. And we'll have more updates as the weather improves on the Braves Radio Network.
Welcome back. Barrett Salee here in the Truist Studios in the Battery, Atlanta. Still a meeting of the minds going on between umpires, ground crews, managers, coaches, all kinds of stuff. So we will see when this game gets started. So we'll keep you updated over the course of the next few minutes. But for now, let's go to the Hall of Fame speech for Bobby Cox.
Atlanta Braves baseball is in a rain delay, and we'll be sure to get you back to the action as soon as the weather improves. But now we take a moment to relive Atlanta history as Bobby Cox gave the following remarks as he was inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Jane. Thanks, Mr. Commissioner. A few years ago, I was sitting with Steve Stone, the broadcaster for the Chicago White Sox, at an Arizona Fall League game. And this guy comes up and says, "Steve, can I have your autograph?" He says, "Sure." He signs it. And he says, "Hey, you don't want Bobby's autograph?" And the guy just stared at me. And he said, "Yeah, I know you. You're that guy from Atlanta that gets thrown out all the time, right?" I said, "Yeah, that's me, but Lasorda, if he hadn't quit so early in his career, he would have had the record that I've got now." I can honestly say that I got along really well with the men in blue, and I have all the respect in the world for them. I'm truly humbled to stand here before you in Cooperstown with two men that pitched for me and two managers that made my life as a manager so challenging, and a hitter that we never did figure out how to pitch to him. To Tom Glavine, Greg Maddux, and I have to mention the third member of the Big Three, John Smoltz, I can honestly say I would not be standing here today if it weren't for you guys. Together, these guys earned 6 Cy Young Awards while wearing a Braves uniform. I would be remiss if I didn't tell a Glavine and a Maddux story, and it won't take very long. They've heard them before, but only not too long ago, okay? So anyway, since I've been voted into the Hall of Fame, I've gotten a lot of compliments on what a smart manager I am, or was, and not so smart all the time. Tommy Glavine's pitching this game, and as usual, it's tight and late, and I'm looking at the situation. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. At least that's what I'm seeing. I go out to the mound. I said, "Hey, Tommy." Chipper comes in, the other infielders. I said, "What do you think? Why don't we just walk this guy instead of pitching around him?" He said, "Skip, that's one of the better ideas you've had in the last month. But where are we going to put him?" So I looked at third, looked at second. There's runners there, and I glance over at first. Happens to be a runner there, too. So I said, look, if this gets out to the press tomorrow, each one of you are going to be fined $1,000. Greg Maddux was the only pitcher that made me nervous when he started a ball game. Before the game started, he would always come to where I was sitting just below the dugout and give me this list of situations that might come up during the course of a ball game, and I had to remember all these things. So we're late in the game, and I'm thinking to myself, this is one of those situations that Greg wanted me to help him out with, and so I tell. Anyway, there's runners at second and third, 2 outs and a base open, and I remember that darn situation. So I tell Leo Mazzoni, I'm going to go out and check on Maddux. I get out to the mound and I say, Mad Dog, is this the guy you want 2 pitches to and then walking? He said, yeah, don't you remember, Bobby? And I said, yeah. I said, what are you trying to do, Mad Dog? He says, I'm trying to pop him up to Chipper Jones at third base on the second pitch. And you know what? He did just that. So, anyway, I was lucky in my career working for great baseball people. To John Schuerholz, my general manager and now president of the Braves, who gave us the players to win 14 straight divisional titles. I can only say, hope to see you here soon, John. Because of free agency and monetary restraints on some clubs, it's difficult for players to stay with one organization his entire career. But Chipper Jones did that. Chipper, you'll be standing here soon. And thank you for everything you've done for the Braves organization. And thanks to all the players, coaches, scouts, trainers, clubbies, and front office personnel that passed through Atlanta and helped make the Braves organization what it is today. Thanks to Bill Lucas, Ted Turner, Bill Bartholomew, Terry McGirt, Stan Kasten, and Paul Snyder, thank you for believing in me when they hired me, even though I had no major league experience. I also owe a debt of thanks to Pat Gillick and Paul Beeston, who I worked for in Toronto. When you talk about enjoying your job and having fun too, these 2 guys were the very best. I also want to thank all our family, friends, Braves fans that made the journey here today, and to the fans back in Atlanta at Turner Field who are watching this on the big screen. Thanks for sticking with us all these years. I had an awesome dad, mom, and my sister Joy. My father had 5 brothers and 6 sisters who loved the game of baseball. In fact, they formed the first Little League and Babe Ruth leagues in my hometown of Selma, California. And that place is on the map because Tom Seaver lived 10 miles up the road from me. My father made my first pair of spikes out of an old pair of shoes. I know they are watching from above today, and I will say this. If there's a game going on at the same time as this ceremony, I will guarantee you that my father is switching the TV back and forth and second-guessing both managers. I always dreamed of being a ball player. I had elbow surgery and missed my senior year of baseball. I was sitting at home thinking about a couple of scholarships that I still had left when there was a knock on the door. I opened the door and I didn't recognize the guy. He said, I'm Red Adams and I'm a scout for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And somebody around this city, he said, somebody told me that you just might make a ball player. Well, Red took me to Los Angeles to work out, and things were going really good. He pulled me aside one day and he said, look, Al Campanis, our scouting director, is coming to the workout tomorrow, and he's going to stand behind the cage and give the signals what to throw to you. He said, now look, when I wind up and you see no white, it's a fastball. And if you see white when I wind up, it's a breaking ball. I said, good. So we start the batting practice. I see white. It's a breaking ball, boom, line drive, over the fence. I see no white, it's a fastball, line drives. This goes on for about 5 minutes, and Al said, okay, boy, shower up and meet me in my office. Well, anyway, I signed a nice contract that day, and my dream came true. I'm playing for the New York Yankees 8 years later, and I get this letter in the mail with Dodger stationery on it. I opened it, and there was a check inside with a note that said, enclosed, please find check for $2,500 as an incentive bonus for reaching the major leagues. And P.S., I know what you and Red were up to that day at that workout. Sincerely, Al Campanis. Two of my favorite people in baseball were Ralph Houck and Lee McPhail. If not for them, I would never have managed a professional baseball game. They gave me the opportunity to become a manager. And this has been really a great ride for all these seasons, everyone with a changing cast of characters and everyone full of memories. I'll never forget the 91 season. And not too long after that, in 95, when we went to the World Series and got all the way past Cleveland in that series. But the first one in 91 was so special also. In closing, I want to salute Hall of Fame President Jeff Idelson, one of the nicest men out of baseball, and his entire staff here in Cooperstown, and also our host at historic Otesaga Hotel. It belongs in a Hall of Fame all by itself. And last but certainly not least, my wonderful wife Pam and our children for their unwavering support, even though I spend half the year on the road and the other half at the ballpark, virtually between Valentine's Day and to the end of the World Series. I would like to introduce my wife Pam, if they would camera on them, and my two sons Randy and Bobby Jr., my beautiful daughters Debbie, Connie, Shelley, Skyla, and Keisha and Kami, who are watching at home. I love you all, and thanks for holding down the fort together, guys. In my wildest dreams, did I ever think this could happen? But I'm sure glad it did. Thank you.
That was the Hall of Fame speech for Bobby Cox. An update from the Braves, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the game will resume at 7:35 Eastern time. That's a 7:35 p.m. Eastern time restart, barring any changes. Let's go now to the Hall of Fame speech of former Braves general manager John Schuerholz.
Atlanta Braves baseball is in a rain delay, and we'll be sure to get you back to the action as soon as the weather improves. But now we take a moment to relive Atlanta history as John Schuerholz gave the following remarks as he was inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
Thank you. Thank you all so very much. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jeff. Some of you may know that I have in the past few years served on committees and chaired a few committees for Major League Baseball that are pretty impactful, one of which is Pace of Game Committee. I want you all to know that today's Pace of Game Committee sits behind me right here. Every one of these gentlemen is our Pace of Game. I'm delighted to be here at this moment, so extraordinarily humbled, deeply honored, and thrilled beyond measure at this highest of all baseball honors. And two, as the proud son of Marin and John Schuerholz, my wonderful, loving parents, and to honor them and my extended Schuerholz family of highly talented amateur athletes from Baltimore, Maryland, led by my grandfather, Pop Schuerholz, my uncles Willie, Gilbert, my dad, and Uncles Wilson and Uncle Donald. Being born into that Schuerholz family was the first of several events that I believe to have been divine providence, or fate, if you will, that has impacted my life in remarkable fashion. And growing up in that family of sportsmen and athletes introduced me early on in my life to the joys and to the challenges of competitive sports, especially baseball. I love baseball. I've loved it all my life. I remember my dad rolling me a ball when I was as young as I can remember. Then as I got older, underhanding me plastic balls with plastic bats. And he instilled in me the love of our game, and especially those line drives when I hit them. That love continued to grow with stickball, played against the walls of factories in Baltimore. Home plate drawn with chalk on the walls. With our best broomstick bats we could find, we played until we lost or broke all of the balls, or until it got dark. From stickball to wiffle ball in the backyards, where I quickly learned to throw it and hit sinkers, risers, and knucklers. Then on to Little League, American Legion, high school ball at Baltimore City College High School, college ball at Towson State Teachers College, then and now Towson University. Perhaps the most impactful life event in my life occurred in 1945, when at age 5 I contracted German measles, which caused me to have a dangerously high fever that left me totally deaf in my right ear at age 5. Because of this, however, I had to learn to be a more attentive and intentional listener, which I believe has served me quite well throughout my life. Divine providence, fate, you bet. As my life continued to unfold, I enjoyed playing high school and college baseball with high hopes and aspirations of one day following in my dad's footsteps and playing professional baseball as he did. My dad left Southern High School, Al Kaline's alma mater, and played 3 years in the Philadelphia Athletics Organization before suffering a broken leg turning a double play that ended his professional baseball career. Fast forward to the summer of 1961, my junior year at Towson University. I was invited by the legendary amateur scout in Baltimore, Walter Weiss, to attend a 2-day tryout camp. I thought I had quite a good first day, but apparently not. Because the start of the second day, Walter mentions me over and without saying a word, quickly hands me a camp roster and quickly hands me a stopwatch and says to me, Schuerholz, I want you to get accurate home to first running times on every one of these position players left in this camp. Bam. Without saying much more, the message of my life was delivered. I better concentrate someplace other than trying to be a professional baseball player. Divine providence, fate, I truly believe so. With that honest dose of scouting reality, I redoubled my focus on my teaching career and long-range plans of pursuing a master's degree. One day in 1965, years into my teaching career, instead of going to the faculty room, which we did often, I stayed in my room and wrote a letter to the owner of the Baltimore Orioles, my hometown team, Mr. Gerald Huffberger, explaining my lifelong love of the game of baseball and my playing background while expressing an interest in a front office position. My letter was forwarded to Mr. Frank Cashin, the Orioles' newly appointed executive vice president of player personnel, who previously was a sports writer for the Baltimore News-American and recognized my Schuerholz family last name. Frank shared that letter with O's new GM, Harry Dalton, and he passed it on to Director of Player Development, Lou Gorman, who was interviewing candidates to be his assistant. And Frank said to those gentlemen, I don't know this young man at all, but I know he comes from good stock. A week later, I got a message to call Lou Gorman, and I did. We talked briefly, and Lou finally said, John, we decided to offer you the job as the administrative assistant in player development for the Baltimore Orioles. And what I thought was the result of a beautifully crafted, well-written letter of application was in reality simply Frank Cashin's personal knowledge of the extended Schuerholz family's outstanding athletic prowess and reputation. In January of 1966, I accepted that job with the Orioles to experience my first ever professional baseball spring training, actually in Fernandina Beach, Florida then, with my hometown Baltimore Orioles. Imagine that. Only great dreams begin that way. I spent those formative years learning baseball administration, mentored by these three remarkable men, Frank Cashin, Harry Dalton, Lou Gorman, and how fortunate I was. My dreams and aspirations of becoming a general manager and building winning teams took root in those Oriole years, and I'm so thankful for it. In 1968, just a few years after I had begun working with the Orioles, Lou Gorman comes bursting into my office, and he says, John, good news. We're going to Kansas City. And I said, what's this we stuff, Lou? I'm a Baltimore guy. I'm a city guy. My family and friends are here. I went to high school across the street. I'm not going to Kansas City. But Lou, with his usual good cheer and positive manner, said, John, you'll love it, and we'll be a part of building an expansion franchise from the very ground up. And that did appeal to me. And Lou was right. going to Kansas City with him was a great decision. In fact, I met my wife, Karen. Enough said. Divine providence, fate, absolutely so. Lou and I, with our baseball staff in Kansas City, built a very strong organizational foundation for those expansion Royals. Our special relationship and friendship that he and I shared continued for many great years until his unfortunate death in 2011, and I love that man. One of the most impactful people that I've ever met in my life was Royals owner Ewing Kauffman. He provided me with support, taught me so much about leadership, and was very instrumental in my being named Royals general manager in 1981 at 41 years of age. Then, the youngest general manager in baseball history. Nowadays, the general manager who turns 41 is more likely to find retirement papers on his desk than anything else. My career in Kansas City provided me with an opportunity to work closely with some very special people like manager Dick Hauser and Hall of Fame manager Whitey Herzog here with us today. What a thrill that was. There also I met a very special 17-year-old, once-in-a-lifetime player who I saw play his very first professional baseball game in beautiful Billings, Montana. He always worked so hard to become great at his game that he loved so much, led his teams to winning seasons year after year, and rose to his well-earned Hall of Fame status, my good friend George Brett. And Bobby Cox and I talk about George, and when we talk about George, Bobby always says George could wake up on Christmas morning and hit line drives on every swing. And he's right. I made another very special friend in Kansas City, Buck O'Neill, who I hired as a major league scout after he spent some time working for the Cubs and doing many other things. Buck was a legend in the Negro Leagues and was a driving force who led the efforts to have the Negro League Baseball Museum located in Kansas City. One day, Buck and I were chatting in the underground tunnel that led from the Royals clubhouse to the dugout. And suddenly, Buck grabs my forearm and says, "Wait a minute. Listen, boss. Bo Jackson's hitting. I've only heard that sound twice before. Babe Ruth and Josh Gibson." And he said, "Let's go watch Bo hit." And we're underground, and we went to watch Bo hit. Buck was a wonderful man, a beautiful human being, and was a real, true blessing in my life. I see his smile every day. It is so fitting that his statue now resides here in Cooperstown, where the Baseball Hall of Fame recognizes his contributions with a Lifetime Achievement Award. While with the Royals, I also served on Major League Baseball committees, one of which was with Stan Kasten, then the president of the Atlanta Braves. We shared a ride one day to an airport, and he told me of his plan to keep Bobby Cox in the dugout to manage the Braves, and he was also searching for general manager candidates and asked me if I had some names. Easy enough, I thought. Due to a variety of changing circumstances in Kansas City, and with permission, may I note, I expressed my interest in the Atlanta opportunity. Stan, hearing my frequent probing questions, said to me, "John, you're asking an awful lot of questions. Are you interested in this job?" Well, quick telephone negotiations with Stan and Terry McGurk led to a final meeting in Stan's office, which was a quite memorable negotiating meeting for me. And Stan, wherever you are, I'm sure you remember it as well. Afterward, I was offered and accepted the job as the executive vice president and general manager of the Atlanta Braves in the fall of 1990. Divine providence, fate that we shared that ride? No doubt in my mind. Working 24/7 with Stan and Bobby, and together with Paul Snyder and Roy Clark and those great scouts and dedicated player development staff members, we began the great transformation. While my very high regard for Bobby Cox as a manager and baseball man had existed for years, as our partnership grew, my admiration for him grew in like measure. I witnessed daily his kind and caring spirit, yet a determined and an honorable competitor. His true leadership, honesty, and loyalty continues to benefit the Atlanta Braves today in his now role of a special advisor to all of us. He so richly deserves his seat here in Cooperstown. And Bobby, I'm so proud to be joining you and Smoltzy and Glav and Greg, with whom we shared so many championships, as well as the many other legends of Braves baseball here in the Hall of Fame. I'm so glad to join you here in this Hall of Fame. I would like to thank our chairman and CEO, Terry McGurk, for his faith and confidence in me naming me president after my 17 years as Braves general manager, and to my current position as vice chairman. Thank you so very much, Terry. How very honored I am to be inducted, joining baseball executive giants and team-building legends like Branch Rickey and Larry McPhail and Ed Barrow, George Weiss, and my good friend Pat Gillick, who sits behind me in these seats. When my cell phone rang at 5:13 p.m. in my room at the Gaylord National Harbor Hotel on December the 4th, 2016, and Jane Forbes Clark spoke these words. Hello, John. This is Jane. I'm pleased to inform you you have been elected into baseball's Hall of Fame. Congratulations. Wow. And here I am. I offer my most sincere congratulations to today's other inductees, Commissioner Seelig, with whom I spent significant time on projects to improve and enhance the game of baseball. Thank you for that opportunity, Commissioner. And we worked closely together for years. And three remarkably talented, now legendary baseball players, Jeff Bagwell, Pudge Rodriguez, and Tim Raines, and the wonderful and deserving award recipients, Rachel Robinson, Claire Smith, and Bill King. To you and to your families, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. To my wonderful family, my wife of 38 years, Karen, the real GM of our house, our daughter, Gina, who is an excellent teacher in Atlanta, her husband, Mason, our adorable granddaughters, Cameron and Riley, our son, Jonathan, I'm proud to say is currently the Braves Assistant Director of Player Development, which, by the way, was the very job I started with the Orioles with in 1966, who in 2004, Jonathan was named MVP of the annual Hall of Fame game right here in Cooperstown, New York. He's here with his wife, Jennifer, and his two sons, my namesake, John Bolin Schuerholz III, and his younger brother, Ward. You all mean the world to me, and I love you all so very, very much. I'm happy that my brothers Jerry and Larry are here from Baltimore with their families today, and that many of my other extended family and dear friends and associates from Baltimore and Kansas City and Atlanta and beyond are here. I'd like to send a message to two very special relatives in my life, my Aunt Mary Horton and Aunt Jane Wyatt, both in their 90s, watching back in Baltimore today. And remember two very, very special and dear friends and baseball men, Jimmy Fergosi and Jose Martinez, both gone.
The rain delay is over and baseball is back. We now return to the game on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Folks, I can't even begin to tell you how great of a job this grounds crew has done to get this field ready for the restart of this game. Braves and the Nationals about to restart here in the top of the 7th. It'll be Lau, Young, and Nunez. New pitcher will be Reynaldo Lopez. But, folks, when this place started to take on water, and we stopped the game at 6:06. They're putting the tarp on the field. The tarp is already so heavy they couldn't even cover the entire infield. That's how much rain this field took on in such a short amount of time. They got it almost to first base. And first base for the longest time was just absolutely flooded. And you'd never even know that we had rain as recently as an hour ago, looking at this field now. So they did an incredible job. And, Darren, we're going to see the resumption of this game, and it's just a one-run game, kind of like a new game now with Lopez out there.
Yeah, it sure feels like it. The rain did do the Braves a favor, likely chasing Foster Griffin, the Nats starter, who's been really dominant thus far. But also cut Didier Fuentes outing short. He only threw to one batter, did strike him out, just 5 pitches for him. So now Reynaldo Lopez isn't working in the game. Reynaldo, this will be his 6th game out of the bullpen. Sporting a 3.12 ERA out of relief versus 3.74 as a starter. So he'll be looking to keep this game right where it's at, give the Braves offense a chance to get back in this and pull off this rubber game where they've been so good.
Yeah, Reynaldo should be plenty rested. We haven't seen him since the 17th of May in the 8-1 victory over the Red Sox. So we're restarting at 7:35. Our 28-minute rain delay, and the pitch on the way to Dalen Lyles swung on and missed. All right, so 7:35 restart. And by the way, it was already a 2-strike count on Lyles, so he strikes out. So one down in the top of the 7th. And a good start. Well, that's really tough for Lyles. They just walk up there after an hour and a half with 2 strikes.
Right.
No shot.
Strikeout credited to Lopez.
Here's Jacob Young. And Young takes a called strike.
Yeah, that's one of those weird rules. If Lopez does something good, he gets the credit for it. If he does something bad, Fuentes would get the result, the hit or the walk.
Right. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way to Young. And a called strike. Yeah, I bet some pitchers don't like all that.
No.
do something bad, I got to answer for it.
Right.
0-2 on Jacob Young. Braves in the bottom of the 7th will have Riley, Harris, and White due up. And Andrew Alvarez, a left-hander, has been tossing in the bullpen for the Nationals, so we'd likely see him. 0-2 to Young. Where was that? That looked like a beautiful fastball. 97 on that heater from Reynaldo Lopez.
Yeah, that heater looks crisp today. We haven't seen that since the beginning of last season. Really good to see.
Ready with his 1-2 pitch. Lopez brings it. That'll be sent fouled into the seats down the right field line. This game was supposed to start at 4:10. And we had a 22-minute rain delay on the outset of the game. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Check swing. He went strike 3. Slider solves him. 2 down here in the 7th inning. In between innings, it'll be the 7th inning stretch brought to you by the Warrior Alliance. The Warrior Alliance is stepping up at the plate to help warriors navigate to success after military service. Visit thewarrioralliance.org to learn more. 2 down in the 7th. Nasim Nunez has driven in the only run of the game. First pitch fastball, 97 low and outside. He had a single back in the 5th inning that scored Dalen Lyle. And that's been it. That's been the only run. And remember, yesterday's score, 2-0 Nationals. Braves hoping for a different result today. Here's the 1-0 pitch. He shows bunt, pulls back, takes a fastball for a strike. Lopez just fired rockets up there right now.
Might be the most positive thing to happen today for the Braves. The average fastball is here just 93.8, so he's well above that, sitting 96, 97, with a really sharp slider for that last strikeout.
Now, time called. A pitch timer violation will be issued and make it a 2-1 count. So Lopez didn't engage quick enough. Ready now. Pitch on the way, punched out to second. Ozzie, a diving stop, shallow right, from a knee, throws to the bag in time. Marvelous play by Ozzie Albies. How'd he do it? Diving to his left, landing in the grass of right field, and from a knee, able to get it there to beat the speedy wheels of Nasim Nunez. Magnificent. We're going to watch that on the highlight reel all year. I mean, the throw was just as good as the stop, as he quickly had to go into a push-up position and from a knee in shallow right, sliding on wet grass, throw to first base in time to get the out. That's outstanding. Going to keep it right here as Timothy Miller will be singing God Bless America. And Timothy steps up to the microphone on the red carpet right in front of home plate in his tuxedo. Let's go down to the field and join in with Timothy Miller as he brings us God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Thank you, Timothy. Great job, as always, by Timothy Miller. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning, 1-0 Nationals.
You should never need financing for a simple garage door repair, but it's happening here. Out-of-town companies have invaded Atlanta for a cash grab, charging outrageous prices. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Stay local and stay on budget for every opening of your home. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and fair, honest pricing. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.
You need all the energy you can get for game day. Luckily at Georgia Power, we know a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
1966, 2 legends rolled onto the scene. The Atlanta Braves and the Ford Bronco SUV. Same relentless drive, same legendary grit.
This is Michael Harris II. Go deep on your next adventure with the power and off-road capability of a Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport SUV. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Bronco and Bronco Sport are trademarks of Ford or its affiliates. All rights reserved.
Brought to you by Steel, powering the future with professional-grade battery tools built for the real world. Steel.
Hey, Braves fans, make it a habit to call me after every Braves game during 680 wrap-up on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Bottom 7, Nats 1, Braves 0. New pitcher, lefty Andrew Alvarez.
His first pitch to Austin Riley is a ball low inside.
Alvarez, 26-year-old, 6'3", pitched collegiately Cal Poly. Big-time spin guy. Most used pitch is a curveball, oddly enough.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. And Riley strokes it past Abrams, base it into left center. Turned around a fastball, put the barrel right on it. That came off the bat at 112. That's a good sign for Austin and a good sign for the team, because that's their first man on base since the 4th inning. Leadoff single here in the 7th. And here comes Michael Harris. Well, if it meant having an hour-and-a-half rain delay to turn things around offensively, we'll take it. Whatever it takes. There's the pitch on the way to Michael Harris. A little bit low and outside. I'd have taken Old Testament plagues if it meant scoring some runs for the first time in a while.
It makes you wonder if there's any voodoo in the locker room during the rain delay. I hope there weren't any chickens running around.
Fly ball and no strikes on Michael Harris. There's crowd into it. 1-0 pitch. Harris swings and tips it foul into the gear of Keibert Ruiz. That took a bite out of Keibert. Folks, the average baseball game has 9 innings. That means 9 chances to put the original Louisiana hot sauce on your favorite ballpark eats. They're all tastier with the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. It's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
I mentioned Alvarez's favorite pitch is a curveball. That's 33% of the time. Slider, 30% of the time. So that's a challenge. That's 63% spin. So Michael Harris, being a lefty, is going to have to stay back and try to hit that ball up the middle.
1-1 on Harris. Alvarez to the plate, swung on a high fly ball, deep center. Young going to go back, circle off his route just shy of the warning track. 100 for the out, 1 out here in the 7th inning. 1 down for Eli White. Best crack at it the Braves have had was back in the 4th inning. Had a leadoff double. Ozzie Albies singled. That put runners at first and third. Austin Riley struck out. Michael Harris was hit by a pitch. And the bases were loaded for this man, Eli White. He hit the ball really hard, but directly at C.J. Abrams, who started a 6-4-3 double play. And that continued the scoreless drought for the Braves, which is currently at 15 innings, plus what has taken place thus far here in the 7th. Swing and a miss by White, 0-1. Come into this series, top 2 scoring teams in baseball. I mean, you're expecting just a highlight bonanza And it has hardly been that. There's a chopper to the left side. Diving at it is third baseman Meade. He's up with it. Fires over for the out. Holding at second base Riley as he advances down there. That's a nice play by Meade.
For a team that comes into this series, the 30th ranked in team defense, these Nats played some pretty good D.
They have.
A lot of spectacular plays and also handling the routine plays, just that one area yesterday. So they're doing a lot of things right this series.
If Meade's not able to dive to his left and get leather on it, that probably gets through. I don't think Abrams could have gone far enough to his right to get there. So now 2 down for Kim. He can tie it with a base hit. First pitch in there called strike. Showed him a curve. Kim 0 for 2. Ground out and a pop out. Hitting 121. Just came back from the IL this month. And starting his season, here's the 0-1 pitch. Called strike. Back-to-back curveballs. No challenge by the Braves. I could have seen them going to take a look at that, to be quite honest. So now 0-2 on Kim. 0-2 pitch. He swings and misses at a curveball. 3 straight curves take care of Kim. And the Braves leave the runner stranded at second. They've not scored in 16 innings. We go to the top of the 8th inning. 1-0 Washington.
Life is a circle. At Emory Healthcare, this circle contains the first breakthroughs that bend fear toward hope. Echoes that become second chances. Love regained, tomorrow reclaimed. Emory is driven by first because second chances matter to keep life's circle moving forward. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
Hey, Braves fans! SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the A, meaning SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of... the official ticket marketplace of... That ball was crushed! And...
Did you see that?
Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Braves games or to any other live event across Braves country, SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be part of every home team win. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of... Let's go Braves!
How cool are deals on the whole Toyota lineup at the Summer Starts Here sales event? Cooler than your kid calling you cool and meaning it. Yeah, that cool. Summer has never been cooler. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 for $289 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through June 1st, 2026. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $42.88 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
Start your weekend with me, Buck Ballou, and Kelly Kroll. Saturday mornings from 9 to noon on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Nationals 1, Braves 0 into the top of the 8th inning. 9-1-2 coming up for the Nationals. And it's still Lopez on the mound. He had a 1-2-3 7th, complete with 2 strikeouts. And he's on the mound for the Yanmar strikeout the side inning. And if Lopez can strike out the side in order, our contestant Catherine Walker will be the winner of a brand new Yanmar ZTR. Here's Keibert Ruiz to lead it off. First pitch bounced off the plate, missed with a slider. By the way, enter all season long at Braves.com/Yanmar. YANMAR. Braves.com/Yanmar for your chance to win a Yanmar ZTR and to be entered for a grand prize tractor drawing at the end of the season. That fastball will be fouled back. Yanmar built together, back longer. Still a lot of folks here for this Sunday ball game. Rubber game of the series. And these fans who are here have endured 2 rain delays. 1-1 pitch on the way to Keibert Ruiz, switch hitting catcher. And he'll crack it foul into the seats down the left field line. Had a 22-minute rain delay before the game started. Supposed to begin at 4:10. We started at 4:32. And then the rain started again. And we had an hour and 29-minute rain delay. Almost 2 hours worth of rain delay. Here's the 1-2 pitch, high and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. But they can't get enough of this team. This team has been so much fun this season. 19 games over 500 and lots of comeback wins, hoping for another one today. 2-2 to Ruiz, and he swings and it's a fly ball towards center. Coming in Michael Harris, he slows, makes the catch in medium depth right center. 1 out of the 8th inning. No winner in the Yanmar strikeout the side inning, but Catherine Walker, thank you so much for playing. We appreciate you tuning in.
That delay for me personally was about a 1.5 bag of peanut delay. You know, you get bored and I'm not even hungry, but I'm going to power through these peanuts.
You need something to do.
It did.
Fight the boredom. Yeah, I'm guilty of that myself. James Wood takes ball outside. Boredom eating gets me every time. That's usually when I eat the worst things that are out there for me.
Well, you didn't have time. You were entertaining your whole family.
I was, man. I was doing more work then than I am right now. Those kids, you kid me? 1-0 pitch. There's a call, strike, 1-1. Yeah, it's good to have the family in town from Mississippi as they're here for this game. 1-1 on James Wood. He's 0 for 2 with a walk in the game. Pitch on the way. Missed outside with a changeup. I just can't get over the work the grounds crew put in. They are really getting after it to make this field playable after all that rain we took on. They were marvelous. 2 balls and a strike on Wood. Reynaldo brings it. Check swing. They appealed. Didn't go. I thought it was a strike anyway. No challenge. Braves have 2 ABS challenges left. Nationals have 1. Reynaldo's 3-1 pitch, and he just missed with a slider. So it's a 1-out walk. Second time Wood has walked in the game.
Going back to the tremendous work of the grounds crew, first base was an absolute pond because it rained so hard and so fast. The tarp got so heavy they couldn't cover the whole field. So first base got, 5-10 times the amount of water the rest of the field, and it looks perfect.
It does. You'd never know it. There goes Wood. Pitches a ball. Throw down to second base, not in time. James Wood with the steal. That is his 8th in 9 attempts this season. It's a big run down there at second base.
Yeah, that's a scouting report steal. They know Reynaldo Lopez, if he goes with his normal high leg kick, is very slow to the plate. No chance to throw Wood out there at second. And they didn't wait around very long. They knew that was coming and took advantage of it.
Boy, and Wood is muddy out there at second base. He went in with that head first slide. He's got his helmet off, trying to knock mud out of the inside of the helmet. Curtis Meade takes a first pitch strike. Luis Garcia currently on deck. He'd be pinch hitting for Andres Chaparro. 1-0 Nationals, top of the 8th inning. Meade, a .236 hitter, 5 homers. He's homered in this series. In fact, he homered in game 1 of this series. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and he cracks it to deep right field. Going over to his left, Eli White. Going back and backpedaling now. Makes the catch to the edge of the warning track. 2 down, tagging from second base Wood. And he arrives in the third base standing. And here comes Garcia with a runner at third and 2 down.
That was a Reynaldo Lopez fastball, just the top part of the zone. And something very exciting I'm seeing here today is that he's beating hitters in the zone with that fastball. And that's something that he really excelled at when he was a starter. And a sight for sore eyes if you know how Reynaldo likes to pitch. He likes to attack with that fastball in the zone. He's got a little extra zip on it today. He's got better ride on it. So a very welcome sight.
Luis Garcia pinch hitting. He's 1 for 8 in this series. The one was a single yesterday. .253 hitter for the season, 3 homers. And Lopez goes to work against him. First pitch slider low and inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Garcia definitely has some pop. He's only got the 3 home runs, but we've seen his power before. And he can be a dangerous hitter. 1 ball and no strikes. Lopez kicks and brings it. Whipped in the air to right field, down for a base hit. That'll drive in Wood. And it's now 2-0 in favor of the Nationals. So a walk, a steal, a flyout, put Wood at third base. And Garcia, the pinch hitter, got a slider that he liked and barreled it to right field to make it 2-0. It's a big run.
All enabled by the stolen base. If Wood doesn't get the second, that fly ball to right is just a routine fly ball, and Wood's still standing at first when that single occurs.
So now C.J. Abrams to the plate. Abrams takes a ball low. These Nationals trying to do something that only the Mariners have done this season, and that is beat the Braves in a series. Braves haven't lost a single series at home this year. 1-0 pitch, missed low, 2 balls, no strikes. In the bottom of the 8th, it'll be 9-1-2 as it stands now. That's Leon, Acuna, and Dubon. Two to Abrams. Missed low with a fastball. So now 3 balls, no strikes. If he walks him, Dylan Cruz would come to the plate. You probably just heard him shed the weight from his bat in the on-deck circle. Lopez brings his 3-0 pitch, taken for a called strike. Abrams 0 for 3 today. He has 2 hits in the series, both in game 1. One a home run, and the other a triple. Hitting .289 this season. Hitters count for him. 3-1 on the way. Big swing and a miss at a slider. That was well located. Not that you didn't know, but that tells you everything you need to know about what he thinks about a slider. Throwing it on that 3-1 pitch. Checking the runner at first base. Garcia will be on the move here. There he goes. 3-2. Just missed outside with a fastball. So he walks Abrams there at first and second, and before Cruz climbs in, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Every Atlanta Braves game, live on the air and streaming free on the app.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan.
Braves pitching coach Jeremy Hefner out there meeting with a battery of Leon and Lopez. 2 walks in the inning, also a stolen base. And a base hit by Luis Garcia have produced a run. Nationals leading the Braves 2-0. Reynaldo Lopez looking for 1 out somewhere. Dylan Cruz is 1 for 3 with a single and 2 strikeouts. .217 hitter. Lopez starts him off with the first pitch fastball for a called strike. We have been under overcast skies all day long with 2 rain delays. Gray skies overhead right now. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Ground ball foul to the right field line. And it's pretty gloomy on the scoreboard as well. Not that the Nationals have erupted by any means, only 2 runs. But this feels so much like yesterday, where the Braves just could not produce a run, lost the game 2-0, and getting late in this one, trailing 2-0 in the 8th inning. Ahead 0-2. Here it is to Cruz. Runners go. Check swing, foul. Little flare over by the Braves dugout. Abrams and Garcia had taken off there. This is a team that runs a lot. They lead the league in steals, and you have a man on the mound, like you mentioned, Darren, who gives up lots of stolen bases.
Yeah, Ronaldo, to give Sandy a chance to throw anybody out, he's going to have to mix in a slide step. Be a little bit quicker to the plate.
Glance to second. 0-2 pitch, fouled off again into the screen down the right field line.
0-2, 2 outs. You're certainly in the driver's seat on the mound, and you might not be as concerned about it because you feel confident you're going to be able to strike out Cruz. Cruz is really trying hard to shoot the ball to the right side, so Matt Olson better look alive over there.
Now Lopez steps off the back of the rubber, looking back Garcia to second base. 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Nationals. No runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Braves. Bearded right-hander Reynaldo Lopez looking into his catcher Sandy Leon. Set right at the belt. Runner's a big jump. And now Lopez to the plate and a routine ground ball to short. Glove by Ha-Seong Kim, and his throw across is true. It's a 6-3 put out. That ends the top of the 8th. But another run for the Nationals. It's a big one. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 walks, no errors, 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning, 2-0 Nats.
Winning is what the Atlanta Braves do. In the past 25 years, they've won 15 division titles. And in 2021, they were the champions of it all. They know what it takes to win. And so do I. We've been fighting and winning for injured people for more than 25 years, earning our clients hundreds of millions of dollars. That's why if you're hurt and winning is your only option, get the Strong Arm.
Attorney John Foy and Associates.
Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
has the parts and the expertise to help your business stay ahead of the game. That's why Napa is a proud partner of the 2026 Atlanta Braves. Two legends driven to win from the field to the open road. While Napa is powering fleets and garages across the country, the Braves are delivering pennants, MVPs, and championships. So no matter the size of your business, Napa are the pros that know how to keep you moving at full speed. Napa know-how!
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call AquaGuard, a groundworks company. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space.
Schedule a free inspection with AquaGuard, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
For game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Here's a pro tip from me, Brian Finneran. Use your smartphone to get around traffic and lock into the locker room with me every weekday morning from 6 to 10 on the Fan app.
Andrew Alvarez still on the mound for the Nationals as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Braves use a pinch hitter in Jorge Mateo. He pinch hits for Sandy Leon. This is Jorge's first at bat since May 18th in Miami. It's a 305 hitter. And a ball low and inside. Prior to that, he had a game where he started at shortstop on the 17th in that finale of the last homestand against the Red Sox. And went 1 for 3 with a double. 1-0 pitch from the lefty. That'll be fouled off into the seats along the first baseline. Not the easiest position to be in, to have your first trip to the plate in almost a week, but you get him aboard, you got really good wheels aboard.
Mm-hmm. That's a real challenge. It's a skill to be able to hit when you haven't been up there in a while.
1-1 and a fly ball towards left center field. Over to his left, James Wood. He'll make the grab. Well, he took some long strides. And it's like he never hits that top speed. I love what Walt Weiss said before the game. He said he reminds me a lot of Andrew Jones, where he can play so well without looking like he's giving 100% effort.
That's a good comparison.
And he just glided to that thing.
Lopes.
Yep. One down, back to the top of the order to Ronald Acuna. 2-0 Nationals. Ronald is 0 for 10 in the series. Takes a curveball low, 1 ball and no strikes. He's been on 2 times in the series, both times with walks. His average of 243, hasn't homered in a month. He has 2 homers on the season. 1-0 is high, 2 balls, no strikes. Carlos Carrasco up and tossing in the Braves bullpen. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Ronald fouls it back. Make it 2-1. Yeah, Ronald's last home run a month ago today, April 24th, in a game against the Phillies. He's got to get him on base. He takes a fastball low and inside. Nice job working the count. Gets ahead, 3-1. Lefty Alvarez looking into his catcher Ruiz. 3-1 pitch. Did not go on a check swing, and the slider is ball 4. Third walk of the series for Ronald, his second today. He'll try down there to first base. Speaking of first base, Luis Garcia remained in the game. He's at first base now for Chaparro. And here comes Blake Butera. Nationals will make the Aero Exterminators call to the bullpen. Make the right call. Protect your home and business from pests by calling 888-GO-AERO or visit aeroexterminators.com. We'll introduce you to the new Nationals pitcher when we come back. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Runner at first, 1 out, 2-0 Washington.
Attention Braves fans, we have a major announcement. Tire Discounters is back as the tire retailer partner of the Braves. Here's their snazzy jingle.
Sorry to interrupt, but all of us at Tire Discounters are really excited because if the Braves hit a home run, we're giving all the fans a great deal. Cash off on select tires and free alignment. And a free oil change. Okay, roll it. See store for details.
Racetrack knows ATL moves fast. You can feel it, especially on Braves game days. So make a stop that counts. All beef hot dogs, Swirl World frozen yogurt with endless toppings, a freeze blast to cool off. All your faves whenever you need them. The Braves bring the energy. Racetrack keeps it going. Racetrack, proud hometown partner of the Atlanta Braves.
The original Louisiana hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves, with a balance of heat and flavor that always hits. Buy you some.
Stream Braves baseball in crystal clear HD on the Fan app, now with Apple CarPlay, so you can get it directly through your dashboard. Download the Fan app now.
Nats 2, Braves 0 as we continue the bottom of the 8th. We do have one down. Ronald Acuna standing at first base as he just worked a walk off of Andrew Alvarez. Braves got something cooking here, looking to make a dent in that 2-run lead. On the pitch for the Nats, right-hander Gus Varland. 29-year-old pitched collegiately at Concordia University. He's pitched in 20 games this season. He does have 4 saves. This Nats team has been using a closer by committee approach. So a big moment in the game here. Braves trying to make some noise, so they call in one of their best.
Yeah, we saw him in the 9th inning in Game 1. Pitched a scoreless 9th, and the Braves won in extras. Now he faces Mauricio Dubon, and the first pitch on the way to Mauricio is a ball low and outside. That was a first pitch slider, it appeared. And a 1-0 count on Dubon. Need some base runners. Let's see what the guys in the middle of the order can come up with versus Varland. Varland set right at the belly. Lead at first by Acuna. 1-0 outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, I know there are not 2 outs and no one's in scoring position. But Dubon has been so good with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. And what I'm getting at is in clutch moments he's come through. Well, this is still a clutch moment. Need somebody to come through, running out of opportunities. They get a 2-0 count. Varland fires. And that's hit in the air to center. Jacob Young a few steps to his left. Under it, ranging to his left further. Now makes the squeeze. 2 outs in the 8th inning.
It feels like when you get in these streaks of not scoring for a while, somebody just has to have a big moment. Right? We've been waiting for that from Ronald. Knight also got his first hit in a while in his last at-bat. It'd be a great time for him to have a big moment here.
Yeah, Matt broke an 0 for 16 with a double in the 4th inning. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch from Varland. Swung on, fouled off. Olson's only seen Varland once in his career. 1 at bat anyway. 0-1. Strikeout and a walk. Ronald Acuna, the runner at first. 2 down, bottom of the 8th. The 0-1 pitch. Olson takes a slider, low it in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Trying to fight back. Lost 2-0 yesterday, trailing 2-0 tonight. Olson stands tall in the left-hand batter's box. Acuna lengthens the lead at first base. Varland at the belt. 1-1 pitch on the way and a high fly ball towards shallow left center. Wood coming in, calling everyone off. He has it for the out. And that ends the bottom of the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Another man left aboard for the Braves, who go to the top of the 9th. 2-0 Washington.
The game of baseball is all about getting your team around the bases to score at home. So step up to the plate with Georgia Banking Company this season. Whether you're buying your first home or looking to refinance, our All-Star Mortgage team will guide you every step of the way. With personalized service, competitive interest rates, and low closing costs, we'll help you knock your home financing goals out of the park. Make your home ownership dreams a reality. Visit GeorgiaBanking.com to get started. That's GeorgiaBanking.com.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military, and the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org, helping warriors navigate to success after service.
Ever wonder where the capital A in Chick-fil-A came from? It started with grade A, top quality chicken. But we believed everything, not just the food, should be grade A. The A in Chick-fil-A is for all the little things we do to bring you our best every day.
Atlanta area Chick-fil-A restaurants are teaming up with the Atlanta Braves Foundation on the Home Plate Project to help fight food insecurity for families in need. Show your support by visiting braves.com/homeplate to learn more about food distributions in your area.
This is Kelly Kroll reminding you to join me in the locker room every Wednesday and Thursday morning from 6 to 10 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
On at the top of the ninth, Nats 2, Braves 0. On to pitch, right-hander Carlos Carrasco, wily veteran, 39 years old, veteran of 17 major league seasons, pitching here for just the third time for the Braves this season.
Dalen Lyle to the plate. First pitch swinging, popped up, foul territory, third base side. Riley to his right at the railing of the dugout. He's there. One pitch, one down in the ninth inning. So Lyle taken care of. Here comes Jacob Young. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth, Braves have Albies, Riley, and Harris coming up. Carlos Carrasco puts his sights on Jacob Young. Right-handed hitter takes a called strike.
His attendance is 36,429.
Nothing in one on Young. Got to keep him off the base paths. Really good wheels for him. 231 hitter. Takes the ball high. Our attendance today, 36,429. And a really good chunk of that number still here, as they stayed through not one but two rain delays. 1-1 on Jacob Young. Here it comes from Carrasco. Flip back our way and foul. Make it 1-2. I'll tell you what, Darren, I just keep thinking eventually the Braves have got to break through offensively, and when they do, I'm expecting it to be a gigantic inning. Just hard to shut these guys down this long.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be awesome when that happens.
Hopefully that happens here in about 5 minutes. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Jacob Young, and he hit him. Came up and in with a changeup, and that got him on the elbow guard. Base runner now for Washington.
That just complicates things here. You mentioned Young's good wheels, and that's been so aggressive on the base paths this series. Likely going to try to swipe second base here.
Yeah, I'd expect him to be very aggressive here. Good lead by Young. Here's Nasim Nunez, runner not going. First pitch swinging, crack foul over the seats down that first base line. Correction, third base line down the left field line and over the tarp. 0-1.
Yeah, despite being one of the fastest guys in the league, Jacob Young only has 2 stolen bases this season, so maybe not as good at the technique part of it.
0-1, hit in the air towards right center field, going back into his right. Eli White, he's there. Able to sprint to it and getting back to first base now, Jacob Young. Good path by Eli, running it down out in right center field. 2 down in the ninth inning, and here comes Keibert Ruiz. Nationals 2, Braves nothing. Top of the ninth. Ruiz has had an 0-for-3 day. Hit into a double play back in the 5th inning. And they kept the Nationals from scoring more than just the 1 run that they played there in the 5th. They scored 1 run in the 5th, 1 run in the 8th. Pick off to first, and Young back in with a dive. Yesterday, the Nationals scored their 2 runs with solo homers as Cruz and Bibas went deep. No home runs today. RBI single by Nasim Nunez in the 5th. RBI single by Luis Garcia in the 8th. Carrasco brings it. Missed outside with a sinker. Braves have used Perez, Fuentes, Lopez, and Carrasco on the mound. Runner goes. 1-0 pitch is a strike. Throw down to second base. And the throw a little bit too tall. Stolen base for Jacob Young. He swipes his third bag in 4 tries this year. And Ruiz, I mentioned he's 0 for 3, but he's made contact all 3 times. He finds a hole here. That should be an easy run for the Nationals. Young will be going on contact. 1-1 pitch, pulled foul over by the Braves dugout, 1-2. And looking at Young out there at second, he is caked up in mud. I mean, it's all over him.
His mom is going to be angry.
They're going to have to get the heavy-duty detergent on those pants. 1-2 pitch. And he pops it up towards foul territory, third base side. Riley over, and he is out of room. He was at the railing, leaning over with the glove, and that came down the back of the screen and off into the seats.
I think the only people that dislike rain delays more than broadcasters are the clubhouse workers that have to wash those uniforms.
Yeah, that's a good call.
It's a lot of extra time and effort to get the clay off from head to toe.
Runner goes, 1-2 pitch, line drive, caught at first base by Olsen. That saved a run. The 6'5" Gold Glover went to the top of his leap and brought it down and robs Keibert Ruiz and the Nationals of what would have been a run. That ends the top of the 9th. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. Need some runs. We go to the bottom of the 9th, 2-0 Washington.
Hey, Braves fans. Spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Braves Country, it's Tom Glavine, and when my ride needs a wash, I trust the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves, Tidal Wave Auto Spa. With hundreds of convenient locations, all-star customer service, and cutting-edge equipment that gets my ride sparkling clean in just 3 minutes, Tidal Wave is a game changer. Visit TidalWaveAutoSpa.com to find a location near you.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
At Georgia Power, we know that energy costs are an important part of every budget, and we're committed to providing tools and assistance to make a difference. Learn more at georgiapower.com/myenergy.
Lock into the radio home of the Atlanta Braves way before first pitch. Lock in Chuck and Chernoff while you work or in your car from 2 to 6 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, or the Fan app.
Final call for the Braves. Down 2-0 into the bottom of the 9th. There's Ozzie Albies to lead off versus Gus Varland. Varland got the final 2 outs of the 8th. His first pitch in the 9th is a ball lowered inside. He loves that slider. Good climbing in versus Varland. Going to see a bunch of them. Ozzie is 2 for 3 with 2 singles. Got to get him on base. 1-0 pitch. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Third baseman Curtis Mead, even with a bag at third, and well off the line. Now he's going to start walking back with a 2-0 count. This is going to be an ABS challenge, by the way. Keibert Ruiz thought that was a strike. He was right. That'll be overturned. So Ruiz wins that challenge.
Washington challenge, successful, call overturned.
So now 1-1 count on Ozzie. 1-1 pitch. Ozzie hits it well out towards right field. That's dropping him down for a base hit. Looping line drive dropped right in front of Dylan Cruz, and the Braves had the leadoff man on. And now now it's Riley to the plate. So a good start here in the ninth. Finally got a fastball, didn't he?
Yeah, Varland 50-50 fastball slider. That's the start we needed.
So now the tying run to the plate, winning run on deck and Michael Harris. Riley 1 for 3 with a single. He swings and fouls back a first pitch slider. Riley had that single off of Alvarez in the 7th. Outside of that, a couple of strikeouts. Gus Varland right at the belt. 0-1 to Riley. In tight, miss with a slider. Riley 1 for 3 in his career versus Gus Varland. No one on the roster has more than 4 hits in their careers against him. Well, outside of Ozzie, who just had his second. Make it a 1-1 count. Here it is to Austin. He swings and lines it into left field. Base hit down the left field line. Ozzie around second. He keeps rolling. James Wood throws to second base. Ozzie standing at third safely on the single by Riley. And the Braves bring the winning run to the plate here in the bottom of the ninth. Could they finally break through right here? This team has not scored a run in 17 innings. And now a visit to the mound. Nationals want to talk about this. Blake Gutierrez walking out there, and he's going to go to Dickie Lovelady, who's been tossing in the bullpen. In fact, he was the opener for the first game and used to finish the game last night. And Lovelady comes on as the Nationals make the Aero Exterminators call to the bullpen. Make the right call. Protect your home or business from pests by calling 888-GO-AERO or visit aeroexterminators.com. Got something brewing. Back with more. 2-0 Nationals in the ninth.
This spring and summer, the world's biggest names in soccer are coming to downtown Atlanta. Stay where the city gathers at Omni Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Park, just steps away from Mercedes-Benz Stadium and State Farm Arena. Skip the traffic when you stay with easy access to dining, entertainment, and the energy of Centennial Park District. Book now and take advantage of special seasonal offers now before it's too late. Plan your spring and summer staycation at omnihotels.com/Atlanta.
Hey, Braves Country, it's Tom Glavine, and when my ride needs a wash, I trust the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves, Tidal Wave Auto Spa. With hundreds of convenient locations, all-star customer service, and cutting-edge equipment that gets my ride sparkling clean in just 3 minutes, Tidal Wave is a game-changer. Visit TidalWaveAutoSpa.com to find a location near you.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
The original Louisiana hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves, with a balance of heat and flavor that always hits. Buy you some.
Hey, Braves fans, don't miss Jeff Francoeur's only radio visit in Atlanta. Join the locker room every Monday morning at 9 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Still the bottom of the ninth. Men at first and third after leadoff singles by Albies and Riley. Braves have not scored a run in 17 innings, but that was a betting man. I don't think it's going to stay like that for long. Nats bring on the lefty, Dickie Lovelady. His last 5 games, he has 2 starts and 3 saves. I said that right, 2 starts, 3 saves.
Here is Michael Harris. Homer wins it. First pitch, he had a homer cut, missed the sweeper. Yeah, they've been using Lovelady all over the place. I mean, just anywhere they can. Like you mentioned, he opened in game 1, finished the game yesterday. Lovelady fires. Harris swings and misses at a sweeper. It was Varland who started the inning, gave up back-to-back base hits. And now first and third, no one out. Eli White on deck. Harris is 0 for 2 tonight. Harris 1 for 2 in his career versus Lovelady. Left-on-left matchup. Here it comes. Laid off the sweeper that time.
Yeah, Lovelady's being stubborn with that sweeper. He's got crossfire mechanics. He's low 80s, got a ton of movement on it. He knows Michael's aggressive and wants to swing the bat, so he's going to see how far off he can walk Michael Michael's got to have his best plate discipline here.
The Nats bullpen got the job done yesterday, finishing off not only the win but a shutout. But altogether this season, they have had their issues altogether, and the Braves have had lots of success against that bullpen this year. Need some more right here. 1-2 pitch and a fly ball towards right center field. Cruz and Young together. That'll be caught by Cruz. Tagging and now holding at third base, Ozzie Albies. Not a bad throw out of right. That one hop to the plate. One down here in the ninth inning. Now it's in the hands of Eli White. Eli 0 for 2 in his career versus Lovelady. Braves have not lost a series at home this season. They've only lost one rubber game all year. That was in Seattle 2 road trips ago. First pitch on the way to White. Eli takes a strike. His team has played 16 series this year. 14 wins, 1 loss, and 1 split. And down to their final 2 outs on the rubber game here. Eli takes a sweeper way outside, 1-1. After Eli White, it's Ha-Sung Kim. So the Braves open the bottom of the order and produce some heroics here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Tying run at first, winning run at the plate, 2-0 Nationals, bottom of the ninth, and 1 out. 1-1 pitch, in tight, 2 balls and a strike. Just about got him on the knuckles. It was Eli White who scored the winning run in the 11th inning Friday night on the base hit by Chadwick Tromp. He's got great speed, big, terrific runner out there if you can get him aboard. Meanwhile, the red-bearded Lovelady looking in. 2-1 pitch, swung on, miss. That sweeper had some depth to it. Lovelady trying to find his way through. Braves threatening their final opportunity in the bottom of the ninth. 2-2 pitch. And he swings and punches it to second. That's going to be knocked down. And now it rolls away by Nunez. Ozzie scores. Everybody's safe. We've been talking about the porous defense all series for the Nationals, and that time it revealed itself. Looked like it could potentially be a double play, at least an out at second, Darren. And one hopped in front of him, then kicked off his leg and rolled away. Maybe the Braves are able to cash that in.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all series and waiting for it to come to fruition, and looks like it did in the last inning of the last game. What a big break for the Braves.
That's the Braves' first run since the 11th inning Friday night, ending a 17-inning drought. They will save base hit.
Wow.
I mean, it was a one-hopper right to the second baseman. This is the big leagues, after all. But we'll take it, whatever it takes. So now the tying run is at second for Ha-Sung Kim. Kim has never faced Lovelady. Lefty-righty matchup. Kim today is 0 for 3 with a ground out, a pop out, and a strikeout. Need a good at bat from Ha-Sung right here. Batting 118. Only 1 down. Riley, the runner at second. Base hit can tie us up. Kim takes a ball low and inside. The man on deck was the man who was the hero in game 1, Chadwick Tromp. One and 0. Lovelady to the plate. Kim takes a called strike. You got pretty good wheels at second. You have elite speed at first base. Braves in business if he puts one in the gap. 1-1 pitch. High and away. 2 balls and a strike. Fastball is nowhere near. Ha-Sung Kim taps 2 corners of the plate with the end of his bat. Holds the bat with bright white batting gloves. Waiting on this left-hander Lovelady. Crowd behind him. 2-1. Outside ball 3. Man, if he walks him and Tromp comes up there, this place is going to go crazy. They want to see what they saw Friday night. Another walk-off winner by Chadwick Tromp.
And, you know, with that recent success Tromp had in Game 1, he's going to be feeling good if he digs in that box with the winning run at second base.
Meanwhile, Ha-Sung Kim has a very favorable count here. 3-1. Here it comes. He swings at a ground ball down the third baseline, foul. Turned on the slider, so 3-2. So just to bring you up to date, Braves lost yesterday 2-0. And they had not scored in this game. And they finally break through in the ninth inning on the base hit by Eli White to score Ozzie Albies. Now runners at first and second, one out. 3-2. Inside ball four. They are loaded now with the winning run at second and the tying run at third. And the man who is the hero in Game 1 will have the stage to himself right here. Now meeting at the mound. Here comes Blake Butera. He's going to make another call to the bullpen. That'll be it for Lovelady. So the Nationals make the Aero Exterminators call to the bullpen for the second time in the inning. Make the right call. Protect your home and business from pests by calling 888-GO-AERO or visit aeroexterminators.com. Tell you about the new hurler when we come back. Bases loaded, 2-1 Nationals in the ninth.
Braves fans, when you listen to the game, you know there's more happening than what shows up on the box score. The same is true after a truck crash. These cases aren't like car accidents. Different rules, different playbook. I'm attorney John Foy, the strong arm. I know how trucking companies move fast to protect themselves and what they hope you never find out. If you've been hit by a big truck, you need someone who's ready to step up and swing for the fences. Make the right call. Attorney John Foy and Associates, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
1966. Two legends rolled onto the scene. The Atlanta Braves and the Ford Bronco SUV. Same relentless drive. Same legendary grit.
This is Michael Harris II. Go deep on your next adventure with the power and off-road capability of a Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport SUV. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Bronco and Bronco Sport are trademarks of Ford or its affiliates. All rights reserved.
For game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Hey, we all know work is important, but make it a habit to stay attached to the sports scene every weekday with me, Nick Cialini, and Chris Domino. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Still about in the ninth. We have one down. Bases are full of Braves. Got a new pitcher for the Nats, right-hander Orlando Rebalta. Rebalta pitched in Game 1 of this series, coughed up a 2-run lead in extra innings to allow the game to continue on. There's no hiding from it in this game. This 28-year-old righty, this will be his 12th game of the season, finds himself back in a very familiar situation as he did 2 nights ago. This time it's the ninth inning instead. Big moment here for Chadwick Tromp.
Yeah, Chadwick had those 2 gigantic hits Friday night. The first one in the 10th inning was against Rebalta. Then the winner in the 11th against Schuerholz. Base hit can win it. Bases loaded, 1 down. Rebalta, the right-hander, fires to Chadwick. Swung on and missed at a first pitch slider. So this inning has gone single versus Varland, then a fly out from Harris. They have changed what was a base hit by White to an E4 to Nasim Nunez and the walk to Ha-Sung Kim. So they're loaded, full of Braves. 0-1 to Tromp. Low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 2 runs that matter both have very good speed. Of course, Riley good wheels. And the winning run at second, Eli White can fly. Outfielders come in decent amount. Tromp, a 400 hitter. Awaits the 1-1. Rebalta deals. Tromp takes a strike. Of course, for Tromp, we've only seen him up in the big leagues just a handful of games. This is just his 5th game to play in. And he's gone 4 for 10 in his limited time in the big leagues. But a base hit here would give him his 2nd walk-off win potentially in the weekend. Now time called by Tromp. And if he can't get the job done, then Ronald Acuna would come to the plate. Sac fly would tie the game. Rebalta set right at the letters. There's 1-2. Swung on and missed. Got it with a slider outside. Now the Braves down to their final out, and it's in the hands of Ronald Acuna. Ronald did face Rebalta Friday night and walked. So Ronald has had 2 plate appearances against Rebalta, a walk and a homer in his career. They'll be running on contact. Base hit can win it. First pitch to Ronald. Up and in. 1 ball and no strikes as he missed with a fastball. It's do or die right here. If he were to walk him and tie the game, Dubon would come to the plate. Ronald is definitely due. He's 0 for 10 in the series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Taken for a high strike. Now the count level 1-1. Rebalta, young right-hander, gold chain dangling around his neck. Casts his gaze to the plate at his catcher, Keibert Ruiz. Meanwhile, Ronald steadies the bat. Ball and a strike. And here it is to Ronald. He swings and chops it foul over by the Nationals dugout. And the Braves down to their final strike. Tying run at third base. Winning run at second base. And the game in the hands of Ronald Acuna. He has walked twice in this game, as well as a flyout and a strikeout. Rebalta set at the letters. 1-2. Up and in. Close shave with a fastball. Let him turn it out of the way. And now a 2-2 count. Ronald's last hit was Thursday in Miami. Waiting on the 2-2 pitch from Rebalta. Righty brings it. Ronald swings and gets a piece of it, fouling off a slider. I mean, just caught a stitch of that thing.
That's a pretty good slider, too. 88, breaking down and away from him, especially after you consider he just got bow-tied by that 96 up around his face.
Ronald pinwheels the bat. Knows he's down to his final strike. Bases loaded, 2 down. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on to the soft roller, out to first. That'll be gloved by Garcia. Flips to the bag. Rebalta's there. And the Nationals win the game in the series. Braves gave him a hard charge there in the 9th, but Ronald Acuna got jammed and hit that soft roller to first, and the Nationals turn it into out number 3. And they win the rubber game, and the Braves lose the series at home for the first time this season. For the Braves in the 9th, 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error, and the bases left loaded. Final score, Nationals 2, Braves 1. Back with the totals after this.
Strike 3. Good calls. They're great in baseball games, and they're even better when you need a law firm. If you've been in an auto accident and need legal representation, do yourself a favor and get the best call there is. I'm Attorney Ken Nugent. My team will fight for you and stick with you from start to finish, working hard to get your money quick. Give our team a call. 404-CALL-KEN. 1 call, that's all. Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Kenneth S. Nugent, PC, Attorneys at Law, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309.
There was a time when electricity stirred emotion, when street lamps gave way to incandescent bulbs, and the flicker of a projector made us forget about old grainy photos. Electricity was once a luxury. When done right, it still is. The all-electric Lexus RZ. Because the greatest measure of an automobile is how it makes you feel. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
As the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves, the original Louisiana hot sauce is here to make sure all your favorite ballpark eats can't be beat. It's like a beautifully balanced 5-tool power hitter, made with peppers, vinegar, and salt. Bringing the right kind of heat for whatever's going on the grill. Hot dogs, burgers, and all those fully loaded brats. Grab the original Louisiana hot sauce for a taste that always hits. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
At First Franklin Financial, we want to be your home team when you need extra cash. We offer fixed rates, friendly service, and fast funding. Visit 1FFC.com to learn more.
When the Braves aren't playing on a weeknight, join me, Buck Ballou, with Kelly Kroll from 6 to 8 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Well, the Nationals win this game 2-1, and they take the series 2-1. The Home Depot is proud to present today's player of the game. Darren, who will that be?
Ozzie Albies, nice day at the plate. Had 3 of the team's 6 hits. Tried to get that going. Also scored the lone run for the Braves. So he'll be getting an orange bucket tonight. All right, Ozzie Albies, your player of the game in the losing effort. Built by the Home Depot, how doers get more done. Here are the totals for the Nationals. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 7 men left on base. They did not homer. For the Braves, 1 run, 6 hits, no errors, 9 men left on base. Braves did not homer either. Winning pitcher is Foster Griffin, and he improves to 6-2 on the season. Martin Perez takes the loss. He's now 2-3. And the save goes to Orlando Ribalta. It is his 2nd save of the year. So Griffin's ERA 3.63 after the win. He's now 6-2. Perez 2-3 with a 2.70 ERA, and Ribalta his 2nd save at a 2.31 ERA. Time of the game 2 hours 38 minutes, and then of course we had hour 50 minutes worth of rain delays. Attendance today 36,429. So that wraps up this series and this brief 3-game homestand. Now it's off to Boston as the Braves start up a 6-game road trip. Got an off day tomorrow, and then start up a series in Boston. Tell you about that when we come back and close on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees. Extra speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
When it comes to shipping, Saia Freight and Logistics delivers a grand slam. As the exclusive freight and logistics partner of the Atlanta Braves, Saia provides comprehensive nationwide service focused on customer satisfaction. For over a century, Saia has delivered the smart solutions and reliable shipping businesses both big and small depend on. When service is everything, it's a yes. Step up to the plate with Saia. Visit Saia.com. That's SAIA.com.
Spring is back in Braves country, which means it's time to get your yard ready for the season ahead. Cookouts, backyard catch, friends and family together, your lawn is the backdrop to it all. So this season, get your lawn ready with Pennington and keep it strong all year long. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew, Pennington is all about thick, durable grass, built for life's big and small moments. Pennington Grass Seed, available at the Home Depot.
Racetrack knows ATL moves fast. You can feel it, especially on Braves game days. So make a stop that counts. All beef hot dogs, Swirl World frozen yogurt with endless toppings, a freeze blast to cool off. All your faves whenever you need them. The Braves bring the energy. Racetrack keeps it going. Racetrack, proud hometown partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Omni Hotel at the Battery Atlanta, the official hotel partner of the Atlanta Braves, steps from Truist Park. Book now and take advantage of available rates and offers at omnihotels.com/Battery Atlanta.
Technology can make you a better sports fan and a better driver. Use CarPlay or Android Auto to get the traffic on your dashboard while you listen to Chuck and Chernoff from 2 to 6 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, or on the Fan app.
All right, the Nationals win this one 2-1 over the Braves. They improve to 27-27 on the season. Braves now 36-18 after the loss. Off day tomorrow, and then back in the action Tuesday night from Fenway Park in Boston. Braves and the Red Sox in game 1 of a 3-game series. Our Braves Radio Network coverage will begin at 5:30 Eastern with a Ford leadoff show, and then Darren and I have the first pitch at 6:45 Eastern, 5:45 Central. Spencer Strider gets the ball for the Braves. He's 2-0 with an ERA of 3. Red Sox have not yet announced a starter for that game. So for our guys back in studio, Joe Virgin and Lucas Kochevar. Also for Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer, Jonathan Chadwick, I'm Ben Ingram saying so long and a good evening from Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Final score, Nationals 2, Braves 1. Stay tuned for the Hyundai postgame show starting right now at Barrett Salee.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's get to our Xfinity play of the game, and it came courtesy of the bat of Eli White. It wasn't a hit. It was overturned to an error, but Whatever you want to call it, it drove in Ozzie Albies in the bottom of the ninth to make the score 2-1. It broke the scoring drought that started in the first inning on Saturday. Get Wi-Fi that brings the heat. Xfinity gives you Wi-Fi so reliable, it never gets caught. With Xfinity, you can get one price for the next 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that. Totals, highlights, and sound from the clubhouse coming up after the break. You're listening to the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to Atlanta Braves Baseball on the Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce. This broadcast of Atlanta Braves Baseball is a presentation of the Atlanta Braves and Dickey Broadcasting Company, Atlanta.
Any use of the accounts, descriptions, and audio of today's game without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves Major League Baseball Club and Dickey Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited.
Don't move, because the Hyundai Postgame Show is up next on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce.
Hyundai gives you America's best warranty on every new vehicle. It includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. That's peace of mind from Hyundai. And these days, that's priceless.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month, or get 0% APR for 60 months or $3,000 bonus cash. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Offers end June 1st. Call 813-867-0006 for complete offer details.
What up, Braves fans? Joe Button here to talk to you about my favorite part of the game, Prize Picks. Swing into action this baseball season with Prize Picks, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Prize Picks started in the A, so you know we had to show love to the home team. Plus, it's the best app for making all your sports picks.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code BRAVES and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code BRAVES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Prize Picks.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Springtime means one thing, the return of baseball and the sweet taste of real sweet Vidalia onions from Schumann Farms. Grown by a third-generation Georgia family farm, these aren't just any onions. It can only be a Vidalia if it's grown in a specific region of South Georgia where the soils are just right. From backyard burgers to five-star meals, real sweet Vidalias are the MVP of every meal. And with one onion, that does it all. You're getting real value at every bite. Real sweet Vidalia onions, available now through Labor Day. Make every day real sweet.
Want to hear a sound that's music to your ears? It's this one.
You're a winner!
Because that means you're an instant winner in the Cash 4 444 promotion. For 44 days, 444 Cash 4 players will win $444 right on the spot. Just listen for this prize alert when your ticket prints from the terminal.
You're a winner!
Or look for the prize alert on your ticket to see if you've won. There are 444 winners through June 30th. So play Cash 4 to instantly win an extra $444. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Omni Hotel at the Battery Atlanta, the official hotel partner of the Atlanta Braves, steps from Truist Park. Book now and take advantage of available rates and offers at omnihotels.com/Battery Atlanta.
Braves fans, when you listen to the game, you know there's more happening than what shows up on the box score. The same is true after a truck crash. These cases aren't like car accidents. Different rules, different playbook. I'm attorney John Foy, the strong arm. I know how trucking companies move fast to protect themselves and what they hope you never find out. If you've been hit by a big truck, you need someone who's ready to step up and swing for the fences. Make the right call. Attorney John Foy and Associates, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Hey everyone, want to hear an amazing stat I learned from my doctor at Peachtree Orthopedics? He told me 90% of their patients get better without surgery. Once I heard that, my worries totally went away. I got the right diagnosis, followed by the recovery protocol with a little PT, and the next thing I knew, I was better. I can't believe I put it off as long as I did. I promise they have the right program for you too. Simple steps so you can get better. Call now to make an appointment or visit PeachtreeOrthopedics.com.
Real Braves fans know a reliable outfield is key to winning games. Braves fans also know that when it comes to buying their next new vehicle, they can always rely on Landmark Auto Group. With Georgia's best deals on new Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram vehicles, and 3 convenient locations in Morrow, Atlanta, and Athens, you're never too far from a Landmark store. Or shop us online at shoplandmarkcars.com. Landmark Auto Group, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Always the best deal, always.
Make
Brian Finneran, John Michaels, and me, Home Team Brandon Leak, your soundtrack at work weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and The Fan app.
Another ball game is in the books, and we've got it all covered. This is the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Braves Radio Network. All the highlights, news, and audio from today's game is on the way. All driven by your local Hyundai dealer. Proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Visit buyhyundai.com.
And Acuna strikes one high in the air. Deep left field. Back it flies. That's going to kiss the sky and fly away.
Now live from the Battery Atlanta at Truist Park. It's time for the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
And welcome into the Truist Studios here in the Battery Atlanta. Barrett Salee recapping the 2-1 loss to the Washington Nationals. We are steps away from the right field gate at Truist Park. Thank you for all the fans for sticking around, looking out in the plaza. It is a wild and rowdy crowd. After 2 rain delays, Braves could not get it done. The bats just could not get going. Let's get to the highlights. Top of the 5th, runners at the corners, nobody down. Nasim Nunez at the plate against Martin Perez, looking to get the Nats on the board.
2-1 pitch whacked into right field. That's going to put the Nationals on the board. A 1-hopper to Eli White. RBI single by Nasim Nunez, and it's 1-0 Washington.
After the second rain delay of the day, this one was 1 hour and 22 minutes. Ronaldo Lopez, he took over on the mound. He headed out for his second inning of work in the 8th inning. Now 2 down, runner at third, pinch hitter Luis Garcia in the box, looking to extend the Nats lead.
1 ball and no strikes. Lopez kicks and brings it, whipped in the air to right field, down for a base hit. That'll drive in Wood, and it's now 2-0 in favor of the Nationals.
Bottom of the 9th, 2-0 Nats. Richard Lovelady comes in for Gus Varland after Varland gave up 2 hits to open the inning. Eli White, he's at the dish with runners at the corners and 1 down as the Braves look to finally dent the scoreboard.
2-2 pitch. And he swings and punches it to second. That's going to be knocked down. And now it rolls away by Nunez. Ozzie scores. Everybody's safe. We've been talking about the poorest defense all series for the Nationals, and that time it revealed itself. Looked like it could potentially be a double play, at least an out at second, Darren. And one hopped in front of him and kicked off his leg and rolled away. Maybe the Braves are able to cash that in.
Later in the 9th, Orlando Ribalto in to replace Lovelady. He struck out Chadwick Trump for the second out of the inning. That set Ronald Acuna to the plate as the Braves' final hope.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on a soft roller out to first. That'll be gloved by Garcia. Flips to the bag. Ribalta's there. And the Nationals win the game in the series. Braves gave him a hard charge there in the 9th, but Ronald Acuna got jammed and hit that soft roller to first, and the Nationals turn it out number 3. And they win the rubber game, and the Braves lose the series at home for the first time this season. For the Braves in the 9th, 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error, and the bases left loaded. Final score, Nationals 2, Braves 1.
Totals for the game for the Nats, 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. They went 3 for 8 with runners in scoring position and left 7 on base. For the Braves, 1 run, 6 hits, no errors. They went 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position and left 9 runners on base. Foster Griffin gets the win. He's 6-2 on the season. Martin Perez gets the loss. He's 2-3. Orlando Ribalta gets the save for Washington, his second of the season. Fans, there's never been a better time to test drive the Hyundai that you've always wanted. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get an injury report and also head down to the clubhouse. This is the Hyundai postgame show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
In the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When life throws you a curveball, whether it's water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you need a winning team. You need ServPro. ServPro's licensed, certified, and highly trained team of experts are here to help, offering fast, reliable, professional restoration services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country, our teams are committed to performing at a championship level. When disaster strikes, call ServPro and make it like it never even happened.
Hey friends, Jim Chastain from Georgia's ASW Distillery here. Just like the Braves, we had an exciting offseason. Not only was our Fiddler Wheated Bourbon named a top 25 bourbon last year, but our Fiddler Encore Georgia Oak also won Best Small Batch Bourbon of the Year at the World Championship of Spirit Competitions. And look out for roster additions this summer with Fiddler Big Green Egg Bourbon and Fiddler Chin Music Curveball Edition, our collaboration with the Braves. These will be at your local bottle shops across Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, and all of Braves country. Go Braves!
Braves Vision is your new TV home of the Atlanta Braves. Stream live or on the go with a Braves.tv subscription. Start your free trial at Braves.tv.
Attention Braves fans. Ever wanted to win a Yanmar ZTR or a Yanmar Limited Edition SA223 tractor? Well, here's your chance. It's the Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning. During the 8th inning of every Braves game, one lucky fan will be selected for a chance to win a Yanmar ZTR if the Braves pitcher strikes out the side. Plus, at the end of the season, you could win the grand prize, a Yanmar Limited Edition SA223 tractor. Register now at Braves.com/Yanmar for your chance to win the Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning, where the excitement never stops.
Braves country is Bronco country. This is Michael Harris II. On or off-road, there's a lot of great and exciting places to check out. And the best way to do it is in the powerful off-road ready Ford Bronco. See you out there.
For great offers on a new Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport SUV, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Bronco and Bronco Sport are trademarks of Ford or its affiliates. All rights reserved.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
This is Barrett Salee. Your phone calls are always welcome during the 680 wrap-up after every Braves game on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
You're locked into the Hyundai postgame show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Truist Studios. Hey, fans at Racetrack, we understand the importance of good food, cold drinks, and a great game. Be sure to download the Racetrack app now to stay up to date on amazing in-store offers and become a valued rewards member. Head to Racetrack for whatever gets you going. Braves fall to the Nets 2-1. It is now their second series loss, first home series loss of the season. Now 14-2-1 overall. They're now 7-2 in rubber games this season. So yes, this short 3-game homestand did not go according to plan, but still one of the best teams in Major League Baseball, and that hopefully will continue in Boston. No injuries to report today, but unfortunately injuries are part of the game, and sometimes life does throw one your way too. Getting the help you need shouldn't be complicated. When you or someone you care about gets hit with an injury, there's only one call to make. Attorney Ken Nugent and his team. With $5 billion and counting recovered for Braves fans across Georgia, Ken and his team are ready to help. Visit callken.com. One call, that's all. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll head down to the clubhouse. This is the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Your summer starts now with Memorial Day deals at the Home Depot. It's time to fire up summer cookouts with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill on special buy for only $199. And entertain all season with the Hampton Bay West Grove 7-piece outdoor dining set for only $499. This Memorial Day, get low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. While supplies last, pricing valid May 14th through May 27th. U.S. only, exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
Hey, Braves fans! SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the A, meaning SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of... the official ticket marketplace of... That ball was crushed! And...
Did you see that?
Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Braves games or to any other live event across Braves country, SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be part of every home team win. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of... Let's go Braves!
The DoubleTree Suites by Hilton at the Battery Atlanta, a preferred hotel of the Atlanta Braves, is conveniently located within walking distance to the Atlanta Braves Stadium, along with the numerous restaurants, shopping, and entertainment options. The DoubleTree Suites at the Battery Atlanta provides spacious 2-room guest suites, a full-service restaurant, and 5,500 square feet of flexible event space for your next event. Stop by and pregame in our on-site Game Changer Sports Lounge and Grill, and don't forget to sweeten your stay with our signature DoubleTree chocolate chip cookie. Book your next stay at the DoubleTree Suites by Hilton at the Battery Atlanta.
The Braves have over 20 gate giveaways this season, from bobbleheads to wearables. See them all at Braves.com/promos.
Strike three.
Good calls. They're great in baseball games, and they're even better when you need a law firm. If you've been in an auto accident and need legal representation, do yourself a favor and get the best call there is. I'm attorney Ken Nugent. My team will fight for you and stick with you from start to finish, working hard to get your money quick. Give our team a call. 404-CALL-KEN. One call, that's all. Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
NFS Fusion PC Attorneys at Law, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309.
Hey Braves fans, make sure you're hitting on all cylinders this season. Stop by Valvoline Instant Oil Change for home run service. Just slide on in. No appointment necessary. You'll get a winning oil change in about 15 minutes, so you can get cruising on I-75 in time to root for your Braves. So whether you're heading to Truist Park or back to home base, trust the team at Valvoline Instant Oil Change to get you there. Valvoline Instant Oil Change, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Hey, this is Jaron Solomon from Solomon Brothers Jewelers. People ask me all the time, what does it mean to be the preferred jeweler of the Atlanta Braves? And it means a lot to the Solomon family. I'm born and raised here in Atlanta, Georgia, and more importantly, I'm a Southeast kid. And the Atlanta Braves have meant everything to me growing up. They're a fabric of their community. We believe we're a fabric of this community. And being associated with the Atlanta Braves has truly been an honor, and we really appreciate it. Go Braves.
The radio home of the Atlanta Braves is everywhere. Watch our live in-studio camera, chat with other fans, or check out the best archived clips from our local shows by searching 680 The Fan on YouTube.
This is the Hyundai Postgame Show, presented by your local Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com. Now more postgame coverage on the Braves Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Truist Studios here in the Battery, Atlanta. It was a long day as the Braves and Nationals endured 2 rain delays, one to open the season, or open the game, I should say, and then another one, a 1 hour and 22-minute rain delay before the 7th inning. So it was a long one. We really do appreciate everybody for sticking with us here on the Braves Radio Network, because, man, for all of us here, I mean, that crowd out there was packed at the end of the game, cheering the Braves on. Unfortunately, they could not get the job done with the bases loaded and 2 out in the bottom of the 9th. Here is Braves manager Walt Weiss.
The best offenses, I guess, are going to have couple day stretches like this, and just you kind of chalk that up and just all those things that happen during the course of the season.
Yeah, I think so. Tough to figure out, sometimes. We're playing so well offensively, and we. The tough thing is we pitched well enough to sweep the series. We really did, but had a hard time putting anything together.
How do you feel about this 13-game stretch that you guys just came out of? I remember pretty good 8 wins.
Yeah, look, you want to win every day. I mean, that's what you want to do. But we all know that that's tough to do in this league. But like I said, we put some things together. We get a good chance to sweep that series. But that's a big what if right there. But like the way we pitched. I thought Martin was really good again. Didi came in, unfortunately with the game being delayed, he could only throw to the one batter. But Lopez came in and throwing the ball well. This stuff looks a lot better. It's a stolen base that cost him a run there because the guy was able to tag on the fly ball and then score. But we didn't score enough.
Does it make it easier or harder to manage when you have so many guys that can come out of the pen and cover multiple innings? Got a lot of options.
No, I mean it's nice to have that, but we were giving our guys a full reset. There were several guys that weren't going to pitch today. So, the fact that, Lopez came in and gave us 2 innings, did a nice job. The plan was for Didi to go 1, possibly 1 plus. And then it was Iggy and Carrasco. That was it. So, but the good thing is those back end guys, not Iggy was available to go today, but, like Dylan and Suarez, they get a full reset, with the off day tomorrow. They'll get 3 full days and full tank of gas and ready to go. But you got to do that from time to time. But, the guys that pitched really well. But no, to answer your question, that's, I think it's more of a luxury than a detriment. You got guys that can go multiple innings and in leveraged situations too.
Did Didi stay loose at the beginning of the rain delay, or was he done as soon as it started?
No, he was done. It was too long. Yeah. The whole timing of it was weird. We knew the rain was coming. It was, we didn't want to send him out for the 6th because it was supposed to start dumping. And so, Martin went back out, and Martin did great. We were afraid to send Didi out to start the 6th because we thought it was going to rain immediately and then we're going to lose him. And it ended up being the case anyway because, they didn't probably call to put the tarp on soon enough. So anyway, it's water under the bridge. But, but the guys that pitched threw the ball really well.
How many times have you seen that where the umpire chooses not to listen to the ground crew?
Yeah, very rare. I mean, it's hard to think of a time I've seen it before. Everyone knew that the rain was coming, and it was coming fast. But, it is what it is.
It's kind of like the mental challenge to a series like this, where it's like you come back from the road, you're immediately going back, with delays and stuff like that. It's just a matter of there's really no consistent flow throughout the entire series, just from timing schedules.
Yeah, look, there's I talk about the challenges of this league all the time, and stuff like this. That's part of it. Quick road trip, come back home, quick home stand, right back out on the road, dealing with weather. It's all part of the challenges of this league. That stuff doesn't bother us, and nor should it, but the other team has to deal with the same thing. So
what's the balance of trying to spark the offense but not overreact after just a couple?
Yeah, look, I mean, the offense has been really good. It's been really good this year. It's and this tends to happen, right, where I talk about the ebbs and flows of the offense over the course of a season. It's part of it. It's just difficult to go out and score 6 or 7 runs every single night in this league. So there's going to be times where you have a handful of guys that are searching for it at the same time. And I think that's kind of what we're going through right now. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason to panic about it because our offense has been really good.
That was Braves manager Walt Weiss. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Atlanta Braves radio network.
Never miss a pitch of the Braves.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan, and streaming free on the Fan app.
Quick 3-game homestand in the books. We'll go to Boston. Day off tomorrow, but on Tuesday, Ranger Suarez gets the ball for the Braves. The 30-year-old is 2-2, has a 2.40 ERA. Spencer Strider gets the ball for the Braves. He had 9 strikeouts last time out. He's 2-0, has a 3 flat ERA. Ford leadoff show at 5:30. First pitch between the Braves and Sox. 6:45 from Fenway Park in Boston. For all of us here at the Braves Radio Network, thank you we have one more break. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap things up here on the Braves Radio Network.
Napa has the parts and the expertise to help your business stay ahead of the game. That's why Napa is a proud partner of the 2026 Atlanta Braves. 2 legends driven to win from the field to the open road. While Napa is powering fleets and garages across the country, the Braves are delivering pennants, MVPs, and championships. So no matter the size of your business, Napa are the pros that know how to keep you moving at full speed. Napa know how.
Cancer. One small cell can change everything. Beating it takes something big. Northside Hospital Cancer Institute is built for it. Built for breakthroughs. Pioneering clinical research, treatment, and surgical innovation. With the most cancer centers and board-certified oncologists in Georgia. We're built around you. With personalized care from screening through survival. Northside Hospital Cancer Institute. Built to beat cancer.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees. Extra speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All value games at Truist Park get you $15 tickets, $10 parking, food and beverage offers, and more. Learn more at Braves.com/value.
You need all the energy you can get for game day. Luckily at Georgia Power, we know a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
Braves fans, everyone's first pick for ice-cold refreshment is back at McDonald's. The Braves Frozen Fanta, a winning blend of Frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry and Frozen Fanta Wild Cherry. It's the MVP of flavor. And right now you can get a medium for only $1.99. That's what I call knocking your cravings out of the park for a grand slam of a deal. There are drinks, then there are drinks from McDonald's.
Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola and Fanta are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
Are you passionate about healthcare? South College offers a Bachelor of Science or an Associate of Science in Nursing program that could be your path to making a real difference. And after completing your program, you'll be eligible to take the NCLEX RN exam. South College offers modern nursing labs, simulation labs with viewing rooms, computer labs, student center study areas, and more. Visit south.edu today to learn more about South College's Atlanta or Marietta campus. South College, where dreams find direction.
Start your weekend with the Buck Belue Show with me, Kelly Krall, Saturday mornings from 9 to noon on 680 The Fan, 93.7 FM, and the Fan app.
Now back to the Hyundai Postgame Show on the Braves Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Truist Studios here in the Battery. This is the final segment. I can count. This is the fourth segment on the Braves Radio Network. Braves fall 2-1 to the Nats in a rainy, soggy, miserable afternoon. Hey, you know what? I blame the rain. I blame Mother Nature because I can't count today. Martin Perez, 5 2/3, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Here is the Braves starting pitcher.
What were your overall thoughts on the outing today?
My team was a great job. Especially today, I don't have my best stuff, but sometimes you don't have your best stuff, but you got to go out there and compete. And I think today was one of those days, and was a little bit off with my pitch, but was able to compete, and we can win the game. I mean, we not hit in the last 3 games, but it's part of the season, you know. We'll be good. We got day off tomorrow. Hopefully we can come for the first game in Boston and score a couple more runs.
And what did Jeremy Hefner say to you in the 5th before you got that big ground ball double play?
I think it was big for us, you know, to keep the game close and, you know, give a chance to guys to score a couple runs, but we can't score. But overall, I think it was a great game for me.
Finally get a day off. It's been 13 straight games.
Oh, yeah.
Finally just take a breather.
The only bad thing is it's going to be, you know, in Boston, but day off is a day off. We're going to take it. We're going to rest and, you know, trying to, you know, put everything together again and come back for the series in Boston and play better.
You guys are 53 games in, and this is just your second series loss this year. Just what is that testament to this team?
I mean, it's we got a good game. You know, we got good group. We've been competing every day. We never give up. We show up today. especially after rain and, game was stopped and then we got ready again. We're trying to put a couple runs on, but we'll be fine. It's a long season. We still have a lot of games and we have a good team.
How important was it to have this series? Because as Weiss said, this is the ebbs and flows of baseball, but finally you guys are getting multiple, weather delays, and this one that you haven't really had.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because sometimes you lose your timing and you got to stop. You got to go outside again, warming up. You got to use new pitchers. Your game plan change. But it's nothing that we can control with the weather. It's just, like I say, we just got to be ready and show up and never give up.
Just overall, the bullpen as a whole this series has still pitched really well despite losing the series. Just sort of your thoughts on how you guys have been performing overall.
I think we all been doing a great job. It's just sometimes, it's hard for our hitters to hit. I think we got to give credit sometimes to another team too. And they pitch really good too, and then we're not allowed to score. But like I say, it's a long season. We still have a lot of games left, and I know we're gonna get hot again and we're gonna play better baseball.
That was Braves starting pitcher Martin Perez. This series in the books, day off tomorrow. Braves going to Boston. Spencer Strider gets the ball. He had 9 strikeouts last time out. Hopefully that continues. Ranger Suarez, we know him very well from his days with the Phillies. He's 2-2, has a 2.40 ERA and 43 strikeouts. Ford leadoff show at 5:30. First pitch from Boston between the Braves and Red Sox, 6:45 across the Braves Radio Network. For all of us at the Braves Radio Network, and we really do appreciate you sticking with us for so long. Will Hopkins did a great job in the clubhouse. Lucas Kochevar and Joe Virgin did everything behind the glass. They kept this whole thing on track behind the glass. I'm Barrett Salee. Again, your final from Truist. Nats 2, Braves 1.
Thanks for listening to the Hyundai Postgame Show. Driven by your local Hyundai dealer, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. This broadcast of Atlanta Braves baseball is an exclusive presentation of the Atlanta Braves, Dickey Broadcasting Company, and Major League Baseball. Any use of the accounts, descriptions, and audio of today's game without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves Major League Baseball Club and Dickey Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited. On behalf of everyone at the Braves Radio Network, we thank you for supporting Atlanta Braves baseball right here on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network. Thanks for joining us for Atlanta Braves baseball on your one and only home of the Braves, The Fan. Don't move Braves country because we're all over today's game on the Braves Wrap-Up Show, which comes your way next. We're taking your calls at 404-231-1680. So jump on the line now as we start the Braves Wrap-Up Show, only on the home of the Braves, The Fan. The Fan is Atlanta's only home for baseball. And when the network signs off for the night, we keep the baseball talk rolling. This is the 680 Wrap-Up Show, driven by Jim Ellis Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Find your next car, truck, or SUV at JimEllisChevrolet.com. Talk Atlanta baseball right now at 404-231-1680. The 680 Wrap-Up Show, driven by Jim Ellis Chevrolet on Atlanta's only home for baseball, The Fan, and the 680 The Fan app.
Welcome into the 680 The Fan studios here in the Battery Atlanta, a soggy Battery Atlanta because the rain might be coming again. Braves fall 2-1 to the Washington Nationals. It is their second series loss of the season. If you want to get in touch with us, 404-231-1680. We are live, we are local, and we are here to take your calls. That's right, 404-231-1680. It was a challenge by Mother Nature and by the Nationals. The Braves started the game 20 minutes late, had an hour and 22-minute rain delay in the middle of the game. So we really do appreciate all of you hanging out with us throughout a very long Sunday afternoon. Let's get to the highlights. Top of the fifth. Runners at the corners, nobody down. Nasim Nunez at the plate against Martin Perez, looking to get the Nats on the board.
2-1 pitch whacked into right field. That's going to put the Nationals on the board. A one-hopper to Eli White. RBI single by Nasim Nunez, and it's 1-0 Washington.
After the second rain delay of the day, this one was 1 hour and 22 minutes. Ronaldo Lopez, he took over on the mound. He headed out for his second inning of work in the 8th inning. Now 2 down, runner at third, pinch hitter Luis Garcia in the box, looking to extend the Nats lead.
1 ball and no strikes. Lopez kicks and brings it, whipped in the air to right field, down for a base hit. That'll drive in Wood, and it's now 2-0 in favor of the Nationals.
Bottom of the 9th, 2-0 Nats. Richard Lovelady comes in for Gus Varland after Varland gave up 2 hits to open the inning. Eli White, he's at the dish with runners at the corners and 1 down as the Braves look to finally dent the scoreboard.
2-2 pitch. And he swings and punches it to second. That's going to be knocked down. And now it rolls away by Nunez. Ozzie scores. Everybody's safe. We've been talking about the porous defense all series for the Nationals, and that time it revealed itself. Looked like it could potentially be a double play, at least an out at second, Darren. And one hopped in front of him, then kicked off his leg and rolled away. Maybe the Braves are able to cash that in.
Later in the 9th, Orlando Ribalto in to replace Lovelady. He struck out Chadwick Trump for the second out of the inning. That set Ronald Acuna to the plate as the Braves' final hope.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on a soft roller out to first. That'll be gloved by Garcia. Flips to the bag. Ribalto's there. And the Nationals win the game in the series. The Braves gave him a hard charge there in the 9th, but Ronald Acuna got jammed and hit that soft roller to first, and the Nationals turning it out number 3. And they win the rubber game, and the Braves lose a series at home for the first time this season. For the Braves in the 9th, 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error, and the bases left loaded. Final score, Nationals 2, Braves 1.
Foster Griffin gets the win. He's 6-2 on the season. Martin Perez the loss. He's 2-3. Orlando Ribalta gets the save, his second of the season. Let's go to the bullpen spotlight. Ronaldo Lopez came in after the rain delay. He went 2 innings, gave up 1 hit, 1 earned run, walked 2, and struck out 2. Georgia Banking Company, your hometown bank of choice. The Wellstar Well stat of the day, Braves now 7-2 in rubber games this season. Didn't get through today. It's going to happen. The offense is going to struggle at times. But 7-2 in rubber games still looks pretty darn good. From managing chronic conditions to staying on top of screenings, the experts at Wellstar will partner with you to help you feel your best. Together, we'll create a personalized game plan to help keep you healthy. Visit wellstar.org today. Wellstar, more than healthcare, people care. 404-231-1680, live and local for you. Let's go to Brian in Atlanta. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Barrett. How are you?
Doing well.
Hey, I just finished 3-game series versus the Nats, and soaking wet. Don't know if I'll dry out till Tuesday, but yeah, I think it's easy to say that's going to happen at times with the offense, but we just were flat all weekend, and we what did we score? 6 runs in the whole series? And
yeah,
I think 2 of those were ghost runner runs, right? And so you got, and then today the only run we scored was on an error, so. Just get your thoughts. I know you're optimistic, and we'll bounce back, but starting to get a little bit concerned from what I'm seeing from the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Brian, it's a little premature to be concerned. You know, they didn't play well this weekend. The bats were kind of silent a little bit in Miami too. But you're going to go through these. I mean, this is not uncommon. Great teams have, you know, a week and a half long struggles. They have 2 weeks where they don't, you know, the bats don't show up, or the pitching staff doesn't show up, or the bullpen kind of takes a step back. And the Braves are still winning despite all of this, and still have a 9.5 game lead, 8.5 game lead in the division. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Again, we're kind of spoiled after what we've seen for the first month and a half of the season. I think that's all there is to it. Hey, fans, Sunday was a clean inning for the Braves, which means you save big at Tidal Wave Auto Spa tomorrow. Celebrate with a clean car shine worthy of you, and you'll get half off any unlimited wash membership tomorrow at Tidal Wave. Visit TidalWaveAutospa.com to learn more information. Let's go to Trevor in Brookhaven. What's up, Trevor?
Hey, how you doing, Barrett?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. So I'm just leaving the park. So, you know, yeah, like you said, we're going to go through these, but I feel like we still give ourselves a chance, even though we're playing kind of flat. But in the ninth there, when Kim came up, I mean, were we out of pinch hitters? I mean, I kind of feel like we should have thrown somebody else in there to go. I mean, I get we got to see how Kim does, you know, by the salary we're paying him. But, you know, when you're batting under $1 and $1.20, you know, I just feel like Walt's throwing somebody in there to give us a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where you're coming from, especially because Walt's been so aggressive in terms of making moves. But I'm fine with Ha-Seong Kim being in there. To be honest with you, you've already used Mateo. I guess you could have put Yaz in there and moved Dubon into shortstop after pinch hitting if Yaz pinch hit for Kim. I think to me though, you have to still trust your guys, and Ha-Seong Kim is still going to be a big part of this team. And now the average does not look good, 118. I did think about it, but I think you have to at least give him a shot. You can't ruin his confidence by pinch hitting for him in basically every clutch situation. That's just me. I don't know. Austin Riley went 2 for 4. His second hit was the second chance of the day. The second chance is brought to you by A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. A Second Chance is available 24/7 at 404 Bailout or online at atlbail.com. Let's go to Tommy in Atlanta. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Barrett. Just wanted to call in and see your thoughts about Acuna going hitless in the series.
It's a struggle. I think when you look at Ronald, it's not the season that he wants. It's not the season that a lot of Braves fans expect. And, he's pressing. I think he's pressing. I think for Ronald, no one's going to be harder on him than himself. And, I think for him, he's got to find a way to hit the reset button. Being the designated hitter and getting what Walt calls a half day today, I think he was hoping to help him hit the reset button. Day off, hitter-friendly park, especially with the Green Monster for him to bang doubles off of. I think he'll get going this week in Boston. I think it's clear though he needs to hit the reset button, and a half day today followed by an off day tomorrow. Certainly a way for him to do that. Fans at Racetrack, we understand the importance of good food, cold drinks, and a great game. Be sure to download the Racetrack app now to stay up to date on amazing in-store offers and become a valued rewards member. Head to Racetrack for whatever gets you going. Let's go to Sean. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Hey, Barrett. Thank you for taking my call, and thank you for everybody there for being there so long, because y'all had a long day today with the rain delay.
We did.
Quick, I'm sorry.
No, we did. Luckily, we have a massage chair in the studio, so I visited that thing quite a bit.
But I did think about pinch hitting about Chadwick Trump. I know that they were out of catchers, but I think I heard something about Eli White was like the emergency catcher. So what do you think about them possibly, when they brought in the righty, them bringing in Dominic Smith, even if you end up with a tie, you're trying to go for the win there. So what do you think about that situation? I'll listen to your answer.
I would have been fine with Dom. I failed to mention him when we talked about the possibility of pinch hitting for Ha-Seong Kim with the last caller. I'm hindsight's 2020. I get it. I would have considered putting somebody in for Ha-Seong Kim, but again, you have to let a guy who's going to be a big part of your lineup hit in those spots. You can't signal that you've lost confidence in him. But again, I would have been looking in hindsight. Yeah, it probably was a better idea, but still, I think for Walt, you can't just avoid giving a guy that you are paying $20 million to. You can't just basically eliminate him from hitting in clutch situations. That's just me. 680 wrap up is brought to you by Tire Discounters, where their round trip or home run promotion saves Braves fans off sets of tires all season. When the Braves hit a home run, you'll score a coupon on 4 Goodyear or Cooper tires. Plus, you'll get a free alignment and a free oil change. Visit tirediscounters.com/Braves to learn more. Let's go to Nico. What's going on, Nico? How are you?
I'm doing all right. How about you, Barrett?
We're doing all right. It's been a long day, not gonna lie. Yeah, especially when I forget how many breaks we have in shows.
Yeah, that's right. I did notice that at the end. First of all, I like to say that I blame myself in this series, because this is the first home series that I've went to all 3 games, and of course it's the first series that we lose. Now, I think I called a few days ago and talked about how resilient this team is, and I think, to try to find a silver lining with the series loss is that this is a really good chance for us to, I'm saying this is a chance for us to prove how good of a team we are. I mean, coming off a series loss, going on the road to Boston, it was always a tough play when they're at home in Fenway, but I did see a stat, you can fact check me on this, that we're the only team in baseball that has an all-time winning record at Fenway Park. So I think we're definitely going to bounce back. I think the bats are going to get going. I think we just got held almost hitless or almost scoreless in 2 games against the team with the worst pitching in the league. So I think, that's baseball for you. And I think now facing better pitching, I think we're going to see the offense bounce back. So, just wanted to say that. So thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Nico. Yeah, we'll see if we can get that information, that record. I believe that's right too. It's a tough spot to play. There's no doubt, and Boston's not Boston this year. We all know that, but, I think, bouncing back is something this team has shown that it can do. This was a disappointing game. It was a weird game. The rain delays certainly, honestly, the first rain delay, I think just kind of screwed everything up too, because it didn't even rain. I think it was just to get the pitchers into a regular mode, but, this was just a screwy game altogether, screwy series, honestly. So bouncing back in Boston, we can certainly, do that. The wrap-up show is driven by Jim Ellis Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Find your next car, truck, or SUV at JimEllisChevrolet.com. Let's go to Sam in Winder. What's up, Sam?
Hello, Barrett. How are you doing now?
We're doing all right. We're doing all right.
Good. I actually have a quick addendum to my call from the rain delay. Plus, I had a weird thought about the DH spot and the trade deadline. So we'll get to that if we have time, but I'll start off with the catcher thing. I think keeping Sean around would make the most sense, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Drake Baldwin is still on his rookie contract, right?
Yes.
So that would make paying $22 million or whatever per year for your backup catcher, that would make it a little bit easier to stomach.
Yeah.
Particularly if Sean can get healthy, stay healthy, and bounce back a little bit. And that actually brings up an interesting thought that I had. I'm not sure if I like this idea, because I really love how deep this roster is compared to years previous. And I really like having Dom Smith in the DH spot against right-handed pitching. But given the fact that that both Drake Baldwin and Sean Murphy historically hit lefties very well, and Dom Smith is hitting very well right now, depending on our needs come the deadline, what if we really sorely needed an arm or a bat in a certain position because someone else got hurt? I don't think we might not need to trade for a bat right now, given our current roster construction, if they stay healthy. But if somebody went down and we needed a position player in particular, would it make sense to sell high on Dominic Smith to bring in some help to fill that void?
Well, yeah, I mean, Sam, it's an interesting thought. I think we're still pretty far away from potentially dealing any of these guys. I would love Dom to stay here. But what I do know about Alex is that he is a transactional guy. He just looks at what he thinks can help the team. He's not going to get involved with, look, I think I would like Dom to stay here. If there's an offer that comes through and Alex listens to all of them, that, you think you might be able to improve your team and unfortunately send away one of the fan favorites. I mean, sure. I mean, it's just, to me, I think Alex is the kind of guy where he listens to everything. If it comes across as something that he feels like he can, take advantage of it, he'll take a step back and not worry about the personal relationship and make the deal. I just think right now it's still, it's May 24th. Getting a grasp on the trade market right now is way far away. But Alex he'll do what he needs to do. I think he's proven that over the course of his career and his time here. Let's take a break. When we come back, you'll hear from Austin Riley. This is the 680 wrap-up show on the Fan, 680, 93.7 FM, free on YouTube and available on the app.
From throwback R&B to modern hip-hop, your faves are all here.
Welcome home.
Powered commercial-free by Bose.
Yes, sir.
It's the perfect soundtrack for postseason basketball. Your music deserves Bose. Search hip-hop and R&B to start listening now.
Support for this podcast comes from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. We've all made mistakes on the water, but there's one mistake you shouldn't make: being uninsured. With Progressive Boat Insurance, you can choose coverage for most mistakes you or other boaters could make, helping you float carefree all season long. Quote today: Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on 2024 filings with state departments of insurance.
Put $300 in your pocket when you sign up for a new free business checking account with Mid-Florida Credit Union. No big bank bulk. 0.00% annual percentage yield. Terms and conditions apply and must be met within 6 months. Insured by NCUA.
.com. United Bank Shares. Member FDIC.
When you need a lawyer after an auto accident, make the right call.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance, intelligent all-wheel drive standard, ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
Need a little help fighting the rising costs of running your business? J.J. Kane Auctions can help. They make it easy to buy and sell the hard-working equipment you need to keep things going and growing. Digger derricks, bucket trucks, fleet vehicles. J.J. Kane's absolute online auctions mean no reserves, no minimums, no nonsense. Find what you need, sell what you don't at jjkane.com. And hey, keep fighting the good fight.
Word of mouth. If we could bottle it and sell it, we'd be rich. But we can't. That's what keeps it honest. Hi, I'm...
The Mark of a Fighter series presented by Modelo Especial brings you national play-by-play pro James Westling.
So I would drive 7 hours on a Friday, call a football game on a Saturday, and drive back home 7 hours on a Sunday. And I did that for football and men's and women's basketball for about a year and a half. So there's a ton of sacrifices. I was determined to stay the course, and it's worked out for the best.
Search Mark of a Fighter on TuneIn to hear James Wesling's full story, presented by Modelo Especial. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
From late-night R&B to chart-topping hip-hop, these are the songs you come back to.
Yes, sir.
The ones you know by heart.
Peace out.
The ones you forgot.
Hey, yeah.
They're all here. Powered commercial-free by Bose. Let hot hip-hop and R&B be your soundtrack to postseason basketball as you watch your favorite team on the road to the finals. Press play and stay a while. Your music deserves Bose. Search hot hip-hop and R&B to start listening now.
844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit HonestCarGuide.com.
Now back to the 680 wrap-up show on Atlanta's only home for baseball, The Fan, and the 680 The Fan app.
Welcome back. It is the 680 wrap-up show. Of course, we are live and local and here for you. We'll talk to you anytime you want. 404-231-1680. No injuries to report today. That is the good news. The injury update is brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. Injuries on the field can really complicate a season, and injuries on the road can absolutely complicate life. Whether on the field or on the road, experience matters when faced with an injury. Getting the help you need should not be complicated. If you or someone you care about is faced with an injury, there's only one call to make: attorney Ken Nugent and his team. With $5 billion and counting recovered for Braves fans across Georgia, Ken and his team are ready to help. Visit callken.com. One call, that's all. Austin Riley went 2 for 4 today. His average up to 223 on the season. Here is the Braves' third baseman.
Series or two like this for this team, you kind of just look at this as one of lose. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It happens to good teams, it happens to great teams, and you felt like, especially me, today's on, I feel like it was on me. I had those first two beats, had a chance to get some guys in, and ultimately didn't get the job done. So I got to be better there. But we're going to be all right. How about just to have those last two at bats you had and get it how did you do those two times? How does that help you go? I mean, it feels good. Try to build on everything and especially the positive. At the same time, let's see some consistency. Let's see. This game's about being consistent, and I'd like to get there. It's not one day take two steps back kind of deal. Let's get on a run of being consistent. So it was positive though.
How good will an off day be tomorrow for this team to reset a little bit?
There's never a bad off day. Kind of tough couple days with some rain and stuff like that. So, get up there in Boston and be able to regroup, rest up, and get ready for Boston will definitely be nice.
You mentioned the rain. How hard is it to find that consistency when you have multiple delays?
I mean, it's tough, but you expect it here. I mean, it's just part of being in Atlanta. I feel like we've been kind of lucky to start the season with not many, and so it was a matter of time. But so like I said, you just try to stay locked in as much as possible.
That was Braves third baseman Austin Riley. Let's take a look down on the farm.
Now, let's take a quick look around the minors. Presented by Engineered Solutions of Georgia. Foundation issues, cracks in your bricks? Call 678-ESOG now.
All right, down on the farm, it was a busy day. Charlotte topped Gwinnett 3-2. How about Jim Jarvis, though? He had a triple. Augusta and Columbia, they played 2. Augusta topped Columbia in Game 1. The Green Jackets, though, fell 8-5 in Game 2. Rome, the Emperors were shut out by Hub City. And just gone final, Pensacola tops Columbus 9-5. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get the key to tomorrow's game and preview the pitching Tuesday's game and preview the pitching matchup in Boston. This is a 680 wrap-up show on the Fan, 680, 93.7 FM, streaming on YouTube and
from throwback R&B to modern hip-hop, your faves are all here.
Welcome home.
Powered commercial-free by Bose.
Yes, sir.
It's the perfect soundtrack for postseason basketball. Your music deserves Bose. Search hip-hop and R&B to start listening now.
Hey, it's Ari Temkin from Big 12 Today, inviting you to join me for a special episode of the Mark of a Fighter series presented by Modelo, where I talk about discovering that I belonged behind the mic from day one and why I never really considered doing anything else. I share the times I lost jobs, questioned if I should stay in radio, and how keeping my head down, taking big risks, and staying hungry helped me cover NBA Finals runs, UT football, and the Big 12 when it almost all fell apart. Search Mark of a Fighter on TuneIn to hear my full story, presented by Modelo Especial. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, it's James Westling from Big 12 Today, inviting you to join me for a special episode of the Mark of a Fighter series, presented by Modelo. I'll share how one student radio game at Kansas State turned into my life's calling behind the mic. I talk about long drives, sacrificing time with family, the 7-hour hauls just to call a single game, and how patience, hard work, and kindness helped me reach ESPN and NBC while still calling games like a fan. Just search Mark of a Fighter on TuneIn to hear my full story. Presented by Modelo Especial. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Support for this podcast comes from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. We've all made mistakes on the water, but there's one mistake you shouldn't make, being uninsured. With Progressive Boat Insurance, you can choose coverage for most mistakes you or other boaters could make, helping you float carefree all season long. Quote today, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on 2024 filings with state departments of insurance.
Team you can depend on. The same is true when shopping for a luxury vehicle. That's why I depend on the winning team at Jim Ellis Cap.
From late night R&B to chart-topping hip-hop, these are the songs you come back to.
Yes, sir.
The ones you know by heart.
Peace out.
The ones you forgot.
Hey, yeah.
They're all here. Powered commercial-free by Bose. Let hip-hop and R&B be your soundtrack to postseason basketball as you watch your favorite team on the road to the finals. Press play and stay a while. Your music deserves Bose. Just search hip-hop and R&B to start listening now.
Hi,
Hi, welcome to Sprouts.
Hi, I just realized I have baby spit up on my shirt.
Let me guess, you want to eat healthy, but there's no time. Let's get you protein bowls, salad made fresh, and an oven-ready miso salmon.
Whether you're on a new parent or any other health journey, it's easy at Sprouts Farmers Market.
This is our mission. Member FDIC.
This is the 680 Wrap-Up Show on Atlanta's only home for baseball, The Fan, and the 680 The Fan app.
Welcome back, wrapping things up. Finally here at 680 The Fan Studios. 2 rain delays and a 2-1 loss to the Nationals. It's been a long one. Braves off tomorrow. They'll be in Boston on Tuesday. Let's get the key to the game.
Now, the keys to tomorrow's game, driven by the Honest Car Guy. The new honest and transparent way to buy your next car. Save thousands at honestcarguy.com.
All right, it's pretty simple. It's Ronald Acuna Jr. Came back and was on a tear, got on base. What was it, like 17 straight games? He was on base, doesn't have a hit in any of his last 3 games. Struck out once today, struck out 4 times yesterday. That big green monster sitting there in left field waiting for him to put dents in it. Let's see him put several dents in it starting Tuesday night in Boston. Maybe some of those will come off of Ranger Suarez. He is getting the ball for the Bo Sox. The 30-year-old who we're very familiar with from his time with the Phillies is 2-2, has a 2.40 ERA, 43 strikeouts on the season. He's only given up 1 earned run over his last 4 starts, so he is pitching very, very well. Spencer Strider gets the ball for the Braves. He's 2-0, has a 3 flat ERA, struck out 9 guys last time out. He has 27 strikeouts total for the season. 680 game day with Matt Chernoff, Chuck Oliver, and Chris Domino, 4:45 Eastern time right here on the Fan. For leadoff show across the Braves radio network at 5:30. And first pitch between the Braves and the Red Sox Tuesday night, 6:40 from Fenway Park in Boston. For all of us here at 680 The Fan, thank you very much for braving the elements with us. It was a very, very long day. Will Hopkins doing great work in the clubhouse. Lucas Koshevar and Joe Virgin making things work behind the glass, driving the bus because, man, I needed some direction, especially during the network post-game show. I'm Barrett Sully again, your final from Truist. Nationals 2.